If you like the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment. For more videos like this.
People, share your extremely haunted, horror-filled paranormal and supernatural encounters and experiences that are absolutely scary and 100% real.
Hey there. So I have had property in the Uintas, specifically Mirror Lake Highway, for the last 35 years. My son and I had just pulled off the dirt road, turning north toward Evanston, Wyoming. We started to cruise down the highway, and all of a sudden the road disappeared. We had no idea where we were. At that moment, the road narrowed significantly, and it felt as though the trees were beginning to envelop us. As if that wasn't strange enough, my son and I started crying as we were starting to panic. We had no idea where we were. Totally lost. We decided to pull over so we could figure out what the heck had happened. At that moment a vehicle pulled in behind us, and someone/something approached the driver's side. Didn't ask us for our license, our registration, or proof of insurance. All that was said was, "Are you okay?" 4 times. When we were done conversing, this person walked to the back of the truck and disappeared. There was no vehicle, just headlights. He was wearing some kind of military clothing. When we left the dirt road and proceeded down the highway, it was 8:03 p.m. the time we ended our encounter. I looked at my watch again, and it was 9:38. What the hell happened? And where had we gone? This is a mountain road, very dark. There was absolutely no one else there but us. We lost 1.5 hours. I've lived in more than one haunted house. But the Wart house was probably the scariest one. My oldest son was a toddler when we moved there. I didn't see things, but I constantly felt like someone had walked right up behind me and was just standing there looking over my shoulder, especially when I was doing something with my son like bathing him. He began to talk about warts, and I asked him what warts do, and he told me they come up behind you, and they rip off your head. I never let him out of my sight, not even during the day, because I was so creeped out in that house. I had a native shaman come and check out the house and was told that it was not a ghost. It was a nature spirit that had never seen a human. I asked why it was in my house. "Oh, these kinds of spirits are drawn to the strong life force of babies and small children. Supposedly they don't take the life force, they just warm themselves by it, like people warming themselves beside a fire." Needless to say, I moved into a different house ASAP, and when I was looking at it before I rented it, I asked my little boy, "Are there any warthogs here?" And he said, "No, Mommy, no warts here." I have some other stories about other houses too. But I'll tell them another time, like the house where my youngest son always saw a girl with bleedy owies on his bedroom ceiling. The house I grew up in Westchester, I swear was haunted, which was weird because when we moved into it, it was brand new. Although I swear the land was haunted, it was built on old farmland. The other strange thing is that it wasn't haunted at first either. My parents, my brother, and I lived there for probably 15 years or so before weird things started happening. For starters, my grandma had passed away recently at the time, and my brother said he prayed to God one night, asking to see our grandma one last time. Sure enough, the next night my brother awoke in the middle of the night to see a shadow figure standing at the edge of the bed, no features or anything, but he said he wasn't scared and felt a calm feeling. He then said he heard our grandma's voice whisper in his ear that everything would be okay. Another time I was driving home through the neighborhood from a friend's house at 2 a.m. when I saw 3 cloaked figures come out of the woods. I couldn't believe what I saw, and when I quickly looked back, they were gone. I had a neighbor tell me when she was driving through the neighborhood at 2 a.m., she saw 2 legs run in front of her car, no body, just 2 legs. And lastly, my father was dying of ALS, and my aunt and uncle came to stay to help my mom take care of him. My mom was sleeping downstairs on the couch one night. She heard footsteps and moaning coming down the stairs. She thought it was my dad and was worried he'd fall, so she quickly went to the stairs, and no one was there. Everyone was asleep. The next morning she told my aunt about it, and my aunt said she'd been hearing the moaning and footsteps as well each night. I also had numerous nightmares about there being ghosts in the house and that it was haunted. The Thing in the Graveyard. A story from delivering for Domino's. It was just a normal delivery at first until I got there. It was a smack house dab in the middle of a cemetery. I know, how stupid can someone be? First off, I pull into the driveway, and my radio starts wigging out. Second, I get out and look around and am originally stared down by some weird thing about 12 feet tall with 4 long legs and a hefty body shaped like an egg with spines and an upside down face. It didn't seem like it could have gotten out of the cemetery part, though I had a sense it wasn't alone. I get to the door, and a young girl opens it. She looks like she is half dead, and I see a shadow standing right behind her. It gave off such malice. She took the pizza almost unconsciously, and then, Just as she was about to close the door, she noticed me staring at the shadow. All she says is, "So you can see it too, eh? At least I'm not insane." Before I could stop her, she slammed the door. I tried going back and talking to her, but she refused help and asked me to never come back. A few years back, I was driving from Arizona to New Mexico. I was on Highway 70 a little after Duncan, Arizona. It was late, probably a little past midnight. There is a 20-25 mile straight stretch of highway where there is nothing but rural land before you reach Lordsburg, New Mexico. 2-lane highway, middle of nowhere, no lights, nothing. I was driving along at 80 miles per hour heading east when I saw a figure ahead in the opposite lane. It looked like a large dog. It was facing away from me, just sitting there. As my car got closer, it started sprinting along the side of the road. I couldn't see it in detail, it was just on the outside of where the headlights illuminated the road. I could just make out the silhouette and hear the thumping of its paws hitting the ground as it ran. It kept up with the car, still going 80 miles per hour, for probably 8 to 10 seconds, then just darted left and ran into the fields. As soon as it darted towards the fields, I stomped on the gas pedal and went as fast as my car could go for a while. Once my heart rate dropped, I slowed back down to 80 miles per hour and made it to my destination. I met with some friends in the morning. They happened to be Hopi Pueblo natives, and I told them about what I saw. The group of 3 looked at each other and then back at me. They simultaneously asked if the thing had looked at me. I said I don't think it did, but I wasn't 100% positive, as it was dark and I was driving kind of fast. Then one of the group said, "As long as it didn't look at you, you should be fine, forget about it." No further explanation was provided, and I didn't want to keep asking, as they all seemed uncomfortable talking about it. That was almost 10 years ago. If I have to go to New Mexico, I take the I-10, and if for whatever reason I have to take Highway 70, I will not drive at night. I still don't know what it was, but I don't know of anything in that part of Arizona that looks like a burly dog and can hit 80 miles per hour from a dead stop. Also, my house in Westwood was haunted. I grew up a couple blocks from the Harrison Avenue White Castle. It was a 3-story house with a finished basement, and each of us in the family had our own individual encounters. My dad swears he saw figures looking in the windows at him, but I never witnessed anything. However, I had numerous experiences where there were footsteps on the stairs, on the floor outside my bedroom door, or outside the bathroom, where I thought someone was home, only to discover I was the only one in the house. We called the ghost Herbie. Small things were moved, and in one case I even heard someone walk past the door and press the big, chunky buttons on the cable remote while I was in the bathroom. At that time, we did not have wireless remote controls. Instead, we used the original cable channel changer, which was a box physically connected to the set-top box, requiring users to push buttons arranged in a grid to change channels. I had assumed it was one of my siblings home from school, but I emerged from the restroom to find the channel changed, the button physically pressed in a new location, and yet I was still the only person in the house. A couple years before we moved out, my dad redid the wallpaper on the second floor. We wrote a sort of "We Were Here" message on the bare wall before putting the new paper up. In the message, we signed our names and added an Herbie the Ghost. And the message was soon covered by fresh wallpaper. After we moved, my parents kept in touch with some of our neighbor friends from that street. We learned that the family who moved in after us experienced several strange things there and moved out shortly after. The family who followed them also experienced unexplained phenomena, but the real fun started when they decided to repaper the second floor and they discovered our message. When they saw the thing about Herbie the Ghost, they put 2 and 2 together and brought over a priest to exorcise the house. That family isn't there anymore either, but I hope Herbie still is. Demon creature. I don't know how to start this, but one day about 6 years ago I was coming home from school. My routine had been to drop my bag off in my room and go outside. Now, the way my hallway is set up, at the end of the hallway is my brother's room, and my room is to the left walking towards it. On this day he had left his door open. So as I go to drop my bag off, I see inside my brother's room. I see 2 transparent people, a man and a woman, talking to this creature. I call him 23 because I spoke to someone on a Ouija board, and they said that was their name. I froze and felt terrified. They all turned to look at me at the same time and faded away. Not too long later, I woke up in the middle of the night feeling like I was being watched. I looked up and saw 23 standing at the foot of my bed. His head was almost touching the ceiling. I looked him up and down and said, "Nah, F this," and rolled over. I know it wasn't sleep paralysis because I distinctly remember moving. My house has always felt off. Since I was a kid, I have heard conversations when no one was there. I've seen a hand many times trying to grab me. I've also had very disturbing and detailed dreams. After moving out, these experiences have entirely stopped. 23 is essentially a skeleton. He has pitch black skin, but there's no room for organs. It looks like he's wearing a white mask, has huge bloodshot eyes, and has a big forced smile. He looks angry but anxious. It's hard to explain. He's about 7 feet with long, lanky limbs. Let me know what you think. Shadow creatures. To set the scene, my bathroom is connected to the laundry room and my room. All the doors have about a 1-inch gap off the floor because it's a mobile home. The property is also on 5 acres in horse country with woods on 2 sides. I was on the toilet at night, where I could see the shadow of the back door window from underneath, when some humanoid figure just appeared in the window's shadow. It was very skinny and had a long head. Instantly, as I noticed it, it cocked its head to the side and then ran away without any sound. Keep in mind, there is no way if it was a person that they could have seen me or known I saw them. I've seen them on at least 2 separate occasions. One was in the middle of the day, sitting in the living room. I saw the same lanky, slender humanoid figure past the blinds this time. After being frozen with panic for a second, I ran up to check out the windows to see who it was. Nobody, not even the mail lady. The one that still stirs confusion is when I was looking for a missing chicken to put in the pen around dusk. I saw a new creature. Standing directly in the gravel path was a black spiky-haired dog the size of a mastiff, with white eyes that glowed. I stopped right in my tracks, and we stared at each other, then some kind of animal instinct told me to stand my ground and run at it. The chase began, and it ran up a small oak tree and into the leaves, disappearing in thin air. I always thought it was the black shag, but to my knowledge no one close to me died. The things in the Lundias. I have seen spirits all of my life. I interact with human ones. I have seen the spirits of some of my deceased pets. But last week I saw something different. I work more than one job. But one has a stockroom. It is on land leased from one of several local tribes. It was tribal land for centuries before there was a highway built through the center of it, in a mountain pass. In the stock area, we have racks that can be rolled. They are called Lundias. About a year ago, I confided in a friend that there were, in fact, some odd spirits there. My friend asked me if I had seen the ones in the stockroom. He said they were some sort of gremlin-like shadows, and he had seen them at night. I did not see or sense any of them for a long time. When I saw some last week, I remembered his comments. They are odd. They are black, shadowy things. These creatures are different in size, measuring about 2.5 to 3 feet long. They run in the Lundias, low to the ground. A former coworker asked me over 2 years ago if I had seen them running through the nearby desert. I told her I had never seen anything like them. I have seen them now. They are hunched over at the spine, so their heads are lower than their backs. Their backs are rounded. The vertebrae are fairly well defined. They don't expect to be seen. They are sort of coyote-like and sort of dog-like, as if they were the victims of some sort of terrible spinal disease. They have dark fur or hair on the spine, thinning to bare skin on the bellies. Their legs are bent at the knees, like dogs. In the back and bent at the knees in the front. Their faces are dog-like with canine-style teeth. I know they have been there for many, many centuries. Some sort of nature spirits, maybe? I don't plan to bother them at all. Still disturbing after so many years. This happened while driving at night. My first wife and I were driving on a long, curved stretch of the freeway in roughly the same area as the ghost crash incident I shared previously. Just as the curve began to flatten out, something hit the upper right corner of my windshield. I glanced over and saw medium-sized claw feet jump off the windshield. Startled us both a good bit, but we were fine and went on our way home. Figured it was maybe a big hawk or something. The next day, we were driving to church band practice with our guitar player friend. We told her about the experience. We pointed out the strange claw-like marks on the windshield to her. I'm sitting in the passenger seat, and for some reason I swiped my finger across the glass. The print smudged on the glass. On the inside of the car. We all saw that and felt really creeped out. My stomach turned at the whole situation. Years later, I still cannot wrap my head around what creature that was or how in the hell those prints wound up on the inside of my car. One day, my girlfriend and I were leaving Barrows in Levine. For dessert, we got ice cream from Dairy Queen, and I decided to go cruising on the newly built 202 freeway. I got off on Estrella Road and drove to the Indian Reservation. To tell you the truth, there wasn't a single residence within 3 to 5 miles of the exit. By this time, it was already dark, and as I was driving, I thought of something funny as a prank. I considered saying to my girlfriend, "Hey, did you see that?" But just the thought of it scared me into not doing it. Just seconds after that thought, my girlfriend asked, "Hey, "Did you see that person walking on the side of the road?" I told her no and wondered aloud what someone could possibly be doing out there, walking in the middle of nowhere. She kept talking about how no one could be walking out there at this time considering how dark and late it was getting. I figured if I kept driving, I'd be able to make a loop and avoid making a U-turn to not have to face it. However, after driving for about 5 miles, I realized the road didn't seem to end, so I had no choice but to turn back. Within those 5 miles, I finally came across a well-lit house with 3 to 5 cars parked outside, all appearing to be in working order. Concerned but determined, I made a U-turn and began nervously driving back toward whatever my girlfriend had seen. As we're driving, every few seconds I peeked to the side looking for said person, thinking maybe she was pranking me. Eventually, we passed the person, and what was unsettling was that they were dressed completely in black from head to toe and never once looked up, even as there were other cars that had passed. The creepiest part of it all was that the radio turned to static as I approached and passed them, apart from the feeling of dread passing by them. To this day, I still wonder what that was and if I somehow manifested that entity. My husband and I were hiking in Chiricahua, and someone/something was following us. There's a part with successive, tight switchbacks, and that is where it promptly started. We couldn't see behind us or ahead of us beyond the stretch we were on. We'd get to the middle of a straight line and hear running footsteps behind us. The first time it happened, we assumed it was someone jogging the trail, which would be odd, anyway, but certainly possible/the most likely, and as soon as we stopped, the footsteps stopped about 2 seconds after we did. This happened over and over. My husband was convinced that someone was deliberately playing a prank on us, so near the end of the switchbacks, he called out, "Ha ha, okay, very funny, you got us, come on out," but received no response. We were becoming increasingly creeped out and felt very relieved when we exited the switchback Y part into a much more open landscape. The area was located in a canyon, so it wasn't completely wide open, but the visibility was much better. We slowed our pace and were relaxing into the hike again, writing off whatever that was, until the path curved to the left and the way behind us became obscured by trees, and we heard the running footsteps. Again. My husband had the idea to scurry to a boulder ahead of us and hide behind it to watch and try to catch a glimpse of whatever was following us. We waited for a solid 15 minutes, with no sign of anything or anyone. We decided to get back on the trail. At this point, we were a little over half of the way back. We were hiking a loop. We were both silent at this point, just listening and looking over our shoulders. We got to another turn, this time around the side of a cliff, and you guessed it, as soon as we were around the corner, the running steps came behind us. I can't fully explain it, but something about hearing how the steps changed, from the slightly echoed footfalls during the switchbacks to the way they sounded in the more open portion of the trail, they just sounded so much closer, so much more immediate, I guess. Well, that was it for us. We took off running and ran the whole 2.5-ish miles back to the parking lot. When we got there, our car was the only one there. We booked it to the car, locked the doors, and then just looked at each other and started hysterically laughing. We were totally giddy with adrenaline, relief, and whatever else courses through your body and brain in times like that. We never found out what it was, although of course, we have talked over just about every plausible/implausible possibility in the years since. It's a super beautiful place, and I'd definitely go back, but I'd hike a different part of it, and I'd choose a more popular/populated time of year and day. Usually, it's a joy to experience trails on your own, but, maybe not there, maybe not for us. I used to think I've only had one paranormal experience, which happened recently. But thinking back, I actually had two. Back in the 1990s, my parents owned a cabin out in the Virginia woods. My mother and sister would go there and stay. My mother and sister said the cabin was haunted. But I never believed it. They claimed that in the middle of the night something would open the locked doors, and they would wake up to them being wide open. My mother said either someone had keys to the place and was tormenting them or the cabin was haunted. I laughed it off. I never believed in the supernatural. Then one winter I had bought a 4-wheel drive, and it was supposed to snow that night, so I thought it would be cool to drive out to the cabin and camp there during the winter during the snowstorm. So I got there, and it was freezing, so I lit a fire, but it wasn't warming the cabin at all. Remembering the stories, I locked the doors and double-checked them. I went to bed with my clothes on and under a heavy blanket. I fell asleep, and I had a terrible nightmare. I dreamed I woke up and there was wind blowing in the bedroom, so I walked into the main room, and the door was wide open with snow on the floor. As I walked into the room, I turned, and there was a tall demonic creature with shiny black skin and glowing red eyes standing to my right, and then I woke up. I lay in the bed for a few minutes, and I realized that it seemed like it had gotten colder, and I decided to go and see if the fire had gone out. I walked into the main room, and the door was wide open, and the outside porch light shining illuminated the snow that had blown in on the floor, and I suddenly realized the dream was coming true, and I panicked and turned to my right, but it was pitch black, I couldn't see anything. I fumbled for the light switch like a crazy person, and when the light came on, there was nothing there. I walked to the open door and saw 2 inches of snow and no footprints. The fire was out, so I decided to just pack up and go home. I never spent another night there. Odd dancing figure. I have had a decent amount of odd experiences with the paranormal, but this one just confuses and disturbs me more than anything. I was at my house with my fiancée asleep around 3:15 to 3:30 in the morning. For reference, the alarm goes off at 2:45 to get ready. I was cooking when I kept hearing an odd leaf crunch and then an odd crackling snapping sound like when plastic finally snaps after a lot of tension. I looked outside over and over from my balcony slider and saw nothing. I have 2 big farm lights, one on the driveway and one in front of my house. Never saw anything. But then the lights outside all died at once with no sound, no blowout, and the noise grew faster with fewer breaks, and I saw a medium-tall, lanky, shadowy outline doing a dance of some kind. It would shuffle 1 foot forward at a time. Then it would stop, planting its lower half firmly while shaking the top half around with insane speed and force, producing bone-cracking noises and slapping sounds. I ran to my room, woke my fiancée, and we both grabbed firearms, she a shotgun and I a large caliber rifle and a headlamp. It was still relatively close at about 45 yards and somewhat visible in the dark. It was quick to move away and made a zigzag beeline type sliding motion around through the field in the dark. It then halted at approximately 70 yards away, performed the same unsettling dance, and then continued moving further along. We tried slowly keeping our distance and following, but eventually the sound was gone, and we couldn't see an outline or figure. My fiancée claimed that she saw more of a defined human who was dilapidated and broken everywhere, with bones poking out where they were pushing up the skin. She has always been sensitive to these things. Definitely strong feelings of anxiety and dread. Haven't seen it since and don't know of any similar instances in my circle of friends where I live. Was this a one-off instance or something on my property? Northern California is the location, about 20 minutes from a larger city. Neighbors have not seen it but have heard it. One neighbor said his wife had been seeing something at night by our property line, but she believed it to be a trespasser, not our dancing figure. Please help. I have always been able to handle paranormal or supernatural situations. Thank you for listening. I think it wants us alone? So here are 3 quick stories of some weird happenings in my old family home. When I was growing up, I and my family lived in a 3-bed detached house in a rural village. The house itself was not particularly old but had been built on farmland around 20 years ago. My mom used to joke that nothing could ever haunt it other than a phantom cow, which used to make me and my older sister laugh. But my sister and I always felt uneasy there, especially upstairs, where we would run from room to room if we had to be in the hallways at night. There was just always that feeling like something terrible was about to happen. My sister and I both had strange experiences in the house, but we dismissed them as typical behavior for impressionable kids. We would hear growling in the night, footsteps on the stairs, and constant dreams that there was something lurking in the house that would leave us terrified. Years later, we have both moved out of that house and were at a family gathering, talking about how weird that house was, when I remembered something I had never thought to ask her. "Did you ever hear Mom calling you when she wasn't?" I had asked, and my sister went pale. "You heard that too?" This was something that we had never discussed before now, and we cannot believe we both heard it. Sometimes, when you were in your room, alone, you could hear the sound of our mom's voice calling you softly from downstairs. You would walk out into the hall and shout back, and no answer would come. Mom never did shout at us. I now believe that whatever it was could easily mimic her voice, luring us out of our rooms and into that dreadful hallway. It would also mimic the sound of the phone ringing in my parents' room, but it was never actually there. Whatever it was, it wanted you alone. However, the moment I knew that something awful was in that house was possibly one of the worst nights of my life. My sister had gone away to university, and I had been staying in our shared bedroom alone when I woke up in the early hours of the morning with an intense sense of dread. My body felt heavy with fear, and I could see in the corner of the room a black hunched figure, which seemed to be searching through the drawers of my sister's nightstand, not even noticing that I had awakened. I can clearly remember it to this day as I pulled my covers over my head, my entire body turning to ice as I clung to my sheets almost in tears. Whatever it was, it continued its search, and by the time morning came, it was gone. What the hell was it searching for? And did it find it? 3. My mum's only experience came one night as she fought the urge to go to the bathroom during the night, and she said just as she was pulling on her night clothes to get up, she felt this overwhelming sense of fear. She said it felt like something terrible was waiting for her outside the door, and she should not go to the bathroom. She said it was almost like something was trying to warn her to not go out and to go back to sleep. So she did, and she never felt like that ever again. So there are 3 quick stories of what happened in my awful family home. I don't know what was in that hallway and why it wanted us all alone, but I'm glad I never found out. Something is up with my childhood room. So when I was younger, I was scared of my childhood room. The room is located in a back hallway, alongside an unused bathroom and bedroom that are filled with junk, and I had assumed it was nothing. A few years ago, I wanted that room back, so I cleaned it because it was also used as storage since I refused to stay in it. It's storage again now. So I cleaned the room and was chilling. Not the first time I was in the room. I even slept in that room, but I noticed my dog refused to stay back there with me. I was confused. He lay with me for a few minutes but got up, looked at my closet door, jumped down, and ran off. I was confused and dismissed it. I assumed he heard a cat or whatever. Well, the next night I was lying in there doing something on my phone when I heard a voice say my name from the closet. I froze, turned on all the lights, and checked it. Nothing and no one yelled for me. That was unnerving, but after a while my room needed a few replacement doorknobs and stuff, so I stopped staying in it until it was fixed. Now, presently, it's left there as a storage room. I went in there last night to grab something for a project. As I turned on my light, something caught my eye near the closet. I dismissed it as a box. Well, I turned off the light, and I felt something touch my shoulder. This time I closed the door and ran. To provide more context, this room is located in an area of my house that I use for storage, where I have previously experienced strange occurrences. Other than my bathroom, I have seen a shadow person back there. I believe I have shared enough for now, although I might be feeling paranoid since this is also old family property. You may see them too. I'm 25F. I've been a caregiver for 6 years now. I've worked in a few different places and retrained and reintroduced myself to new residents. The first CBRF I ever worked for was a 13-bed facility. A CBRF takes in more than just geriatrics who can no longer live alone. It handles everything from addicts to dementia to old age. To become a DSP, you have to go through about 4 weeks of training. Direct support professionals go through basic first aid, administering medications, basic fire safety, and dementia support classes. All the training classes never quite prepare you for being on the floor. During dementia training, they taught us about dementia with Lewy bodies. It's a degenerative disease that causes auditory and visual hallucinations. We ran through different scenarios of how to redirect a resident while they are having these episodes. One example was of the residents chasing after their past loved ones. Often they wander away from the home and end up lost. We had to stay vigilant to keep them safe. The main thing was we were to never discredit them or their hallucinations. We were taught to play along and redirect. Telling them, no, it's made up or no one is there, can cause them to fly into a violent rage or break down into inconsolable tears. When I started on the floor, I met one of the first dementia patients right away. Her name was Beverly. My first interaction with her was her coming up behind me and whispering to me, "You better take care of them, or I'll have to end you." She then pointed at the floor as if someone were standing there. I nervously laughed and ran to my administrator's office. She explained to me that Beverly was harmless, but she often saw children. She reminded me of my training and to play along, but then added, "You may see them too." I continued working there for a few more months without much of any incident. I worked the second shift, so there were many uncomfortable nights. While vacuuming the hallways, I heard the door alarm go off. Every time someone opened one of the main doors to outside, an alarm would ring. I looked out the window to see Beverly, in nothing but a nightgown, in the middle of a Wisconsin winter. She was bent over at the waist, walking slowly, as if a small child was holding her hand and leading her down the parking lot. I quickly ran outside to catch up with her and tried to consult her. She was confused when she saw me and asked where the little girl went. I explained to her that her mom came to pick her up and quickly brought her back inside. A few weeks later, some of the other staff were talking between shift changes, and I overheard them talking about Beverly's little girl. It turned out I wasn't the only one that had seen Beverly have an episode, but then they went on to talk about the daycare next door. I hadn't been working there for long, so one of the veteran DSPs went on to explain about the original daycare that used to be in the new one's place. I guess it burned down, and some of the kids got hurt. The veteran DSP wondered if there was any correlation between what Beverly was seeing and the old daycare. The rest of the group of DSPs went on to talk about weird sightings they had seen in our building. Always catching glimpses of someone short out of the corner of their eye, things going missing, or even being misplaced. We had even had a resident wake up screaming in the middle of the night, saying he saw a woman on his ceiling staring at him. When I started my shift that night, I was left with the veteran DSP, all the other DSPs had left for the night. I stayed in the kitchen cleaning up after the day's shift while the vet was passing meds. I heard the back door open and ran to the windows in the back hallway to look. It was Beverly. That night, it was snowing heavily, making it difficult to see outside, but I could see Beverly in her bent-over stance, being led away by something once more. This time, I saw another person with her. Actually holding onto her hand. A little girl with blonde hair. I yelled for the vet, and we both ran outside to look for Beverly. We looked all around the building and found nothing. The vet asked if I was sure of what I saw. I swore that I had seen Beverly. I even heard the door alarm go off again. The vet suggested we go back inside and check if maybe she got back in without us noticing. When we got to her room, we both had the air escape us. We found Beverly dead on the floor. I won't go into too much detail about how she looked, but it still haunts me to this day. She was holding a photo. It was a picture of her daughter when she was little, and her daughter had long blonde hair. About the old lady with the extremely long arms who loved the dark. This actually happened a long time ago, and I don't really know why I suddenly remembered it. When I was younger, I had two friends who were twins. I'm not sure if this is relevant. I remember greeting one of them at school one morning and being surprised about how bad he looked. I could tell he hadn't slept well and asked him what happened. He started telling me about how they both were very annoyed about the old lady that had been visiting them at their house. Supposedly, there was an old lady who used to walk around their house late at night. I think I remember she had very long and white hair, but I'm not quite sure. What stuck to me, and haunted me for a very long time, was the fact that she had extremely long arms. She never scared or threatened them. And I have to say that neither of them seemed frightened, just annoyed. What this old lady with the very long arms did every night was frankly disconcerting. She simply wandered around the house, slightly unscrewing the light bulbs from all of the rooms. Not to the point that the light bulb would fall out, but just enough so that when the switch was turned on, the lights wouldn't work. I remember them telling me how annoyed they felt every morning when they woke up and tried to turn on the lights just to find out that the light bulb had been slightly loosened by the lady. I have no idea why I just recalled this story. But I remember always feeling confused about the old lady's purpose. I came here looking for answers or any clues. Have you heard something like this before? Why do you think she did it? Does anyone have an explanation for these strange occurrences? Don't know if this is the right place, but I wanted to share some strange things that have happened to me. My dad suggested I share them here. A few years ago my best friend died. We were on bad terms at the time. I didn't realize it at the time, but his disease had taken his mind. Apparently on his deathbed he was hallucinating and laughing and talking to me like I was in the room. About a year later I had a dream he called me on the phone. It was so realistic. We were catching up on my past year and joking around. I suddenly realized and asked, "Hey, wait, aren't you dead?" There was this loud screech on the phone, and I woke up. I know I was dreaming, but it felt so real. When I was 20 years old, I went into my bathroom. It was the middle of the day. I turned to look in the mirror, but my reflection turned its back. I was facing the mirror while looking at the back of my head. I was so confused and startled that I left and was afraid to look in a mirror for the rest of the day. No psych history, no drugs or alcohol. I have no explanation. Throughout my lifetime I have heard 3 knocks on the door or wall. It's not a common occurrence. Usually late at night or early in the morning. I'm wide awake when it happens. When I investigated, I found nothing. No clue. When I was in my early 20s, I was trying to sleep on the couch with my girlfriend at her parents' house. I was nowhere near tired. I had my eyes closed and had the overwhelming sensation someone was standing over me. It was intense. I figured it was one of her parents. I turned my head and opened my eyes, and there was this old woman whom I've never seen before. She looked about 80 years old. My heart dropped, and the old woman looked shocked as she ducked behind the couch. I sat up and reached over the couch to find nothing. I was camping with a buddy in the high Sierras by a lake. I was trying to sleep on bare ground with my head uphill. Bright full moon so you could see without a flashlight. I had this faint pulsing sensation starting at my head, moving down to my left, and stopping at my feet. Now it was intense. I was convinced nothing was there but would sit up to look and put my mind at ease. I did, and there was a huge mule deer with a giant rack right at my feet. I screamed, "Oh, shit," and the deer stood on his hind legs and ran off. Freaked me out that something was actually there. Whispering in an empty room. This was about 15 years ago when I was roughly 13 to 14. My father had recently begun renting a 3-bedroom house on the outskirts of Houston, Texas. My sister stayed in one room and I in the adjacent one. My father was in the living room watching a TV show. One afternoon my sister comes into the room I was in. She was about 11 years old, looking distressed and scared. She told me she just heard a weird whispering in the room, and it freaked her out. I didn't believe her. She asks me to come in the room with her. She truly looked scared as hell. So thinking this was a prank, I went in the room with her. We sat next to each other and waited for anything to happen. A few minutes go by, and I ask, "Anyone there? What do you want?" In a pretty sarcastic tone. A couple of seconds later, I swear on my life I heard "I can do anything I want" in my left ear. My sister heard the same, and we bolted out of the room. Scared the duck out of me how close it was to my ear, as if someone had put their mouth right up to it and whispered. We tell my father what has happened. He brushes it off as we are ducking with him. Fast forward, 6 to 7 months later, my dad moved out. He confesses to us someone had ended themselves in that room. We heard that a couple of years earlier. He also confessed he heard something walking in the hallway at night when he was home alone. If someone knew my family, they would understand that we do not believe in ghosts or spirits. Does anyone have similar experiences? I'll never forget that day. The bowl cut teenager. Back in 2015, I was working at a company with a very old building. This building is located behind or at the very end of a historic place. This complex is often visited by tourists. Major events are usually held there. And it's been an iconic place since the 70s. Apparently the building was once their office, where they managed stuff. That time the company will be holding an exhibit. My team and I decided to stay overnight to make the scale model of the product we'll be displaying. Around midnight, my team evacuated from our space to the graphic designer's conference room since their table is huge. The table is at the center, with 2 wooden office tables behind it. There are 5 people on my team, including me. One of my team members stayed at our space, let's call her A, then 2 of us went in the conference room, B and me, females, while the 2 remaining decided to go out and eat, D and E, both male. I sat facing B, with the 2 tables behind me. While we were building a part of the scale model, I noticed someone moving one of the office tables behind me from the corner of my eye. I turned my head in the direction. There was no one. I thought A went in without us noticing. But then I realized it can't be. I believe A cannot be the one because the woman I saw is too tall. I faced B. Once again I see the woman moving. I can recognize that it's a woman. I can see her wearing a uniform. She's wearing a pencil skirt. Like a normal employee. She is constantly moving. I decided to tell B about it. She didn't believe me. She doesn't see anything, considering she's facing that area. I told her it's a woman. And I can only see her with my peripheral vision. However, when I fully focus my gaze on her, the woman vanishes. We hurriedly continued building our scale model so we could get out of there quickly. More than 30 minutes later, we evacuated and settled in the main office. This location has the typical office dividers. B and I sat on the floor, her back against one of the dividers. Then later, A joined us. We're using the socket to use the electric file tool for our scale model. When suddenly I felt something land on the back of my head. Everything happened so fast. A and B screamed and quickly stood up. I saw 3 crumpled papers in front of me. B ran to the lobby. We followed her. Terrified. A said maybe D and E were pulling a prank on us. But 3 minutes later we spotted D and E going in the building carrying our food. We asked them to buy us food before they went out. We went back to the main office. I straightened the papers. One of them has something written on it. I found this in the bathroom. The other 2 are blank. B said those papers came from the other side of the divider. Since we're the only ones there, who could have thrown the crumpled papers? We freaked out but continued our work because we're rushing. Moments later I was searching my phone and decided to go back to our department. To get there I had to walk in the center hall, in between rows and rows of dividers. That's when I saw a figure again. This is a male. For a brief moment, I caught sight of him strolling ahead of me. He's wearing a white shirt and jeans, with very black hair and a bowl cut. He looks skinny. Like a teenager. I saw him 3 times after that until we decided to go home. A few weeks had passed since our departure. My fellow designers hung out, and we told our ghost stories. One of my colleagues, who's not part of our team, said she recently saw a guy in the main office wearing a white shirt and jeans. Then I said, "Does this guy also have black hair and a bowl cut?" She replied, "Yeah, it looks like the one the Beatles had." More ghosts are lurking in that complex. That building is now gone and abandoned. My friend used to experience something quite horrifying. I suggested he should share this on here. Things used to happen to me that I can't explain, and I still have trauma from them. I'll try to describe them to you, and I'd be glad if someone who might know what's going on could respond. I lived with my dad, in a house that wasn't pretty to look at. We didn't have much money, so the house was never fixed up. When all my siblings left to live their own lives, I stayed with my dad alone. I was in my sister's room. My sister used to experience paranormal phenomena in that room because our dead brother, for added context, means my friends and sisters, who died when I was young, used to visit her. At the time I was in my sister's room, I didn't know about it. Every day around 1 a.m., I heard noises, like someone walking back and forth on all fours. It seemed quite disturbing to me. Then I heard and saw something pushing on the door, but it was closed, so it didn't open. This happened every day, so I started barricading the door with a barrel of wood to make sure it couldn't get inside. This went on every day for about a week. I did an experiment where, before going to bed, I left the light on. Of course, I was barricaded in, so no one could get inside. The next day, I woke up, and the light was off. The barricade was still in place. I should note that I'm not a sleepwalker. When I woke up, I thought the bulb had burned out, but when I tried the switch, the light turned on normally, so someone must have turned it off. Dad couldn't have gotten inside because of the barricade, so it couldn't have been him. Besides, he would have been upset that I left the light on, but he was calm, and the barricade was still intact. Because of these things, I started having sleep paralysis almost every day. Even a normal dream would turn into sleep paralysis, or I would experience it as soon as I was falling asleep. I'll give you an example of one of my episodes of sleep paralysis. I was in a dream where I greeted a friend, and we were about to high-five, but before we could, everything started to ripple and spin. We spoke in a language that sped up, slowed down, or was in reverse, a kind of language that gives you goosebumps. Suddenly, I woke up from the dream and saw the two of us in front of me, continuing to speak in that strange language, and I noticed that our faces were deformed like the uncanny valley type of deformed. This lasted about 40 seconds. When all these things were happening, I was scared to go to the bathroom. One time, I went to the bathroom with a flashlight, and we had the bathroom window open. Outside the window was our dog's bed. Whenever he wanted to come to us, he would whine. But at that time of night, it was always this strange, almost unnatural whining, and it would always get closer to the window. I would quickly run back to my room before the whining got too close to the window. Does anyone know what this could be? Why was this happening to me? What kind of entity was doing this? I'm also wondering if the entity somehow influenced the sleep paralysis, making it so frequent, or if something else was living in my room with me? I think it's possible because of the experiment with the light. I would appreciate any comments. This was the most terrifying moment of my life. Hi, I am an 18-year-old who is big into spooky stuff, so this is my scariest story. So I am a big enthusiast of the paranormal, so I like to talk about it with all my friends, as it's something that heavily interests me. So one night I was hanging out with a friend of mine on call, and we were discussing many different things, such as ghosts, aliens, the universe, and all kinds of stuff. He is a heavily religious guy, and because of this we got onto the topic of demonic possession, which I'm always interested in talking about. We spoke about it a lot, and I gave my opinion on it, but it was starting to get late, so mid-conversation I started to drift off into sleep. As I dreamed, I heard the screams of thousands ring through my ears, and I felt a heat more intense than I had ever felt before, and then I jolted up out of bed and almost screamed. Turns out what felt like an hour of that was only a minute or two, and he was still there, so we continued our conversation, but now I was getting a bit uncomfortable, so I turned my phone flashlight on so there was some light. We continued to talk, and as we did, it drew closer to 3 a.m., and then around, I think, 2:50 a.m., he goes, "Hey, so I found a picture of this one girl who was possessed, and it really freaked me out, so I wanted to know if you knew about it." He sent me the picture, and it turned out to be a picture of Annalise Michel, one of the most well-documented and well-known cases of demonic possession, of which she ended up dying from. I had studied this girl's story extensively, so I knew exactly who she was. Anyways, let's get back on track. When I pulled my phone up to look at the picture of her, my phone flashlight instantly went out and wouldn't turn back on, and then I felt a primal sense of fear wash over me. It was a fear I had never felt before, and it sent me to tears instantly, and I'm not a big crier. I started freaking out and had a huge panic attack from the amount of fear that just hit me, and my friend began to have one as well. I pressed myself against the wall that connects to my bed and curled into a ball, pleading for assistance. Then I scrambled for my phone to get some form of light. As my room was getting abnormally dark, it was like a void there was no light, and I couldn't see. I went to the Instagram DMs page and turned the brightness up to 100% and still could barely see, but the light was kind of comforting. This whole time I'm still panicking, and then that heat I mentioned filled the room, making me feel like I was in an oven. I was sweating, crying, and struggling to breathe when I decided to lie on my back, but that turned out to be a terrible choice because whatever was in my room positioned itself above me, and I felt two unseen hands pressing into the center of my chest, pulling it apart as if they wanted to get inside. At this point I was in so much pain, just begging for something to save me, because I couldn't move, I couldn't see, and I felt myself preparing to go into shock. It's at that moment when I started to pray for God to save me, and as I did that, whatever was on me got off. I could feel it watching me from the corner of my room, but a warm, comforting feeling washed over me, and I felt safe. I would end up not sleeping for the rest of that night, but this isn't where the story stops, it just gets crazier from here, but I don't know if I feel comfortable telling that yet since this whole event happened a few months ago. My friend, who was on the phone with me, was going through something similar, and neither of us has been the same since. I know I encountered a demon that night, and I know it tried to enter my body forcibly. I have never experienced something as terrifying as this, and I hope y'all enjoy my spooky tale. The Shadow and the Girl. This story is scary to me. I still don't know exactly why it happened like it did, but I'll just start nonetheless. I was visiting my mother in Montebello, another small city in Los Angeles County. Honestly, I never liked being there because my mom and I got into a lot of fights, and that was the main reason I lived with my father. I want to be honest with you all, I wasn't a great son or brother, and that contributed to my homelessness and the difficulties I faced. I had to learn what I refused to from my parents. But anyways, I'm getting off track here. The events I am describing took place during the summer between my sophomore and junior years of high school, approximately 2 to 3 months after the I was almost shot at. Story. I had friends there, but I lost touch with them since I moved to my father's house. I would just be sitting on the stairs that led up to my mom's apartment. My mother made me watch my 2 younger sisters as they played with the other kids from my mom's apartment and neighboring ones. As it was getting late, probably around 8 or 9 p.m., my mom started calling me and my sisters back inside. One of them was running around playing some games, causing me to run after her until she got tired. If you couldn't tell, this is my youngest sister. The other one, who is only a year old, was conversing with her friend April and a young man I have not seen before. My mother's been living in these apartments for about 6 years by now, so it was odd to me that I've never seen him before. As I walk my youngest sister inside, I tell my other sister that our mom said we have to go back in. She ignored me as I walked past her to the stairs, ensuring that the youngest sister actually went inside. She used to be rebellious like me growing up. Right when my youngest sister got inside, I turned around to get my other one. She was miles deep in a conversation with April and the guy. I was a bit rude and straight out told her, "You need to go inside now." "Who the duck is this guy, anyway?" I asked, looking toward him. She just giggled and said, "That's April's friend Joel, not his real name, he's cool. You would probably get along with him." As she continued talking to him, of all things, they were talking about ghosts and paranormal stuff. April told my sister that she had a little boy in her apartment, and my sister told her about the old man in my mother's apartment. Which actually was true. To be honest, I found myself captivated by their stories, some of which were incredibly humorous. At first I was just listening, but then I started questioning them just to see if their story didn't have any holes or anything. At the time, it seemed to me that they were telling me true events. To be honest, their stories didn't really creep me out, because I've seen and been through things that I can't even explain to this day. Well, that was until I asked the random guy Joel what the scariest thing he had ever experienced was. This is what he told me: he's been followed by a shadow man ever since he was 7 years old. He said that he first saw it after his grandpa died. Thinking it could be his grandpa, he didn't really mind. That was until he got older at the age of 11. The shadow would break things and felt more negative. He claimed that this shadow would lift him from his bed and then slam him back down, waking both him and his grandma, who slept in another room. The whole time he was telling us this, I could hear his voice cracking and his eyes beginning to water up. I began to feel a chill run up and down my spine as he said the next thing. He said, "Sometimes I still see it." I was standing right in front of him, staring at him. From the corner of my eye on the left side of him, a huge black mass rose from literally nowhere. I couldn't even see through this thing. I'm guessing my face dropped or something because the next thing I heard him say was, "You saw him, huh?" I didn't know what I saw, I can't explain it. I just stuttered, "I saw something rise from the floor behind you." He actually brightened up and said, "Finally someone else saw it." I told him I believed before I saw that thing. He tried to look behind me, like if something ran behind me and he tried to follow. This is where I begin to freak out and ask him, "You okay, dude?" He just looked puzzled and said, "Oh, nothing. I just thought I saw your little sister behind you, wearing a black dress." I looked at him even more confused than he was and said, "She's already inside with my mom." I asked him to describe the girl he saw. He described the girl as having long blonde hair, having light skin, wearing a black dress, being as tall as my youngest sister, and simply staring at the floor. If you don't understand why this creeped me out, it's because my older sister and I both had an encounter with a girl spirit who looks exactly like the one he described. I was speechless with eyes watering up. The only reason I believed what he told me was true is that my older sister and I didn't share our incidents with anyone until about a year after my mother moved to another town. I still get the chills remembering that day. I never had an incident with this girl ever again after, but my father's side of the family always believed my baby brother, who has a couple disabilities, played with her all the years we lived in that house in Whittier. I tend to wonder at times who she was and if she's still at that house. I guess I'll never know. I'm not willing to see if she'll follow me somewhere else. I, 18, female, just remembered a somewhat scary and disturbing experience I had while mirror scrying. I am into all of those crystal and tarot type practices. I used to be way more into it when I was younger, and now that it's been a few years of not being as into it, I want to start doing tarot and using my crystals more. One of the very first times I was doing one of these practices was when I was back mirror scrying. For those who don't know, it's using a black obsidian crystal as a mirror. It's very similar to reading a crystal ball. I was about 13 to 15 when I tried this. I read my spell book on how to do it, setting up a few candles and some crystals. I even made sure to set up a circle of protection to keep evil entities out. Just typing this out makes me feel like I'm one of those crazy witch girlies. I'm not. Well, to an extent I am. Anyway, as soon as I prepared to gaze into the black obsidian crystal my mom had lent me for use as a black mirror, I entered a state of deep concentration. I was really excited at first because I really felt like I did things right, and I started to see things. Looking back, I can't remember what I saw, but it was cool. Until I saw this white-faced figure loom over me in the reflection of the mirror, which kind of reminded me of Slender Man. I've never seen the movie before this, though. Just typing it out brings me back the same anxiety I felt then. I'm not sure how long I sat there in shock, but after about 2 to 3 minutes of sitting in shock, I run out, without opening and shutting my circle of protection, and I go tell my parents what I saw. My parents told me that I was okay and that they would perform a sage cleansing in my room. They never did after I told them that, but they have cleansed it since. I don't know what it could be, and I want to try to black mirror scrying again because crystal ball reading just doesn't really work for me, but seeing that thing is a big no, and all of my friends think it was just in my imagination, but I know what I saw and felt. So yeah, just thought I'd get some strangers' perspectives on what this could be or if it really just was my imagination. The most frightening experience of my life. I stumbled upon this forum the other day, and it got me thinking about my experiences. I don't go around thinking about ghosts and such, but I've had a few strange things happen in my life, but this is undoubtedly the most terrifying. I was probably 16 or 17. At this time in my life, I was a runaway and just crashing with friends. I had been out on a date, and when I returned to my friend's home, I realized it was very late and no lights were on. I didn't want to wake up her parents, so I decided I would stay in the trailer next door. It belonged to her uncle, and I knew he was out of town. I was tired, so I went straight to bed. A few minutes later, I hear heavy footsteps. I assume her uncle came home early from his trip. I called his name and told him why I was there. I got no response, but I kept hearing footsteps, and then I heard boots hitting the floor, as if someone were taking off heavy construction boots. I call his name again. No response. Now, I'm feeling uneasy, and I don't know what to do. I say into the darkness, "Hey Russ, I know it's you. Stop trying to scare me." It's quiet and very dark, and then I feel someone getting in bed with me. I can feel the mattress being pressed down. I can sense the presence of someone. I tense up, and I become paralyzed with fear. I can hear my heart pounding, but I literally can't move, can't speak. For the next several hours, I stay stiff as a board and wide awake with my eyes open, knowing there is something or someone in bed with me. I feel and hear their breath. I continue to feel the mattress move. Finally, I see a hint of daylight in the pitch-black room. I gather enough courage to peek at the bed. I can see an indentation in the mattress. I remain still for another 30 or 40 minutes, waiting on daylight and trying to figure out my next step. I'm going over a plan in my head. Grab shoes and purse and run for the door. Which is what I did. It doesn't end there. I go next door, and my friend is in the living room, The first thing she says to me is, "My mom is upset. What the F were you doing all night?" Mom said you stood at the back window for hours looking into their bedroom, and you kept flickering the light. She knew it was you because your car is there. I began to shake and cry. I never went down the hall to the back room. When her mom came into the living room, I told them the whole story, and she apologized for thinking it was me watching her all night, and she told me about her experiences in that trailer. I then went to my friend's bedroom and passed out from exhaustion. Haunted house on Old Highway 90 in Texas. My husband's grandmother grew up in a small house on a considerable piece of land right off of Old Highway 90. She had grown up in that house and lived there for almost 50 years. She only moved because the landowner sold the land out from under her and evicted her and the whole family. However, as long as I've known my husband, he has talked about his experience in this house. He says growing up, the kids would all sleep in the living room, and he would wake up at all hours to a large, black shape hovering over him for hours. And that it would only go away right before sunrise. Mind you, my husband is a vet, so it takes a lot to really scare him, but this is something that still gives him chills. As a lover of the paranormal, I decided to talk to his mother about it. She told me that when she was 12, she saw a large black shape, in the form of a man, standing in the doorway to the kitchen. And another time, when she was much older, she saw something hovering over her bed one night, the same experience my husband had. At this point, I begin talking to the rest of the family. I finally speak to the grandmother, and she tells me that her oldest son had once fallen asleep on the couch in the living room. He was woken up by a force pushing on his chest, and he saw something, but he never revealed to her what it was. She said to me, "I know a lot of people have seen things in that house, but I never saw anything. And I was never afraid." She believes that because she has her saints and candles placed everywhere and regularly says the rosary, nothing has ever come near her. However, she did tell me that she used to hear footsteps. When I asked her more about it, like if it only happened at night, etc., she said to me that she would hear them at all hours, even during broad daylight. And it sounded as if someone was approaching the door or walking around the house. She also mentioned that she would occasionally go outside but found no one there. She then tells me that her father, before he bought the house, told her that the son of the family who had lived there previously had died, and that's why that family sold the house in the first place. I'm not sure if that's true, but the energy everyone is describing doesn't seem to be a child to me. After speaking with her, I told the rest of the family what she had said. One of the aunts then told me that she would sometimes also hear steps outside on the gravel and that she could see the rocks moving like someone was walking around towards the house. My mother-in-law was sitting with me for this conversation, and she goes, "One time, when I was little, I heard someone calling my name from outside. And when I went to go see who it was, there wasn't anyone there." That same afternoon, I went with my husband to go drive by that house. There's a family living there now, and the house itself has been fixed up and looks fine, but the window of the living room definitely appears to be darker, which could be for a lot of reasons, from the street. Looking back and knowing what I know about this family, which is limited, I feel like the spirit in this house is related to death, almost like a warning sign. This family has experienced all kinds of deaths and illnesses, especially the grandma. She has a mysterious illness and has been bedridden as long as I've known her. Even now, one of the relatives who had lived there is having kidney issues, and another one was recently widowed, just so much tragedy overall. And I wonder if this spirit had anything to do with it. No one has seen it since, so it appears to stay in that house. But I definitely feel like it has affected them all. My other theory is that since it's on the old highway, maybe it's a historical energy? Like from a specific tragedy that happened there? Additionally, there is a church located just a short distance from the house, which may also be relevant. Welcoming any thoughts or theories? Scary apartment, true story I wish wasn't. Okay, so about 3 years ago my mom and I were living in a one-bedroom apartment. We didn't really have any money, and it was the only place we could afford. It was a super old Victorian home in Tacoma, Washington, that had been sectioned off into 4 different little apartments. Since I was a kid, I've always been super sensitive to energy. Whether it's people or a place, if there's some type of negativity, I can sense it. When we first moved in there, I felt weird. I wouldn't say that I felt anything evil there, but the place felt off. A couple months in, I went to spend the night at my boyfriend's place, which wasn't something I did often. At about 9:30 I got a call from my mom, mind you, at the time she was 63. I picked up and could immediately tell she was upset. She asked me if I was at my boyfriend's and if I was okay. I told her yes, I'm perfectly fine, and she then explained to me that she'd gone to lay down to go to sleep when she heard my voice yell her name. At first I doubted if she just had a terrible dream, but she was sure that she hadn't even been lying down more than a minute, still wide awake, and then it was like I was right in the doorway yelling, "Mama." We both tried to forget about it, but my mom was convinced something was there in our apartment that was trying to scare her. A week later she'd gotten some Palo Santos to try cleansing the apartment. She again did this while I was out, but she called me scared, begging me to come home. When I got back, she explained she'd done the usual, starting from the front door, going throughout the living room, to the bed and bath, then the kitchen, working her way from front to back. She said that as she walked back into the living room, where we had a small table and chairs, she found her chair pulled out from the table, tilted back, and balancing on its back legs. I tried reassuring her we would start looking for a new place, but it wasn't going to happen fast because of our money problems. About a month later, while I was on the couch and she was cutting vegetables for dinner, I heard her scream. I ran into the kitchen, and she said she had placed the knife down on the cutting board, turned around to the sink to grab another vegetable, and when she turned back, the knife was gone. She said she turned back to the sink and was checking the counters, but it wasn't there. So she opened up the drawer to get another knife, and when she turned back to the cutting board, it was there again. We left the next day to stay with a friend for a while, but this was the most scared I'd ever seen my mom, and I know it wasn't because she was losing it or just getting old. She's still very lucid. I still believe if we'd stayed there, something bad would have happened to her. Weird stuff happens in my house. Though weird stuff has followed me my entire life, so maybe I'm the haunted one. Anyway, my house was built in 2004, and I bought it in 2008. As far as I know, nothing bad has ever happened here. In our first year in this house, my wife, the cats, and I were all on the couch one night, about 4 feet apart. Suddenly I heard a loud bang on the ceiling, like someone in the bedroom directly above me stomped on the floor as hard as they could. The weirdest part was that I was the only one who heard it. The cats didn't even pick their heads up, and my wife had no idea what I was talking about. The bang happened 2 more times over the next few weeks. Once when I was in the garage late at night, there was a bang on the garage door like someone ran up and kicked it, which I guess is possible but would be out of the ordinary for this neighborhood. Another time, with everybody on the couch, there was a bang on the wall right behind us. Everyone heard that one. Years passed, and my oldest was born and started school. I had a day off in the middle of the week, so I was home alone. I was on the couch watching my laptop, and I saw in my peripheral vision my daughter stick her head out from behind the wall that separates the stairs from the living room. I smiled and heard her giggle and pull back behind the wall. It took a few seconds to realize it was the middle of the day on a Wednesday and my daughter was in school. I searched the whole house, and there was no one. Later I was telling her about what I saw, and she told me she sometimes sees the shadow of a person moving in her window, which is on the 2nd floor. So it goes. Years will pass with no activity to mention. Then a knock or something out of the corner of your eye. A few weeks ago, my 2 daughters, both of our cats, and I were in the kitchen talking when my wife walked in, fresh out of the shower, wrapped in a towel with her hair still wet. She looks at us annoyed and asks, "Well, what do you want?" Confused, we all just look at her, and she explains that one of us just knocked on her bathroom door. Nope, we were all right here. My wife told us she was drying her hair and heard 3 distinct knocks on her bathroom door, and when she opened it, nobody was there. Please help, I'm so desperate. Weird things are happening in my home. I have been waking up in the middle of the night to knocks on my wall. I live alone with my cats. My cats sleep in bed with me, so it wasn't them. It always happens between 2 and 3:30 a.m. At this time my cats go nuts and are hissing and growling at the air. I've checked for any rodents and haven't found any. I also saw a large dog-like shadow in the corner of my room one night. I turned my lamp on, and nothing was there where I saw it. My kitchen cabinets will be left open every Thursday, specifically Thursday. This doesn't happen any other day. I wake up in the morning, and they're all open. Last night my cats were growling and in fighting position at absolutely nothing, so I turned on the hallway light and started looking, and the hallway light blew. Literally exploded. I'm staying at my sister's because I'm too scared to stay in my own house. I'm not sure if this can hurt me. I'm frightened and don't know what to do or what this could be. I've been living in my home for almost a year, and nothing has really happened before. I'm not educated at all on the paranormal. I have no idea what to do in this situation or if it's even safe to go home. Shadow creatures, real-life encounters. My husband and I moved into the apartment we currently reside in a little over 2 years ago. It's quite spacious and has updated amenities. There is a master bedroom with a full bath attached and a guest bedroom with a restroom just outside of it. We live on the top floor of a 3-story apartment building and have only one neighbor with whom we share a wall that is seldom noisy. With that being said, there have been a few instances where I've questioned what I've seen and heard. The first few months that we lived here, I'd noticed that the hall light outside of both of the bedrooms would be on in the morning 2 to 3 times a week. At first, I thought surely it was one of us leaving it on at night and forgetting that we had. Then, after several occurrences and both my husband and I denying that we left it on to each other, I decided to verbally acknowledge that I was turning it off. I looked at my husband before we went into the master bedroom that night and said, "Okay, this is me turning off the light, so we know for certain that it should be off in the morning." I said it jokingly, but part of me was serious and needed an explanation. There would be no reason for him and or me to venture out at night because there's a bathroom in the master bedroom, and we always came to bed with full bottles of water. You can imagine my surprise in the morning when I came out, while my husband still slept, and found the light on yet again, the switch turned up and all. This made my hair stand on end. However, as time went on, the light being on in the hallway lessened and finally stopped about 6 months ago. I've tried to come up with an explanation for it, and the only thing I can think of is that I may be sleepwalking, which is something I used to do up until about 5 years ago. I don't think this is as likely, though, because my husband says he hasn't seen me do it since then, and he always used to catch me doing it, from what he tells me, as I, of course, have no memory of it. Ha! The next instance happened about a year ago in the master bedroom. I was asleep and was woken abruptly by a soft sound, a thud or a pop. The south side of the bedroom has a door that leads to the balcony and always has a bit of light shining through its blind due to the street lights in the parking lot below. As I woke, I turned my head towards the door and saw what looked to be the silhouette of a person standing about a foot in front of it. There were no features, but I could tell by its shoulders and torso that the figure was male, perhaps about 5 feet 7 inches, and it was wearing a hat. Our bed sits opposite the door, so the figure was turned directly towards us about 7 feet from the end of the bed. I was so startled that I jolted out of bed and turned on the light for the entire room. My husband was confused, and I didn't explain to him until morning what I had seen. Of course, there was nothing there. My heart would not stop pounding for about 30 minutes after the incident. I tried rationalizing what I saw as a dream leaking over into reality, if you know what I mean. I had a similar instance happen to me when I was about 14 and saw a figure directly next to my bed standing and looking down. It was so close to my bedside lamp that I thought my eyes had played a trick on me, but at the time, it felt so real. That figure also vanished as soon as I turned on the light. The final and most significant thing happened to me last night, leading to me writing down all of these occurrences. I was lying on my side of the bed, right side, which has a nightstand and a lamp directly next to it. If you were to lie on your side facing out, you'd be facing a window that lets a little light in, much like the patio door. I fell asleep at about 11:30 p.m. and woke facing the outside exactly 45 minutes later. I checked the clock. I don't know why I woke up, but I immediately noticed something on my nightstand. It was roughly the size of a bird, and that was what my brain made it to be. It was completely black and sitting about a foot from my face. I then saw it move to the left, much like the movement of a walking bird, with a little sway. I was so frightened I yet again jumped out of bed and turned on the light, fully expecting there to be a creature on my nightstand. As you can guess, there was nothing when I looked. I checked high and low, no sign of anything, and there had been no noise, and told my husband what I saw. He thought it might have been the dream leaking into reality again, but to me it was so vivid that I was nearly positive there was an animal in the room. I was so exhausted that I wasn't even afraid to turn the light off and attempt to go back to sleep. Here is the odd part. Almost instantly after turning off the light, a memory of my grandfather came into my mind. I could see and hear him so clearly as I lay there trying to fall back asleep, and the thought of him and his voice eventually led me to drift off. He passed away a little over 4 years ago. There was no reason for me to be thinking of him, and I did not even question it until the morning. Was it him that I saw, a ghost, a dream, or something else during the first occurrence? Side notes, I sometimes find our closet light on and hear thuds in the space above our apartment, all minor things. I'd love to hear your opinions on all these shared stories. I don't deny paranormal experiences, but I also try to be rational and find explanations for the unexplained. Any thoughts would be appreciated. Thanks for listening. I saw the Hat Man as I was walking through John Arrowsmith's abandoned farm at 2 in the morning. That farm was located off Hicks Pike in Walton, Kentucky. I was just passing through on the way home right after a break in the fence, and there he was, standing in my path. Of course I stopped. Stood there for what felt like forever. It was obviously someone, but just a dark figure with a wide-brimmed hat. I had to make a choice, either turn back and abandon him, which I absolutely refused to do, or face him and risk getting into a fight. There's a fear you feel when your life is in danger. When people say that your blood runs cold, they are describing a real feeling. I mustered the courage to cautiously advance, uttering greetings like hello and I can see you. I got about 20 feet away, slowly step by step from him, and he just vanished. Like poof, gone. I walked over to where he was and looked around a lot but didn't see anything. I never ventured through that field without the presence of a light source again. A friend of mine also had a creepy experience while walking through there alone, causing him to run all the way to my house. Also, when I told my grandma what I saw, she got very quiet and looked like she'd seen a ghost and told me to stay out of there. She knew John but wouldn't elaborate on exactly why. She said those parts were unnatural. The most interesting part is that all that land has now been developed into houses in the Triple Crown subdivision. If anyone on here lives around those high voltage power lines that pass through the area, you might be in for an experience one day. Any ideas? So I'm currently home alone while writing this. I think my house is haunted. As far as I can remember, odd things have happened in my house, mostly in my room. When we bought the house, the area that is now my room had no insulation or walls, allowing a clear view to the outside wall of the home. When I was younger, I had an odd fascination with sitting in the room. When we put walls in, it became my room. The odd thing is I remember on more than one occasion a shadow floating around or leaving my closet. There is no door on my closet. Also, if I close the door to my room, it tends to either open on its own or there is a repetitive knock on it. I have had this room for 8 years now, I'm 14, and the list only grows, including stuff dispersing and moving. Recently, while I was sitting on my floor reading, a shelf fell off the wall and hit me directly on the back of my head. Sometimes I hear knocks on my window. I live on the second story, and there are no trees near my home. When I'm on my laptop in my room, it likes to glitch a lot, but when I go anywhere else, it doesn't. For the longest time I put it off as nothing, but the old happenings have only grown in number and have gotten more psychical. I tried to get a record on our house, as it was built in the 1920s and we bought it in 2006. But to no luck. The house surprisingly has no draft, and the only thing that creaks is the floorboards. I need help. Does anybody know what this could be? Also, I'm a big history geek, so I have a lot of old stuff in my room from wars and history. Should I go back? As a young man I would always spend time in the woods on a large farm adjacent to ours in rural Ohio. Beside the woods in the middle of a field was a small patch of very dense trees with a family graveyard, spanning 1790s-1850s, that was long forgotten about. Most of the grave markers had fallen over with brush, until I discovered it when I was roughly 12. Ever since discovering it, I would always walk back to it every few weeks and tidy up the area where the headstones were from fallen branches and overgrowth. But it was like I was drawn to it. I would often sit back there by myself and just talk about my day and say hello. And I would always feel like I wasn't alone and that I was being listened to. Sometimes I would just sit there and enjoy the quietness and not say anything. I would do this up until I moved away from the farm in 2020. Jump ahead to present day. Here recently I have had an overwhelming urge to go back to the graveyard like I never have had before. I even had 2 dreams about it on separate occasions of younger me just sitting back there. I read something that the property was going up for sale possibly in the near future for development, and I have scoured the internet to see if there is a marker for the graveyard, and there is not that I could find. So here is the question. Is someone trying to reach out? Or is it just my brain making me worry about the graveyard since I read about it possibly going up for sale and being developed? I don't know. I would like to hear your input on this. Creepy experience at the nursing home. So this is going to sound crazy, but it's 150% true. I'm a nurse in Louisiana, and I work for an agency. That means I'm always going to different facilities that are shorthanded and need a nurse for the night. I usually work around the same 10 facilities in the area and will usually come back to the same facility once every week or 2 weeks. There's this one facility that takes the worst patients, drugged out, severely injured, hospice, etc. Anything goes, and you never know who's on your patient list. At this facility there was a woman. She was widely known in the facility as unpleasant, blind, and demented. She was a very thin, elderly woman in her 80s, with white hair, a skinny face, and a height of only 4 feet 8 inches, and she was bedridden. Nobody liked going in her room or even walking past it. When it was time to give her meds, nurses would bring holy oil left from Sunday Mass in her room with them, and she would always kick them out as soon as they walked past the door threshold. Mind you, she was blind. Her kids came to see her only twice due to her not being kind to them as kids, but when they did come, they put like 10 crosses on the wall the first time, and the second time they came with a priest. Her room is approximately 10 by 12 feet, which makes it look excessively religious given its small size. One night, I was assigned to this facility to work from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., and the nurse I was relieving informed me that I had the lady. So I thought to myself, okay, It's been a while, hopefully she has calmed down and moved on. There are 2 times throughout the shift that I have to give out medication to like 30 people. The first time was at 12 a.m., and the second time was at 5 a.m. Y'all, 12 o'clock came, and I walked past this lady's room. The hall was dark, and the only thing that was lit was the nursing station back down the hall and all the residents' TVs down the dark hall I was on. Y'all, as I got to this lady's room, the lady was hanging out of the bed upside down, feet straight up in the air, fingers on the ground. At first it looked like she was doing a handstand, but her belly was touching the bed in some kind of way. It was still unusually straight up and down and looked unnatural. It looked scary AF, honestly, so I was like, what the F, and I grabbed the lady, well, tried to catch her, but the way she twisted her face up to me almost made me drop her. My entire being felt terrified. Even though she was blind, she was looking at me with a frightening grimace that forced me to turn my head. I looked at where I was placing her in the bed. I turned around to quickly leave, but when I looked back, I saw that the head of the bed was flat while she had lifted both of her legs to form a 90-degree angle with her body. She had a sheet covering her legs, which made them look like a long tent. The lady wasn't even 5 feet tall, yet the tent formed by her legs was about 6 feet long. I stood there for, 10 seconds frozen. She kept saying, "You see me, I see you," over and over and over. I quickly left the situation. 5 a.m. came, and I had to go back. She wasn't receiving medication, and I just had to make sure she was breathing and in bed. It's still dark as I walk to her room. I see her on the side of the bed, mid-jump/hop, and landing back in her bed. Mind you, she jumped and looked at me at the same time. Her TV was on. I walked up quietly. I don't even know how she knew I was there. It wasn't an 80-year-old jump. This was like a jump of an excited kid jumping in the snow. It was eerie and shockingly scary. I was truly scared of her. I had only worked with her twice, over 6 months ago. I knew she said racial slurs and was bedridden. During another shift, I placed pillows under her legs, but I never saw her sitting up in a wheelchair. When my relief came, she was a nurse who was full-time at the facility and thought I lost my mind. She said the resident doesn't even feed herself anymore. She is contracted, cannot move her legs, and is under hospice care. And she is kept on Ativan and morphine PRN, so she is sedated most of the time by family request. She said the lady hasn't talked or really had any quality of life for 3 to 4 months. I hadn't given her any PRN, as needed, medication, just what she was scheduled for at 12, and got out of her room so she wasn't sedated on my shift. The nurse said even so, there's no way she could have moved out of bed, talked coherently, or done any of what I was explaining. The lady appears to be in a vegetative state. We did rounds where she laid eyes on all the patients before I left my shift, and when we came to the lady's room, she looked like she was in a vegetative state. She didn't respond to me, she stopped repeating "You see me, I see you," like nothing. Complete silence. Like she's been that way all along. After that, I stopped going to that facility. I won't say it's demonic, but whatever it was made the room and hall feel heavy, dark, and dangerous. I had goosebumps every time I went close to the room. I lived in a really old apartment for 10 years, hubby and I moved in just after we got married. I remember very early on, my husband would be at work all day, and I'd be in the apartment all by myself and just would get this strong feeling of a presence. My family has a history of psychic abilities, and while I'm not a fully developed psychic, I can sense the presence of spirits when they're in close proximity. I could go on and on about this place, but the main thing is that I'd very often get the strongest feeling that there was a man in the hallway. I just knew he was standing in one corner of the hallway watching me. I never told anyone about that feeling until just a couple of years ago when I was talking to my oldest son about that place. We have since moved far away. He told me about all the ghosts in that apartment, and one of them was an African American man who was always in the hallway. I just couldn't believe what he was telling me. I then mentioned to my husband what our son said, and he told me that an African American man had been ended by the police in our apartment just a few months before we had moved in. I was shocked he didn't tell me, but he didn't want to scare me. I guess that was a good thing because otherwise I probably wouldn't have tolerated living there for so long, actually knowing what had happened. But to have that validation of what I kept feeling, it was crazy. Our neighbors had come to me one day and said they had just had a psychic come visit their apartment because they were always seeing stuff. The psychic said there was a portal between their apartment and mine. That would explain why my son kept seeing different people. Funny, though, that I never even mentioned to them about my experiences. When I was a teen, my stepfather was home from rotation. It was about late fall, and he invited me to go on a weekend hunting trip with a few guys from his unit. They ended up renting a cabin for the trip. On our last night, They started sharing some stories with me while sitting outside, over a fire, and I don't remember exactly what was said, but one of them whistled. And my dad snapped at them and told them to shut up. At the time he didn't explain why. Later that night, around 4 a.m., I got up for some reason. I heard a faint female voice coming from outside, saying, "Help me. I'm hungry and cold. Help me." I woke my dad up and told him. He paused as if trying to hear for himself. And told me it's just the wind. And to go back to bed and stay away from the doors and windows. He had a very calm tone. Yet there was something in his voice that I'd never heard before that made me obey without question. Later that morning as we were leaving, we found claw marks on the front door and a rear window, as if something was trying to get in. Tracks were also found. And he says, "Thank you." Imagine my surprise when the local hospice called me and asked if I would be able to do a home cleansing for a patient. As one of the few witchy types living in a very rural Christian town, it wasn't often I was consulted for spiritual assistance. Well, ever, actually. I agreed to meet with his nurse at hospice and discuss the matter. Now I'm thinking, this is just something the patient wants, and they're humoring him. So, further imagine my surprise when I arrive at a meeting with 3 nurses, 2 directors, several other staff members, and the hospice spiritual advisor. These people go on to tell me that this patient and his home are basically under attack by some dark force. Several nurses refuse to even go to his house anymore. They've all seen things yeet across the room and suffered ill physical effects there, such as headaches and respiratory distress. The patient's wife placed open Bibles about the home only to watch them slam shut and take flight, slamming into the walls. The minister, though not overwhelmingly happy to see me, put his hands up and fully admitted there was a really big problem and he had no clue what to do about it. So now I'm like, okay. Sure, let's see what we've got. When I agreed, a nurse gave me a cross that had been blessed by a priest and told me to keep it. I'm going to speed through the malevolent spirit here because, believe it or not, it's nowhere near the freakiest part of this story. Long story short, all accounts were absolutely accurate, the place was totally screwed up. While moving through the house conducting a home cleansing, it became so hard to breathe that it was hard to even get the words out. In the 11th hour, all people present felt this massive whoosh, and then the patient's wife collapsed. She ended up being just overwhelmed, I think. I stayed for the rest of the afternoon. Eventually the hospice people even left. Everyone involved felt things were significantly better, especially the patient. So we chatted and visited happily. I don't really like to discuss my views with those who may not share them. But they asked me who I thought had been haunting them. Without going too much into detail, I said I think it was just some sort of dark entity, not anything that ever was a living human. The wife remarked that she always suspected that it was that guy that stabbed him. She went on to spin quite the tale about a man who'd once stabbed her husband in a long-ago bar fight. The perpetrator had gone to prison and then later died. At the time I thought they were way off about that, but didn't discuss it further. But later that evening I revealed the day's crazy events to my husband and mother-in-law. When I reached the part about the stabbing, she went pale. She asked the name of the patient, and I told her. The person who had stabbed him was my mother-in-law's brother, my husband's uncle. Let me now further mess with your head by totally glossing over that fact because guess what? That's not the freaky part either. After that day, I paid the patient, Andy, changed to protect identity, numerous visits. Just to check in on him. Evaluate the spiritual state of his house. I even did some tarot readings for his family. All remained well for the rest of his life, which was about 6 months. It was a sunny day when Andy's wife called to let me know he'd passed peacefully. I spoke to her quietly, and when I got off the phone, my little girl toddled up to me. She was not even 2 and had, of course, been strictly protected from any and all knowledge of the spiritual assistance I'd been providing. She knew nothing of the visits nor the phone call I'd just received. Heck, she could barely speak complete sentences. Nonetheless, she motioned for me to bend down, and I did. She placed her little hand on my cheek and gave me a beautiful smile. Then she said, "And he says, thank you." This is the most disturbing experience of my life, and I don't know what is happening in here, help me. Last week, I witnessed something so bizarre that I struggle to find the words to describe it. It would be comforting to see that I'm not alone. In a way, it's a help in this hell. And does anyone know if it's normal for a guitar to play by itself in the middle of the night? I was showing my house to my friends yesterday, and when I went into a room where some things from deceased relatives are kept, I showed them my great-uncle's old guitar. Since we were relaxed, I lightly ran my hand across all the strings. The sound was deep, and everyone was watching closely. When I turned back to my friends, the sound played again, that same deep sound. We all ran out. After minutes of silence and cold sweats, Michael said that, strangely, he saw the strings moving on their own, as if someone were running their hand over the guitar. I'm still perplexed. Can anyone tell me what this could be? Ever since then, things have been happening in my house, framed pictures falling, even though the nails remain intact, female voices calling my name, and worst of all, what happened yesterday. I have 2 dogs, a female and a male. I was cleaning the house, and once again I went into that room. I cleaned everything, including the guitar, which still gives me chills when I touch it. However, as I was leaving and closing the door, I saw my dog. I kept closing the door while calling him, but when I turned toward the kitchen, she, my female dog, was already there, looking at me confused. I opened the bedroom door, and there was no sign of anything. I'm afraid, and I don't know what to do. I grew up poor in the mountains of Southwest Virginia. We didn't have cable, internet wasn't available, and we lived in a rural, isolated location, so there were no other kids to go out and play with. As a teen, I would often spend my time hunting or riding my bike a few miles to the river to go fishing. I was the stereotypical country boy. I was and am completely comfortable and at home in the woods by myself, even at night. We had hounds, and I took them out alone that night to go hunt raccoons. I went to our hunting grounds and turned them loose, the same as I had done plenty of times before. I sat down and waited for them to open on a track. We didn't have the best dogs, they were young and not trained up great yet. If the dogs couldn't find a raccoon track, they would instead open on a rabbit, deer, or another animal. After a few minutes they hadn't opened, and that was very odd. I started to walk and call for them, but I wasn't getting any response. I kept walking and came out of some brush into the cow field so I could walk easier and go call for them in the next holler over. A holler is a small valley in between 2 ridge lines. As I come out into the cow field, I notice the entire ridge line, a couple hundred yards worth of ridge line, is glowing red. I first thought that the farmer was clearing brush and had a giant bonfire burning. I went to check it out and make sure it wasn't instead a forest fire starting. As I got closer to the top of the ridge, I noticed the glow was solid and not flickering the way flames should. I noticed there was no smell of smoke, I noticed the sheer amount of light, and most of all, I noticed the color. It was red, a bright, vibrant red. The only way I can describe it is the way a stoplight on a dark street will cast a red glow on everything. That's the color that was reflecting back to me off all the trees. I froze. This wasn't something natural. This was way off of the beaten path with no electricity. It would be possible for a lifted 4x4 truck or tractor to get there, but there's no way to make that much light without a lot of vehicles lined up with their brake lights on. I had a 20-gauge single-shot shotgun with me loaded with birdshot. I happened to have a few shells of buckshot and some slugs in my backpack. I quickly loaded a slug and held a few other shells in my hand for quicker follow-up shots. I prepared to defend my life. I was absolutely terrified and believed whatever was happening was a danger to me. I snuck home as quickly and quietly as possible without using my flashlight. I told my mom and stepdad what I had just seen, but they brushed it off, and I was scolded for leaving the dogs in the woods. I guess they thought I was just lazy and didn't want to go after them or something. They knew the way home and were waiting in their doghouse for breakfast the next morning. The next day I went back and looked for any signs of what I might have seen. There was nothing unusual, no burnt areas from a fire, no tire tracks, and I searched diligently for an explanation for what I had observed. A few days after that I woke up and went into the living room. My stepdad was waiting for me. He jumped up and said he had seen that light also. He had been hunting in another location in the opposite direction of the house, but both were still within walking distance. He was waiting for the dogs to open with his light off when 3 bright flashes of red light lit everything around him. He said it was bright enough he could have read a newspaper. We never had another encounter with the red light. I don't know what it was. I'm not saying aliens, possibly military, but I'm not ruling anything out. I joined here solely looking for others that might have had a similar experience. The most intense paranormal experience I've ever had. My experience happened at a cemetery just outside the town of Lafayette, Oregon. But before I tell you what I experienced, I'd like to give you a little bit of the history. I'd have to fact check, but I believe a couple years before Oregon became a state, I want to say the 1850s, maybe the late 1840s, a woman's son was accused of witchcraft. Quite possibly a legitimate accusation, but who knows? Her son was ended under the accusation, and she was obviously very upset about it. So she reacted accordingly and was sentenced to die herself. I can't remember if she was accused of the same charges. But nonetheless, she was sentenced to die. Just before her execution, which I believe involved burning her at the stake, she cursed the town of Lafayette, stating that it would burn completely down 3 times before the curse was lifted. Since then, believe it or not, the town has burned completely down twice. Legend has it that she haunts the Lafayette Cemetery, chasing out disrespectful visitors who challenge her existence at dusk and at night, leaving scratches on their backs. So here's my experience. I and some of my buddies were bored high school students on a Friday night and decided we wanted to go ghost hunting. We were going to go to an abandoned insane asylum, but we heard some of our friends got arrested for trespassing there just the week prior. So we decided to not go there. I went online looking for haunted places nearby us. I'm from Dundee, Oregon, so I got online and looked around and found the story of the Lafayette Cemetery. I told my buddies the story. Hesitant to the idea, they agreed we should go check it out for ourselves. I've always believed that I was a bit more sensitive to the paranormal and could pick up on energies around me. I'm very good at reading people. Whether they're good people or not, etc. So anyways, we get there at around 11:45 p.m. I'll try to paint a small picture of the landscape. The cemetery is surrounded by farmland on all sides, but the land is very flat. The cemetery is on a hill. It's the only hill for some miles, actually, and it has the only thicket of trees for some miles. You can Google Earth it for a good picture. We parked off the road, got our flashlights, and started to walk past the gate to the winding road that goes to the top of the hill, where the cemetery is. As soon as I passed the gate, I felt like I was being intently watched. Like staring me the doo-walk down. Pardon my language, but I can't express the hardcoreness of the feeling of being watched. As soon as I felt the stare, I instantly stopped in my tracks and thought to myself, oh my god, she's here, and she knows why we're here. My friends didn't believe in ghosts, so needless to say, they didn't notice anything odd and were 50 yards in front of me walking up the hill while I stood there by myself, dumbfounded. I don't know why, but I knew this energy or spirit was a very, very angry female. And something in me knew it was the lady I read about. I remember thinking to myself, and simultaneously telepathically speaking to her, I'm not here with bad intentions, and I'm strictly here out of curiosity and to pay my respects. I promise I'm not here in any disrespect. I kept saying those words in my mind to her over and over and over again. Almost like a prayer. I felt the gaze coming out of the thicket of blackberry bushes and other vegetation off the side of the path going uphill. Like I could pinpoint where this energy was. I repeated my prayer a few more times. I walked further trying to catch up to my friends, and when I took 10 steps forward, I felt this energy bum rush me. Like it was 30 yards away from me, looking at me from the forest in 1 second, and the next second it was right up in my face. And I started to panic because I couldn't see anything. A very bizarre feeling. It's a strange feeling when you can't see something, but you know it's there nonetheless. The feeling was amazing, for lack of better words. But what was weird was I felt the energy move in its path toward me. It didn't teleport like it was there and then in my face without a path. I could sense the path. Very hard to explain. But anyways, it was right up in my face now. And I repeated my prayer. I felt it circle me slowly. I knew she was judging me. I could just tell. I knew she was deciding for herself if I was full of shit or not. Thankfully I wasn't, and she knew that. While I felt her menacing, angry, sad, and judgmental gaze circle me a full circle, the feeling of her presence slowly dissipated, and I never felt or sensed anything the rest of that night, nor the next 2 times I went there, trying to sense her again. I swear on everything, this is true. Believe it or don't. I don't care. This truly happened to me, and it was incredible. I'm so glad I was able to experience that on that night. I wouldn't trade that experience for anything. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. Supernatural things have been happening at my house lately, please help. I live in Western NY, and over the past 6 days some creepy stuff has been happening at my grandma's house. I am 23 years old, go to school for computer science, and have a pretty good head on my shoulders. My grandmother was recently put in a home, 1 or 2 months ago, after falling down the stairs and breaking her ribs. I have been staying in the house since it's close to my school. The house sits right on Lake Ontario on about 2 acres of land and has about 11 30-40-foot evergreens that separate the house from the main road. On April 18th, my friend, who we will refer to as John, came over around 9:30 at night to hang out and play some video games. I was playing at the time, and he was watching when he tapped me on the shoulder and asked, "Could I hear that?" At first I only took off one side of my headset and didn't hear anything. Then I completely took it off and listened closely. From outside the window you could hear something crying. It was just around 10:30 at night, so you couldn't see past the black screen. It was a little chilly that night, so normally the window wouldn't have been open, but it was pretty hot in the room from the computer running. It sounded like a woman was crying hysterically, but there weren't any screams or muffled noises like she was trying to talk, just really loud sobbing. John said he heard the crying for about 45 seconds before he tapped me on the shoulder. As I listened to the crying, for about 5 seconds, I opened up the window more and stuck my head as close to the screen as I could so I could hear better, and what I heard next hasn't left my mind since that night. I started to hear the evergreens in the front of my house, also where the crying was coming from, shaking, and the rustling noise that the pines were making was so loud it almost sounded like a white noise. The rustling noise happened for a couple seconds, and then the crying stopped. Everything stopped, dead silent, not a single noise came from outside. Then I heard something cutting through the air. The sound reminded me of a large bird gliding through the air, you could hear it so crisp and clear. That's why I have been telling myself it was a large owl attacking a rabbit/fox, even though that doesn't explain the extremely creepy crying. Both John and I heard a large thump and then a huge splash. My front yard by the evergreens is under water from all the snow melting. After the splash it went silent again for what seemed like a second or two, and then I began to hear what sounded to me like bone crunching. It was so loud it made me sick to my stomach, nothing like I've ever heard on Animal Planet or any TV show, it sounded so much more real. The bone crunching went on for a couple seconds, then stopped, and everything went silent again. At that point I felt like whatever was outside saw me in the window leaning on the screen. Chills went up my spine, and then I heard it take off, the same sound of something big cutting through the air. It took it half a second to fly across my front yard. I could hear branches being snapped going across my yard and into the neighbors. As I was listening to it move through my yard, John ran over and shut the window, and we both sat there for an hour contemplating what we just heard. John is a pretty big guy, played lineman in college football, and is also a very rational person, works with stocks/investments and doesn't believe in religion. After John shut the window and sat down next to me, I looked at him and could see he was scared to the bone. He claims he's never heard anything like that in his life, and we both agree what we heard was something being brutally ended, but what was killed and what killed it is why I'm sharing here. I am a religious person. I don't go to church every Sunday, but I pray and know there is a higher power out there besides us. We sat there for an hour trying to rationalize what we just heard. Was it just a normal animal attack? If so, why didn't we hear any screeches or squeals when it was attacked, and what kind of animal sounds like a woman crying when it is in distress? My brother and father are more outdoors than I am, they hunt, while I prefer electronics and technology. My brother showed me sounds of rabbits/foxes, mating calls, distress calls, and injured sounds. Nothing sounded like the hysterical crying that I heard. Another thing to note is that all of this was so loud and clear it sounded like it was being played from a speaker right outside the window, but that's impossible because the room is on the second floor. John was so scared he didn't leave my house until midnight and had me walk him to his car when he finally left. At first he wouldn't say what he thought it was, but finally the other day he admitted to me that he thought it was a witch of some sort. Another explanation we tried to tell ourselves is that something was hit by a car and then finished off. But we never saw any lights or cars go by. So at first I tried to make myself believe it was some crazy animal attack or maybe even a Bigfoot killing off some animal, but then 2 nights ago I saw something that makes me believe what I heard was more like a spirit. I was Snapchatting the Toronto lights. You can see the lights of Toronto on a clear night across Lake Ontario. At first I didn't see anything, but when I rewatched my video, I saw a black orb flying around the tree closest to the lake. I've shown my parents and siblings the video, and all agree that they see a black orb flying around. I told my parents about the noises I heard. My father thinks I'm taking acid, but my mother believes me. The morning after I heard the attack, I went out to the evergreens as soon as I woke up to see if there was anything like fur/blood that would help me determine what I heard, but I found exactly what I expected. Nothing. The crying/attack sounds I heard lasted only about 15 seconds, so even if whatever was killed started to bleed, it didn't have enough time to leave a trail or make the water bloody. I just recently told my housekeeper what happened, and she told me she would bring over white sage and cleanse the house. She's Native American and has some weird stories of her own. Please tell me what you guys think or ask any questions that you may have. Was it a witch that transformed into some type of flying creature? Did some sort of sacrifice happen around my house, and was the rustling noise I heard some sort of portal opening? Or maybe it was just a giant owl killing a wounded fox? I can't wait to hear what you guys think because it's all I've been thinking about for the past 6 days. Side note, I am currently investigating any strange deaths that happened in the area recently. Also, April 15th was a full moon, 3 days before the occurrence. After this week of weird shit happening, I am so unsettled and feel weird about life itself, that there is so much more out there that we don't know. I stay in haunted hotels throughout Arizona by myself as a skeptic and lover of vintage items. Things I saw that I can't explain/gaslight myself about. The shadow of a child on the front steps of the Copper Queen Hotel. I stared at the apparition for a minute, and it didn't move until I forced myself to keep walking. This figure reminded me of the scary alien silhouette in the movie Signs. But smaller. Then again, probably not real and just my mind playing tricks on me. But I looked back again at the same spot, and it was gone. The siren-like vibes of the Superstition Mountains. I like to hike alone, and the first time here I felt like I was in a weird daze, unlike anything I've experienced before. It was starting to get dark, and it was almost like the mountain was putting a spell on me. It was like a high, almost. I felt super euphoric, but I was also getting lost. Thank God I have my parked car on my Apple Maps. That was the only thing that saved me. I never lose sight of where I'm going when I hike alone, but this time I just wanted to happily doze off in the unknown mountains. It was like a nightmare. Heard a woman comforting a distressed fawn in the forest this evening. Not sure if this is the right place for this, but I'm suspecting paranormal activity. Most days, I run the forest trails of a bike park near my house. This evening I was just walking along and heard to my right a fawn bleeding. At the same time, I heard a woman comforting the fawn. It sounded like a woman who had found an injured animal. I couldn't hear her words, but she spoke to it like a baby. I'm thinking something must be wrong, so I curiously call out, "Hello?" The forest goes silent. I call out again. In a friendly voice, twice more. Nothing. It sounded like the woman and fawn were right in the same area together, probably 30 feet away from me. There were tall reeds down the embankment and dense woods, and it was hard to see. I take a step off of the trail, and an owl takes off from the ground in a thrush of dead leaves. Way too close to me to be the sound of the distressed animal. You might expect that this woman would have responded when I called out. I'm a woman also. This trail is about 4 miles long and never super busy. You may see 1 or 2 bikers for miles of trail. I can't imagine that she was scared of me. And why would she be down in the riverine swamp forest? I was a mile from my car, which was the only one there when I left, so she didn't drive. It was just me out there. I stood around for about 5 minutes. I strolled around without venturing into the reeds. Nothing. This isn't the first time I've heard a woman out there. It's happened twice now, and I've been going there for about 2 years. Both instances were this summer. I was just running when I heard 2 women in the distance off the trail to my left talking. Middle of the bright summer day. I stop and look. No one is there. The voices are gone. Again, probably 30 to 40 feet away. It was just a couple of women having a casual conversation. Down by the swamp as well. It was muggy, and mosquitoes were awful. I thought, what in the world? Perhaps they're bird watchers or ecologists or something? This is rough terrain off trail. Think of a reedy swamp where you would have to be wearing high boots. A pine barren ecosystem in the south. If the situation is paranormal, I would speculate that it involves the occult. Which is dabbling in something. Someone sacrificing an animal? I'm not a big believer in cryptids, but I've heard skinwalkers can mimic humans. This bike park is in a rural area, far from town, so there are no homeless people or just randos wandering around. Thoughts? I used to live in an older apartment building, built in 1956, near Hancock Park, and I'm pretty sure it was haunted. I found out after my spooky experience that the building manager had had a few paranormal encounters in her unit, too. For context, I lived with a roommate, and my room had an ensuite bathroom. It creeped me out a little because the bathroom had no windows and would randomly smell of cigarette smoke. This was especially weird because of the lack of windows and the fact that there was nothing on the other side of my bathroom wall, no unit, stairwell, etc. The door to the bathroom was next to my side of the bed, and I would usually leave it open to air out the smell. I had just broken up with my boyfriend of 5 years and was feeling stressed out. I woke up in the middle of the night to see someone standing in my bathroom, staring at themselves in the mirror. It was dark and hard to see without my glasses, but the figure looked like my ex. This scared the shit out of me, and my half-asleep mind immediately concluded that he was here to hurt me. I decided to surprise him by jumping out of bed and flipping on the light. As soon as I did that, he was gone. The bathroom was empty, but the smell of tobacco was stronger than ever. I kept the bathroom door closed every night for the rest of my lease and moved the duck out as soon as I could. It was a shame the bathroom was haunted because the rent was really low for that area and the unit was nice otherwise. I am sharing the most frightening and exclusive paranormal experience from my childhood. So, it's a memory from my childhood, from about 15 years ago when I was a little 7-year-old child. Now I have to stop for a second and swear that this thing really did happen. It's one of my clearest and most lucid memories from that time of my childhood. I remember this occurrence clearly from day one. When I was a little child, I was very afraid of the dark, terribly afraid. I would feel uncomfortable and uneasy in total darkness, especially when it was bedtime, so I often would run to my grandmother's room and ask nicely if I could sleep in her bed. She would let me most of the time. So that specific night I did exactly just that, and I would always sleep on the side with the night lamp my grandma had on her drawer. That night I felt really paranoid. I don't even know if a child my age could comprehend the definition of paranoia. I felt really heavy and uneasy even with my grandma lying by my side reading a book. So a little further down that moment, my grandma fell asleep, and she would always tell me that when I'm ready to sleep to turn off the night lamp, so as I said, I felt uneasy and heavy and decided to try and sleep with it on. I remember falling asleep. I don't know how much time I slept, but I woke up in a gut-spinning terror and panic and looked at my grandmother's side. The light was still on, as I did not turn off the night lamp, and there it was as clear as day. I saw a terrifying figure standing beside the bed near my grandmother, pulling on her hand. It had a black robe and a black hood covering itself, with hands as pale as snow, human hands, I swear it on my life. I remember starting to cry. I leapt in fear from the bed and ran round the bed to my grandmother's side. I remember its feet being the same color as its hands and also human feet. I remember the feeling of pulling it. The feeling of the cloth I pulled as I tried to make it leave my grandmother alone. It didn't even look at me, it was focused solely on pulling on my grandma's hand. I cried really loudly, and my grandma was not waking up. It all happened in a moment, from start to finish. At the end, I remember it suddenly disappearing and that I fell flat on my back because I lost my grip. Then my grandmother woke up. She saw me sitting on the floor crying in panic and distress. I was so confused as to what happened that night. She asked me why I was crying and what I was doing on the floor. I decided to stay silent. I don't know, I guess I was ashamed that she would laugh at me, not really knowing how to explain it at that moment. I walked back to my side of the bed, lay down, and regained my calmness. I swear it happened, the only paranormal event in my life up until now. I told it to a few close friends, and that's all, not even to family. Now I'm sharing it with you guys. Remember it clear as the day it happened, and even remember the feelings and emotions I had that night. What could it be? I still don't know to this day, and my grandma seems fine even today, after all these years and after that event. My childhood nightmare saved my life. When I was 10 years old, I used to have a recurring nightmare about my death. I can't recall all the details, but I was always looking through a window frame from the outside in my dreams. There was also an orange jacket or garment on a chair inside that I could see through the window. I would make a motion as if I was going to ascend a rung, and suddenly I would fall what felt like at least 3 stories. Then I'd be lying down staring up at the sky and see a wooden ladder, presumably from which I fell. The image of this ladder leaning against a house would be the last thing I'd see before waking up. These nightmares probably wouldn't have caused me so much distress if it hadn't been for how goddamn real they felt. I could smell the air and feel the sun on my back. I could even feel the incredible pain throughout my body as I lay on the ground. Anyways, I pretty much forgot all about these nightmares as I grew older. I stopped having them around age 11 and never had one again. I'm 33 now, and my good friend just got married to his high school sweetheart. We'll call him Jerry. They live in a nice barn-style house that he built himself. I have limited carpentry skills, but despite knowing this, my friend asked me to help him with certain parts of the building process, drywall, putting in windows, shingling, and whatnot. I think he just wanted to spend some quality man time with me, to be honest. It took a total of 11 months to complete the house. And like I said, I would drop by from time to help Jerry with the odd job. Once the house was nearing completion, Jerry had started putting in the windows. He asked me to come down one weekend to help him put some windows on the 3rd floor. We completed 3 windows that Saturday before calling it a day around 7. Sunday morning Jerry called me up to ask a favor. There was a big storm coming in Sunday night, and he had realized that while we did put the windows in, we didn't seal one of them with caulking. He didn't like the idea of water getting inside after we just put the drywall up, so he asked me to seal the window up soon if I could. He had to take his wife to the hospital, so he was unable to, plus I only lived 20 minutes away. So after a brief McDonald's breakfast, I headed down to the house, found the caulking gun, and then searched for a ladder. Jerry had brought 2 down to the site, 1 aluminum and 1 wood. I grabbed the wooden one, as it was already on the side of the house with the unsealed window. Once I propped it up against the house, I began to ascend. Once I was high enough, I was able to peer through the window, and when I did, I felt like a jolt of electric fear went through my body. The nightmares I had as a kid came back to me in a flash. The smell, the warm sun hitting my back. It was identical to the dream. And I also recognized Jerry's orange hunting jacket that he had left on a chair on the other side of the window. Everything was exactly the ducking same. Remembering the rest of the dream, I quickly descended the ladder and went to my truck feeling kind of disturbed. I stood there for a while debating if I should try to seal the window or not. In the end, what I did was try my best to seal it from the inside. I'll admit I did a half-assed job, but hey, can you blame me? I finished up and went home, trying to forget about it all. The following weekend Jerry asked me to come down and help him shingle the roof. When I arrived there, I noticed Jerry was limping a bit. When I asked him what happened, he said he rolled his ankle when one of the rungs on his wooden ladder broke. He was only a few feet up, so it wasn't a big deal. That was it for me. I stayed calm, but mentally I was a wreck. Not only did my dream somehow predict that ladder breaking, but I half knew about it but never even warned Jerry. I felt like shit. That's about it though. Later on I did realize that I must have had the ladder upside down when I climbed it, meaning the defective rung would be near the top. When Jerry went to use it, he must have flipped it the other way so the rung was near the bottom. I still think about this from time to time, and it never ceases to disturb me. My stepdaughter is a magnet for the paranormal. I had never noticed any darkness around her when she was a child, but when she turned about 22 and she was in a relationship with her baby daddy, she seemed to become very secretive and sneaky. One day they both came over. It was about 8 o'clock at night. They were doing laundry at our house. About 10 minutes after they had been there, I started hearing this metal banging outside on the roof by the kitchen. It was very deliberate and loud. I've lived in this house for 30 years and haven't heard it before or since. Instinctively I knew they had brought some evil with them. All I said to them was, whatever you guys are involved with, you better stop doing it. I was really scared, but I went outside. Saw nothing. Came in, and it started again off and on until they left. They broke up, and she moved into an apartment by herself. She slept over a few times at our house because she was scared. Shortly after one of the times she slept over, I fell asleep on the living room couch, where she had slept. I was awakened by an all-black ghost woman who spoke to me. It sounded like she was talking to me underwater, asking me where Nell was. I ran through the ghost to my bedroom and didn't come back out. Nell called me a few weeks later and told me this ghost lady in her apartment wouldn't leave her alone. I had never told her about the ghost I'd seen. So I invited her to join me on an outing to the mall. In the vehicle, the car doors would lock and unlock by themselves. Nell said, she came with us. When we got to the mall, we walked by a custodial closet, and the door opened by itself. Then we went to a shop where the automatic doors kept opening by themselves. On the way back we almost had a head-on collision. On top of that, in 2 cars in which she has been a passenger, the hoods have flown up while the cars were in motion. I'm 33, female, and have been haunted by something my whole life. From as early as I can remember, there has been a presence in my life that at times has made me feel really uneasy. As a small child I couldn't sleep in my bedroom because I would wake up screaming that there was someone with me in there. I've still got the scar from when I was 4 and a rusty old fishing hook got stuck in my leg when I was asleep in bed, even though nobody has ever fished in my house. As a teenager, things progressed to the point where I would hear noises from around the house and see things out the corner of my eye. My dog wouldn't sleep in my bedroom and would lie at the threshold of the door all night, sometimes whimpering. One minute, I could be sitting in a room completely fine, and the next, a feeling of pure dread and terror would overwhelm me. There was a small bookshelf at the bottom of my stairs, and I was leaning on it one day, and it started to shake violently. Whilst lying in bed one time with my eyes shut, I felt someone sit on the bed. I was very confused when I opened my eyes and nobody was there. I can't remember everything, but there were lots of creepy little things that happened and couldn't be explained. Since then I've lived in a few different houses, and there has been the same feeling that something is there with me. My current dog acts really strange sometimes and sits looking at the corner of the ceiling or barking into doorways and things like that. Pictures have fallen off the wall, and things have been moved or lost. A couple of times I have been woken up by someone shaking me, and when I've come round, there's been no one there at all. One night I was awakened by the feeling of someone sitting on my chest, and again there was no one there. I have walked into rooms, and there have been strange smells, and I have been puzzled as to where they're coming from. That has happened lots of times. Even though this has been going on all my life, I still feel really uneasy about it, and sometimes I am absolutely terrified. The worst thing that has happened was I was sitting on my sofa, and there was a mirror on the wall behind me, and it fell off, hit the back of the sofa, and smashed into pieces right behind my head. I was really worried about the dog stepping on any pieces because they went all over the floor as well. I don't feel like I'm at risk but would like to feel comfortable in my own home. I don't know why this is happening to me, but any advice would be much appreciated. When I was about 7 years old, I lived with my family and another one in the same house. The other family had bought a creepy frowning clown painting. My friend, who belonged to the other family, kept the painting in his room, and every night he woke up crying, claiming that the painting said, "Come play." No one believed him for days, but then I believed him when I saw the man in yellow. I was going to get some water when I passed his room and saw that the door was opening, revealing something yellow inside. That wasn't him. He had worn Spider-Man pajamas that night. I hid behind a wall and heard a deep hello. When the door eventually closed, I ran back to my room and hid under the covers. About 5 minutes passed, and I heard him crying again. We all checked on him, and I told the adults what had happened. Of course no one believed us. My best friend, who had come over, was unaware of the situation, but his sister was informed. Weird things had happened, like footsteps and knocking and all of that paranormal stuff, but 3 things were the most terrifying. 1. When my best friend came over, we were playing with our toys, but then he asked me if my uncle came over, and I said no. Then he asked, "Who is the guy in the yellow behind you?" Without hesitation, I grabbed my friend, pulled him out of the room, and while sobbing, I told everyone that what he saw was a ghost, which immediately brought him to the verge of tears. 2. We set up a Charlie board to try to talk to it. When we asked, "Why are you here?" the pencil pointed to my friend, his sister, and me. When we asked, "Will you hurt us?" it said, "Yes." 3. The adults had reached their limit and placed the painting in the living room to prevent him from seeing it. We all thought we would sleep like babies, but then he cried, and then he pointed at the wall. The painting had moved on its own. We threw it away thankfully, and it never came back. I have a theory of what would have happened if we didn't throw it away. I believe that the direction in which the pencil was pointing at us indicated how the yellow man intended to end us. A few weeks ago, I asked where they had obtained that painting, and they told me it was from a swap meet, purchased from an old woman who definitely did not live in our city. I see/hear creepy stuff. I've always been able to hear and see stuff that usually isn't there. My first was when I was a baby, so I don't really believe it fully, but it's intriguing. I was in a room at the age of 4 with my mom and my grandma, and I pointed to an empty corner of the room and said, "Who's that man?" Which, of course, freaked out my grandma and my mother. Ha ha. Like I said though, kids say the dumbest things, so I don't count that one. The first ones that I do count started when I was about 11 or 12. I was living in my grandma's house after my parents had gotten a divorce, and I would start to hear tapping on my window. It wasn't that strange at first, but it was consistent. Night after night the tapping went on and on. It wasn't until one night in my curiosity that I thought I'd try something. I tapped on the window, shake and a haircut, and the window tapped back twice, 2 bits. After that, I thought I had unlocked something. I started hearing footsteps at night, I felt uncomfortable in empty rooms, and I heard conversations downstairs that were so soft that I couldn't understand. It sounded like a dinner party was going on downstairs. I like to imagine a 1950s ball dance because of the Disney Haunted Mansion room. None of that really bothered me that much, though, it just kept me a bit edgy. One night when I was 14, my grandma was driving home along this highway at about 9 p.m.-ish, at night. I saw something for about 2 seconds that I can't really explain. I saw this shadow man thing that was blacker than the night on the side of the road. We turned so that the headlights shone directly at the shadow man, but instead of disappearing like normal shadows do, the shape of the man remained unchanged. It was horrifying because it was this fully illuminated shadow that was in the shape of a man, yet it was blobby and distorted, like the shadow was trying to look like a man but couldn't quite get it. Needless to say, this spooked the hell out of me, and I was shivering all night. My grandma was really surprised at how shocked I was the rest of the night. I was interested in the paranormal, though, so this was cool as well as being scary, so it wasn't that bad, I suppose. So nothing happened for a while, until I was 16 to 17 and alone at my house during my time in an online school. That's when the shit really hit the fan. At night when I went to get a drink of water or snacks, I started seeing faces in the corner of my eye, in the windows. These were distorted faces of people that looked angry or mad at me. They weren't just flashes either, they remained in sight. All I had to do was look back at the spot where I thought I saw something, and suddenly, there would be a scary face. I started seeing these weird shapes and figures in the corner of my eye during this time. I just figured I was getting cabin fever from being in too much, so I wrote it off. A year later, at 18 years old, I started hearing running down the hallway, like someone was playing around running up and down or running back to get something they forgot for school. However, this unusual activity occurred at 3 a.m., adding to the eerie atmosphere. Not hard steps either, it sounded like someone had socks on or something. Strange. In the same year, I was getting something to eat at night again, I'm fat, I know, and as I turned off the lights in the kitchen to go back to my room, this giant shadow flew over me. Engulfs me and flies right the duck over me. A giant figure seemed to jump on me and pass through me. I don't know if that was a trick of the eyes or whatever, all I know is that it was the same darker than dark as I've seen when I saw that shadow man. As of now, the faces have kind of died down, not too many windows in this house, and the noises have died down. However, I still get feelings of being watched or being not alone in my house. I haven't seen anything since, which is a good thing in my book. Hopefully you enjoyed this, as it helps me get this stuff off my chest. Maybe you guys can figure out if I'm insane or actually do see and hear this stuff? I researched shadow people and discovered that I may have seen one or possibly two of them, but I'm not certain. Anyway, thanks for listening. Encounter with a spirit at my parents' house. I consider myself a skeptic, but one that actively seeks to disprove my notions. I've explored numerous haunted locations across the country, used Ouija boards in graveyards, tried supposed rituals, etc. Nothing ever came of any of it other than finding some creepy yet interesting places and learning interesting history about surrounding areas. Do I believe? I think there is a scientific explanation behind everything, yet there are two encounters I cannot explain. This is one of them. About 7 to 8 years ago, I was at my parents' house, spending the evening with my family. There were 5 of us there and my parents' dog, a little Bichon they had adopted. The dog was, is, super attached to my mom from when he was rescued/adopted. The little guy came from an unpleasant situation and now lives his best life. Does normal dog stuff but is always at my mom's heel or in her lap. Barks like a normal dog, looking out the window at people and dogs as they walk by when people knock, but never randomly barks. There's always an animal or person or knock. We had just finished dinner, and we were hanging out on the main floor. For reference, it's your typical rambler with a basement. The kitchen and main living room are an open concept, a sitting room through a larger opening in the kitchen, which houses the entrance door, and a hallway from the kitchen that runs down to bathrooms, bedrooms, and the stairs down. It's evening time, and we're all chatting and having a good time. Randomly the dog goes over to the hallway, stares straight down it, and loses his damn mind. Starts barking like the world is about to end. This was even more intense, faster paced, and louder barking than when he sees his arch enemy, the neighbor's dog, being walked. It was so intense that all of us were shocked, thinking something was seriously wrong. It's worth noting that there are no easily visible windows down the hall, and even if there were, they wouldn't face the street where his arch nemesis walks. He continues to bark but then starts backing up and turning like he's following something none of us can see. As he's turning, he finally looks up and right at the microwave, which then has the exhaust fan turn on full blast, above the stove, and he stops barking. All of us kind of just stare like, what the F just happened? And why the hell is the fan on? The dog was fine, and my mom went to turn the fan off. Despite pressing the button numerous times, the fan remains unresponsive. In fact, no buttons on the microwave would respond. This wasn't some auto fan that would turn on from heat or smoke, it was fully manual. The microwave was only a few years old, and my parents kept it up until just a year or two ago when they went to stainless appliances. Never had any previous issues with it and never any further ones. We decided to just leave it alone, as it really didn't bother us other than being weird. Finally, around 15 minutes later, the fan just shut off, and the microwave worked fine. To be honest, we rarely discuss the incident because I believe my family simply attributed it to a random occurrence. I thought about mentioning it to them, but I'm not sure it affected them as much as it did me. I have always had a logical mindset, but when I examine this short series of events, it seems too strange and lacks any logical explanation. The dog has never done something like that before, the microwave has never done anything like that before. Why did the dog look down the hallway and start barking like crazy, moving around like he was watching something invisible walk from there? And why did the fan turn on the instant the dog turned his head to face it? Could you please explain why none of the buttons on the microwave are responding? There are too many unanswered questions and coincidences for my comfort. It reminded me of another unexplained event in my parents' house when I was younger, in my bedroom, down the same hallway, and if I remember correctly, in the same room the dog started barking at, the one with the attic hatch. The story and my thoughts on it probably seem to contradict my self-appointed skeptic position. The facts of the situation are, the dog barked and followed something none of us could see, the microwave fan turned on when he looked at it, and the dog stopped barking. Perhaps I'm overlooking some details, but there's nothing else to include. I still consider myself a skeptic, but I cannot explain what happened even though I've thought about it more often than I should. The only explanation is one I feel I don't have sufficient evidence to prove, as there were no videos or pictures, only the personal experience and recollection of my family and myself. It happened nearly 24 years ago, and I still remember every detail of it like it was yesterday. My friend's house was haunted, or something else was happening, I don't know. The single-family house where my friend lived, I've known him literally since birth, was probably haunted, or something else was happening there that I still can't explain. On the ground floor there was a living room, a kitchen clearly visible from the first floor, the front door, an exit to the garden, and one fairly large room that was mostly used as a walk-in closet. My friend often called me and asked me to stay on the phone with him because he was scared. He said he felt watched even though he was home alone. He was alone most of the time because he lived only with his father, and his dad often went on business trips for several days. Things started getting stranger. He began to notice that some objects seemed to move on their own. Once, after coming back from school, he found his desk moved several meters away to the other side of the room. I'll be honest, I didn't believe him. I was skeptical, and I still am. But what happened to me when I stayed overnight at his house made me seriously rethink the idea of paranormal phenomena. We slept in the same room. His dad was out of town on a business trip, and no one else entered the house, which we were sure about. Around 1 a.m. we heard a door downstairs opening. Then we heard heavy books falling from a table downstairs. These were big, heavy books, neatly stacked. We leaned out of the room to check. No one was there. But the books. They didn't just fall. They ducking flew across the room and hit a wall that was about 5 meters away. After a few minutes, scared, we went back to the room and left the door open. About 10 minutes later, we heard loud footsteps on the wooden stairs that ended almost right in front of our room. The steps sounded like someone was deliberately stomping as hard as possible on every stair. We jumped up and stared at the stairs through the open door. No one was there. When the footsteps reached the top, they suddenly stopped. Nothing else happened that night. In the morning, when we went downstairs to clean up the books, we realized that the door that had opened during the night belonged to the closet room. Nothing else ever happened while I was there, but I still remember it clearly. I was 13 at the time. A week later, my friend called me and said that, right in front of his eyes, a small container with push pins was thrown off his desk. After that, nothing like this ever happened in his house again. I don't know what it was. I don't have an explanation, and I think I don't even want one. My mother-in-law worked in the NICU and ICU for many years. She has shared numerous odd and paranormal stories with us. One story that stuck out to me in the bunch took place during her last month working at that hospital. She had one particular patient whom she gravitated to. She was elderly and reminded her of her mother. We'll call her Mary. She was brought in for a hemorrhagic stroke that could and should have easily ended her, but miraculously, she survived it. She was not expected to wake up but did and slowly regained brain functions. During Mary's time in the ICU, she and my mother-in-law hit it off and would talk about their life experiences. One thing they spoke about was their Scottish ancestry. Both she and my mother-in-law had Scottish ties. My mother-in-law had visited Scotland once back in her early teens and had been making plans to visit again. Mary traveled there many times and would give my mother-in-law suggestions on places to visit, eat, etc. Mary was awaiting a transfer from ICU to IMCU, meaning my mother-in-law would no longer be her nurse. A couple days before Mary's transfer, my mother-in-law went on vacation for her kids' spring break. She told Mary that she would visit her in the IMCU upon her return if she hadn't already been discharged. The day Mary was set to be transferred to IMCU, she suffered another stroke, which took her life. Mary's daughter called my mother-in-law to tell her of Mary's passing. They had also developed a friendship while at the hospital and are still friends to this day. My mother-in-law was heartbroken over the news, especially with the fact she wasn't there when it happened. A few days after her return to work, she experienced a couple of occurrences that changed her whole perspective on the paranormal. A new patient had occupied the room Mary was in while at ICU. The new patient was an older man, who was much less social than Mary. One day while my mother-in-law was in the empty room next to his, she looked down and found a pin with the Scottish flag. She asked around, and it belonged to no one on that floor. She thought it was intriguing but brushed it off as a sweet coincidence. The next day, the man who was occupying Mary's room started frantically yelling, "This is not your room, please leave, and I will tell her, just leave me alone." My mother-in-law said that was uncharacteristic of that gentleman. Later that shift, once everyone had calmed down, my mother-in-law was in the room alone with the man. He grabbed her wrist and said, "I have to tell you something." Mary said hello, but she has left. This blew my mother-in-law away. She was in disbelief, crying happy tears the rest of her shift. This man had no connection whatsoever to Mary other than occupying the same room. He told her that he saw Mary a couple of times but hadn't said anything to anyone. He even accurately detailed her appearance. Her visits became more frequent, and she spoke to him without moving her lips. The final time was rather aggressive, and the man finally replied back. He didn't see her again after that. He also passed away a couple of days later. Although I've never worked in a hospital, I've had the opportunity to visit numerous ones over the years. If there were ever a place that could be haunted, it would be a place that more people die at than any other place I can think of. Sudden rush of extreme paranoia while home alone. Hey all, for context, I figured I'd start out by saying that I usually enjoy watching/listening to stories of paranormal activity, aliens, and all sorts of unexplained and unusual events throughout history, so I'm not usually one to be uncomfortable or spooked out. That is, until I suddenly felt an overwhelming staring feeling when I was sitting at my desk. I got home at 10 p.m., and I didn't feel anything unusual until about 2 a.m. I had my bedroom door open, and right across from the door is the bathroom, which was wide open. I kept feeling drawn in that direction, as if something was present but invisible, and I sensed that something was not right. It really creeped me out, which is hard to do. I closed my door to try and dismiss the unsettling feeling, but once I did, it seemed as though whatever had been outside was now in the room with me, still staring, and I kept turning around to check for anything there, even though I knew there was nothing. I heard a rapid tapping noise, which I won't say was paranormal, as it very well could have been my desk clacking against something. I figured maybe it was just tiredness. I had done a lot yesterday, so I took a nap. Upon awakening, the sensation vanished for approximately 5 minutes. I figured it was fine, but as soon as I opened my bedroom door, I felt it again, almost like it was waiting down the hall, in the second bedroom, just staring. I started panicking a bit. Obviously there's no visible or real threat, but I couldn't shake it. I grabbed my car key, opened the front door and left it open, in case I needed to run out the door, grabbed the house key, and left. Thankfully I won't be home alone tonight, but I'm really not sure why this feeling started out of nowhere. I didn't watch anything spooky last night, quite the opposite, just video games or computer repair videos. Is this just paranoia from being tired, or is there something deeper to investigate? I should say I've felt this way before when alone, but it's very rare. Paranormal? Maybe. But very frightening. I'm a 46-year-old male from the UK. A bit about myself. I have a full-service career, Army, including some punchy operational deployments. Without sounding like an idiot, I'm fairly tough. I tend to run towards trouble if it arises. I'm not scared of much. I've spent the last few years working as a groundsman/gardener for a lovely property very close to where I live. It's a large house with substantial grounds. Huge lawn, orchards, walled gardens, and woodland. It's also a B&B with 3 rooms and is used for wakes and weddings. There probably isn't an inch of the gardens that I haven't cut, pruned, or landscaped over the last few years. I work alone and am totally content with being by myself. Sometimes I wear headphones, sometimes I like the peace and quiet. Occasionally I see guests, usually in the mornings after breakfast, but more often than not I see no one all day. So one day I'm cutting back some rhododendron bushes on either side of some paths. They're thick bushes, and the paths are almost like tunnels, so they're fairly dark and shady even on sunny days. I tend to work for 45 minutes to an hour and then have a quick smoke and coffee break. So I down tools and head up the path towards a bench where I'll take 5. As the path bends round, it opens up into a sort of clearing where the bench is. Looking back, I'm 99% sure I had my headphones on playing music. As I approach the clearing, I see a man standing completely still. The immediate thing that looked odd was that he was only an inch from the bushes, like a kid that's been told to face a wall, and that his trousers were too short. I pulled my earphones out and said something like, "Sorry, didn't see you there." Then the weird stuff happened. Instantly the whole atmosphere felt wrong. There was a really heavy, still feeling in the air, and less the tinny music from my earphones, it was silent. Like totally silent. I stopped in my tracks. I cannot describe in words the feeling of utter terror that fell over me. The man radiated absolute threat. Maybe you'd call it evil. I just knew that if he turned to face me, it would be a bad thing. It was obvious he was old. His suit didn't fit, and his arms looked too long. I wish I could describe him better, but I backed up out of there ASAP. I never once took my eyes off him. I had this feeling that if I did, I'd be in trouble. To cut the rest of the story as short as possible, I put in a loop around the gardens to a metal workshop on the grounds, where I persuaded some welders to come back with me to figure it out. They were taking the piss pretty hard, but I think they could see I was shaken. When we got to the clearing, they weren't exactly rushing in. Anyway, the guy wasn't there. The air was back to normal, and the birds were singing. I wish I could say there was a burnt patch of grass or something, but there was simply no sign of anything untoward. Maybe it was an odd guest. Maybe it was a tramp. Or maybe it was something very different. All I know is I have never felt that frightened of anything in all my years. Your thoughts are welcome. Paranormal encounters/experiences of a funeral director. First dash. Due to my profession, I come across the dead and anything related more often than your average Joe. In the past 8 years I've been working as a funeral director here in Germany. I and my colleagues have experienced numerous unexplainable things that have stuck with us. Today, I want to share one that was clear and not my imagination. This story begins at the end of a pickup in the middle of the night around 2 a.m. We had just finished rolling the casket into the cooling unit and were sitting by the desk around the corner filling in our nighttime sheets. You need to know that our hygienic area and the makeshift office are separated by our cache of caskets waiting to be put to use. The light there is always off, so all the lighting you get is the faint shimmer of cold white light coming from the hygienic area. I looked to my left as I finished writing my timesheet and was startled to see a dark figure standing right on the walkway between the caskets illuminated from the back by the mentioned light. I slowly poked my colleague to look. He also saw the figure, and after a few seconds of blank staring, I called out to it, thinking it was one of our other colleagues maybe. No answer, so I called out a second time. Yet again, nothing. Since we had intruders in the funeral home before, both of us got up and slowly walked towards the figure, further calling out to it. About halfway towards the figure, it suddenly turned away and audibly walked out of sight towards the cooling unit. My colleague and I quickly followed, but as we got around the corner, nothing was there. The big back door was still locked, and the only window was barred up and cluttered with stuff anyway. Out of fear of an actual intruder, we looked around searching anywhere but gave up eventually. Both of us are sure we saw a ghost that night since it was too clear to just be some strange shadow. I'd be happy to hear your thoughts on that, because we are still looking for some explanation. Second. This time I'd like to address strange occurrences around the funeral home, the crematory, and other places connected to my job. Death often strikes fast and unexpectedly, possibly leaving numberless spirits wandering around not knowing what happened to them. These, as it seems, follow their body around, leaving them in places that the body passes on its way into the grave. Typically, they do not manifest as full-body spirits or shadow figures. Instead, they primarily interact with objects and create noises. Such as one that recently started throwing personal data sheets. Each and every one of the deceased gets one, off of the door of the big cooling unit every time someone new gets into the unit. We push them in, close the door, and add the sheet, and once we've left, 1 or 2 sheets will all of a sudden fly off the door. We already adjusted to this by going away, waiting 1 or 2 minutes, and coming back. I'd like to have footage of that, but I don't have cameras to put up there. Another thing is that you'll hear voices sometimes. My coworker running out of the office, claiming someone yelled at him, was probably the worst case. Voices are so common that we generally try to ignore them. It's often incomprehensible, and when we do understand it, we can't make sense of it. I talk to every single body I prepare, stating what I'm going to do and what I am doing just in case someone is listening. Little things go missing all of the time too: tools, pens, candles, and many other small objects. They're often gone for about a month until we find them again in the most impossible places. A key got missing once. We later found it under a metal cupboard in our hygienic area. The odd thing was that when the key went missing, it was still hanging in its designated place on a holder in the office. This could as well be a colleague, but none of us gains anything from constantly hiding stuff we need. We also have the occasional slamming/opening of doors, drawers, shelves, and even empty caskets. The latter happened to me while I was alone. I noticed a strange, wooden banging sound and something similar to creaking floorboards. I went to check it out and found a casket, which was ready to be used and on the ground, slowly pulling one corner of its lid up for about half an inch/1 cm and slipping back down, causing the banging. I watched it for a couple of bangs and got so fed up with it that I just decided to grab the lid and push it shut. It stopped after that. These are some of my random encounters that may be paranormal. Again, I am looking for answers or explanations and would be happy to hear your thoughts. When I was in 7th grade, my family decided to move. My father found a house to rent for cheaper than it should have been in a 6-month vacancy. I'm not sure why we still moved in after learning about some of what had happened there. Once we had moved in, it seemed like my parents were different people. My mother became more withdrawn and began to drown herself in religion, while my father began to become aggressive and threatening, worse than he ever had been before. Even my baby sister began to exhibit strange behaviors. She began to sleepwalk, often stopping to stand at the door leading to the basement. I felt like I was going crazy in that house. No one seemed to notice the worsening behavior of my family, or perhaps they didn't care. The room I stayed in this house was at the top of the stairs. I could look out my door and down the hall towards my parents' room. My closet door was small enough that I had to crouch to get through and near impossible to open due to an excess of paint on it. I ended up putting an armoire against it so that I could stop worrying about it opening on its own. My parents' room resided opposite mine, at the far end of the hallway. When they had been setting up their room, they had found knives, not just a couple of them, no. The knives lined the wall around the floorboard, some stabbed in but most just lying there. The closet was not spared from an overabundance of kitchen utensils, all reflecting the eerie yellow light. Stranger still were the scratches in the paint. They were messy and looked to have been done by a person. Most of them were on the sloped ceiling of the closet. Arguably my sister had the most normal room. The only strange thing was the crawlspace entrance above her bed. I would creak open on occasion but was dismissed as a raccoon even after she claimed to have seen a face. The rest of the house was terrible. It was yellowed from cigarette smoke, a patch of carpet was cut out due to a stabbing incident by the tenants before us, and there seemed to be an ever-present chill in the air. No areas were worse than the basement and the garage. As per my bad luck, it seemed we had a spider infestation in the basement. Along with that, for some reason, our shower was located down there. The basement was unfinished. It was always dusty and smelled of mold. The garage had a lofted area that always felt like it hosted something more than a couple of stray cats or some birds. It seemed to always smell lightly of rot in there. I hated it. I couldn't sleep when in that house, which was nothing short of a blessing half the time, as it seemed the worst happened come evening. One night my father wandered down the stairs to the living room, where my mother and I were sitting and reading. He looked dazed, not all there. His eyes seemed distant and unfocused until he spotted my mother and me, and then he seemed to be overtaken by rage. He had rushed over and tried to attack my mother. When that hadn't worked, he grabbed a vase and yelled at the two of us. He asked which one wanted to die first because he was going to end us and take my sister with him. I was scared, I panicked, and in a state of blind fear, I punched him. He had luckily dropped the vase. He seemed to go back to the dazed state, no longer filled with anger. He turned from my mother, and I said something that neither of us could make out, and he began to go back upstairs. I decided to follow him up and make sure my sister was safe. All he did was walk to his room. His behavior became more extreme over the time he remained there. I noted a distinct lack of the smell of alcohol that was on him. Rather, a smell similar to both what was in the basement and the garage seemed to follow him, a mix of dust and sweet rot. My mother kicked him out a few weeks later, seeming to come to her senses after he had swung at me in front of her. It seemed that after he left, the house became angry. My sister seemed to become a target. She was more violent than any 3-year-old should have been. A couple weeks after we returned to the house, I was lulled into a sense of false security by the absence of my father. On one of the nights that I was unable to sleep, I heard footsteps on the stairs. I sat silent on my bed, hoping that it was just my sister sleepwalking. I then heard a door slam, followed by my sister screaming. I rushed downstairs, followed closely by my mother. The basement door was patched shut with a sliding lock, but on the other side was my sister, screaming and crying in panic. I was accused of locking her down there. My mother never did believe me when I said I had seen a head peeking through the gap of the stairs, just watching. Due to this event, I was not allowed to do anything. My mother upped the chores I was to do, but it seemed that most of these were in the basement. She demanded I scrub the shower, wash the laundry, sweep the seemingly never-ending dirt that settled down there, and even clear off the old cobwebs and spiders that resided in the rafters. She would scream at me when I would leave the basement before I was finished. I hated being down there. I felt I was being constantly watched. Sometimes things would move, boxes would tip and spill, and things would hit me even when I was the only one down there. One of the more extreme events that I remember happened when I was doing laundry. I was transferring the wash into the dryer when suddenly the room seemed to hold more of a chill than it had before. Something rolled into my ankle, and I jumped. When I had turned around to grab my basket, I noticed a dark shape just standing there. I blinked, thinking perhaps it was my eyes playing a trick on me, but it seemed to come closer, creeping forwards. As stupid and cliché as it is, the room seemed to grow colder as it moved forward, and a sickly sweet smell of mildew seemed to become overwhelming. I let whatever it was get entirely too close. I was desperate to know what it was. I couldn't make out much. It was human-shaped, tall, and shadow-like. Once I realized how close it was, I sprinted up the stairs only to find the door locked. I panicked and slammed myself into the door. I could hear something akin to scraping. I lunged to the door that led to the outside of the house, tripping on the small lip of the door. The alarm we had went off, and as I went to slam the door, I saw that same head sticking out from underneath the stairs again. We moved out not long after this, thank goodness. I haven't really told anyone about this, as no one seems to believe me. I have attempted to ask my parents about what happens there. My father claims that he doesn't remember much about living there, and what he does remember is foggy at best, and my mother has just claimed that it was normal for strange things to happen in old houses. I don't think what happened was normal, and I know that it was real. Need help identifying an entity or what it could be? To start off, I'm a medium. My girlfriend of a few months semi-believes me but doesn't judge me or anything and was very curious until last night. She had something attached to her and woke up at 5 a.m. from a nightmare. What she described to me was more of an omen, but first, when she jumped, I woke up, turned, and stared at the ceiling at a black cloudy/fog-like stratocumulus cloud, but thin, spreading across my ceiling and snuffing out all light that was in my room. I know what lights are on in my room, and all were dark besides a dim light coming off the Google Home screen. However, with the red TV light, light switch, and various things plugged in, I could not see the LED except in a mirror. I stayed there for a few seconds, taking in my surroundings, then a skull appeared, pushing out of the clouds. The best way I can explain it is that it was like in Harry Potter, but not that extreme, more like a visual in the dark with minimal light. I asked her what she saw in the room, and as soon as I finished speaking, the cloud appeared to be sucked out of the bedroom door. She then said she saw someone at the door and that there was a black fog in the room. Now I've witnessed some things in my life, but never a black cloud hovering over me and snuffing out almost all light. The dream she had was about an omen. I believe it was an attempted robbery. I got shot after trying to defend myself and her in the dream. After being shot, he turned the pew on her and shot her awake. She said she could smell the gun smoke and feel everything. She told me after I had gotten up and turned on the lights of the house through Google, then opened the front door, told it it's not welcome here and to get out, sent the thing packing, shut the door, and went back to bed. Kept the TV on for her. So my question is, what could possibly create a fog cloud that extinguishes lights and hovers near the ceiling? Don't tell me demons, kind of vague. I want to know what it is so I can be ready if it comes back. As well, I gave it no energy, and when it showed the skull to me, I just said, is that all? It fed off the fear of my girlfriend, if anything. Like I said, I've seen evil things, and it no longer bothers me or makes me afraid. More curious than anything, and I give no energy to it to grow or use me. Real encounters of the paranormal. What you are about to listen to is based on true events. The names of individuals have been changed to protect their identity. The places are real. The phenomenon is real. Science has yet to debunk them. Story: Dead Shift. I was working the midnight shift as a military police officer. Mid-shift, we called it. 10 straight months of beat work on post, 2200 to 06. You know, the dark can play tricks on your eyes. Some of us had a hard time adjusting to the hours, making it hard to stay awake or discern if something was there while tired eyes tried to pierce through the night, but we managed after a while. We would get the weird calls during our shift, the messed up calls. Domestic disturbance. Soldiers getting drunk and doing stupid stuff, that sort of thing. It's like the night influences how people act. It makes them more daring, more careless, and more on edge. We were used to getting phantom 911 calls to a building that didn't exist anymore. The post was tearing down old buildings and constructing new barracks, not even bothering with turning the old phone lines off. Yes, we received some strange calls on certain nights. This one was different. One night, during a weekday, when it's usually quiet because everyone has to get up early to go to PT or staff meetings or whatever, we get this call from dispatch. Turns out, someone had called the station and was reporting strange lights in the woods behind the airfield. There's a long road that runs by the airfield, and it connects to some weapon ranges, and soldiers sometimes do night ops out there, so we didn't think much of it. Not until dispatch told us where the lights were coming from. The post cemetery was also accessible from that road, in addition to the ranges and woods. Still didn't think anything strange, though. It just so happened that we had a lot of kids living on post, and they liked to sneak out and do stuff from time to time. I thought we had a bunch of teens hanging out at the cemetery late at night, acting tough and trying to be cool. Bravery games or night tag, maybe. I wasn't sure then, but I was going to find out. That night, the cemetery coincidentally fell within my patrol area, ensuring that I would arrive first. My shift supervisor radioed that he was on his way too, and I asked my roaming patrol to respond as well. I thought I was going to play some games, too. Figured I could scare the crap out of them with a little show of force, scare them straight. It gets boring during the weeknights, you could imagine. Sometimes, we responded to incidents located far across the post due to a lack of better options, and most of the time, we did so in groups. Of course I got there first. I rolled in without any emergency lights on. It's not like we were responding to a medical emergency or that someone was in immediate danger. You have to remember we were soldiers, so we practiced light and noise discipline, even when on shift. Plus, I was feeling frisky and wanted to try and sneak up on them. I hit my lights so just the parking lights were on. The cemetery was surrounded by huge, old everlasts, at least a couple 100 feet high, and the road into the cemetery was little more than a dirt road. I rolled all my windows down so I could listen as I was rolling in. It was dark. No moon, trees blocking the airfield, and stars from view. I didn't see any strange lights coming in, and it was quiet. Eerily quiet. I idled the engine to roll in further, crawling the patrol car as slowly as possible, as I squinted to steel my eyes against the glare of the panel and into the darkness. Nothing. Nothing out of the ordinary, no one running around, flashing flashlights, or anything that could make light. Nothing. I called back to dispatch and let everyone know that the area was clear, there was no need for backup, and I was returning to patrol. I felt like I was sent on a wild goose chase. Sometimes when someone reports something strange to them, we don't always get there in time to see what they saw. Doesn't mean it wasn't there, but there's not a whole lot we can do if we can't find something wrong. Typical, I thought. Kids must have seen someone see them and booked it out of there, afraid that we would show up, and show up we did. At this point, it was late into the shift, around 3 in the morning. The cemetery was a nice place to stop and take a break from driving. Secluded and deep inside my territory, I would go there at night sometimes to have a smoke or conduct a walking patrol and visit the headstones, with thoughts to myself and my mind off the beat. So naturally, I lit up a smoke and told dispatch I'd stay in the area and conduct a walking patrol. I turned my lights and engine off, stepped out of the vehicle, and made my way deeper into the cemetery. I always carried 2 flashlights. My large mag light and my reliable Surefire hand-sized flashlight. One for seeking and one for beating, I would joke with the guys. I would never actually use the mag light on someone, unless it was to defend myself in a critical situation. Besides, I had other tools to choose from, in case the situation called for them. So, feeling well armed and enjoying a smoke, I took out my Surefire and started sweeping the area. Not 5 minutes into the sweep, my flashlight started to give out. I found it odd since I had just replaced the batteries before the shift. I pounded it a couple of times, but it was fighting to stay alive. Finally, it went out and didn't turn back on. Perplexed, I pulled my mag light out of my flashlight holster and turned it on. But it didn't. I tried again, and this time, it dimly flashed and was out again. I thought it very strange that both my flashlights had burned out, so I started making my way back to the vehicle to go get fresh batteries. That's when I saw it. It flashed for only a second, but I saw it. It was a large, blue light that had a tail attached to it. I only saw it for a split second, but it was so clear. Like on old movies and tube TVs, really bright lights will trail across the screen from the camera panning across them. That's exactly what this looked like. Since it disappeared about 100 feet away, I made my way toward where it was, struggling to see the large tree trunks that blocked most of my view. When I got to where it was, there was nothing around. I couldn't see anything on the ground, no equipment, no electronics, no sign of anyone who made that light, as my eyes adjusted to the dark. To top it off, I didn't hear anything either. It was quiet. Too quiet. All right. Come on out. I know you're there. I shouted. No answer. Nothing moved, nothing made a sound. This is military police. You are trespassing in a restricted area. Come out, now. I yelled again. Still, nothing. I started walking again when I tripped on something. It was a small headstone. I had wandered to the edge of the cemetery looking for that light. This headstone was different from the others, though. It was way smaller than most of the others and set out, unlike the rest. The others were arranged in graves that were neatly lined up. Not this one. This grave was somewhat isolated from the others and was also located closer to the woods. It wasn't shaped like an ordinary headstone, either. It was rough-edged, like it wasn't finished being cut. It was unkempt, with weeds and grass growing on it, which was strange for a meticulously cared-for area on post. Most soldiers assigned for grave detail did a very good job of polishing and cleaning the stones and pathways, except for this one. I walked around to the side of the stone to try and read the inscription. I took out my cell phone, hoping it had enough light to illuminate the face. No such luck, the phone was dead too. I remember I was really confused at this point. I had new batteries in all my flashlights, and I had just taken the phone off the charger, all right before shift. Something strange was going on. I knelt down and squinted to read. I could barely make it out, but the first thing I noticed was that the rank was off. You see, most of the soldiers buried there were either officers or highly ranked NCOs, so it was strange to see a private first class buried amongst them. The grave was assigned to a private first class Burley, who died April 11, 87. I found it strange that the grave was assigned to someone who died on the same date as today. Somehow I had stumbled into a cemetery and tripped on the one guy who died this very day. A chill ran up my spine. There was something else written on his stone. It said, "Hello." I had had enough at this point. Walking patrol done. I started to walk with a rather quick pace back to my patrol car. My heart was in my throat, beating hard enough I could feel it against my life vest. As soon as I had the vehicle in sight, I saw another light. This time, it was right next to the car. I yelled, "Hello?" as I approached the vehicle. "Hello." I spun around. I could have sworn someone had just said that right behind me. "That's it. This is your final warning. Show yourself now, or I'll have every MP down here, and you will be facing charges." I shouted. I was overcome with fear. Someone was playing tricks on me, in a graveyard, in the middle of the night. I was not amused anymore. I was prepared to dash towards the car and take off. "Hello." It was behind me again, so I turned as fast as I could, drawing my Beretta this time, my hands shaking, my mind racing, not knowing what was there. I pointed into the darkness, my eyes finally adjusting to the night. I looked right in front of me, and there it was. Someone's silhouette against the black background. It was huge. This guy must have stood 7 feet tall. "Freeze!" I screamed. I pointed my weapon at the shadow and waited for him to respond. Nothing. It just stood there. Frozen in place and unwavering. "Put your hands behind your head and kneel down." I ordered it to move, but it remained still. I said now. I warned it. "Hello." No more games, I thought. I'm not ducking playing around. My weapon's free, and I have it trained on you. Do you understand? I didn't get a chance to finish before the shadow had bolted to the right. I heard his foot pivot in the ground, but no footfalls. I bolted again when I heard it right in front of me. I was done. Game or not, I wasn't about to stay in the cemetery any longer. I got to the car, opened the door, and started it. I hit every light equipped on the patrol car. I took the spotlight and shined it into the graveyard, making sure there was nothing chasing me. Right then, I had glanced in my rearview mirror. Sitting in the back seat, in the cage area, was a dark, huge shadow. I swung around to face it, but it had disappeared. Scared and confused, I turned again and started to fumble with the seatbelt. I put the vehicle in gear and slammed my foot into the gas pedal as my tires dug into the dirt road. I spun the car around. I shot out of there like lightning. When I got back to the station for shift change, my supervisor looked at me and asked if I was okay. I must have looked like I had seen a ghost. Well, sure as hell, that's what I thought. Once I was back at the barracks, daylight was just starting to poke out from the horizon. I closed my blinds, turned out my light, and hit my bunk, swearing I'll never patrol the cemetery ever again. Supplementary, the officer continued to experience paranormal activity for the remainder of his tour, including seeing random lights while on patrol and the feeling of constantly being watched. Since leaving the service, he has not reported any further activity. My dad grew up in this house that I am 100% sure is haunted. When he was a kid, they had some interactions. The one he always tells is that someone died, a family member, I think, and everyone went except him and 2 of his siblings. They were home alone, and at the funeral, someone kept knocking on the room door. They opened it, and no one was there, but the knocking continued. I spent every summer there, and I never liked the house. My personal encounters were, I think, 2. First, I was home alone with a friend. No one was at home, now only my son and uncle live there, so it's not hard to keep track. We were getting some snacks in the kitchen. Above the kitchen is one of the bedrooms. The wooden floor is wonky AF, so when you walk, the cabinets shake, and you hear the porcelain ringing. As we were preparing snacks, we suddenly heard the porcelain and wardrobe shaking and ringing, followed by a distinct sound of footsteps. The dog bolted outside, and so did we. The second instance occurred when I was home alone. My uncle was at work, my aunt took a dog and went to a store. I woke up to an empty house, made my way to a kitchen, and turned on DuckTales. Suddenly I had a feeling to turn to the door, that was behind my back. I saw a shadow standing in the doorway. Like a very tall man that seemed to be holding something. I can't explain it. The door stood open, and there was no apparent source of the shadow. It was literally standing there. I sprinted through the shadow and wanted to run outside, but it turned out my aunt locked me inside. I waited for what felt like hours for her to return. It was only a few minutes. When I mentioned it to her and my father, they told me a guy died in our kitchen. My aunt walked in from outside just as he suffered a heart attack and passed away in our kitchen. He was apparently a very tall and kind man and was making wooden toys like rifles for my dad and his friends. They believe he was visiting. I want to share 4 unexplained events from my life with you. Hello. I just discovered this community and have some unexplainable events from my teen/uni days. I fully think they're ghosts, but I've not experienced much in the past 3 years. For context, my childhood home is about 150 years old, and my old apartment is around the same. Event 1. At the age of 14, a friend's mom dropped me off at my house after a movie. For whatever reason, my family was away, so I took the opportunity to relax and watch TV. My dad has always joked that we have Grandpa Simpson in the basement as a way to make my sister and me less scared of it. Our basement is more like a cellar that floods fairly often, has an uneven concrete floor, and is always cold, even if it's 30 degrees Celsius outside. We have a latch that we use to lock the door, because it always swings open otherwise. I was sitting on the couch watching Sweeney Todd, texting away, when I suddenly heard footsteps coming up the basement steps. This was nothing too unusual, so I mostly ignored it until something banged against the basement door, and then again, and again. Footsteps down, up, bang bang bang. I was petrified. I went the long way into the kitchen to avoid having to walk past the basement door, grabbed the largest knife I could find, went back to my spot on the couch, and said, in what I thought was a strong, commanding voice, "Stop that and leave me alone, Grandpa Simpson." After a moment of silence, I heard light steps walk back down the stairs, and I sat in that spot on the couch, unable to move until my family arrived back home. Event 2. My sister and I were getting ready to catch the bus to school when our dog ran down from our parents' room upstairs and started whining. We thought he was sad we were leaving, and as we were comforting him, we heard a thud from the bedroom, followed by a slight dragging noise. Our dog started growing, hackles raised, looking up at the ceiling where the bedroom is. My sister and I were terrified but tried to rationalize, it must be another squirrel. The pipes must be creaking and expanding. It's just the house settling. Then it happened again, thud, drag, bang 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 from the basement door. We absolutely booked it out of the house, dragging our dog with us, and called our mom to come pick us up because we were going to miss the bus due to something in the house. We waited outside until she got home, then we went back inside, and it was as if nothing had ever happened. Event 3. I have moved around a lot since moving to my current city, 5 moves in 7 years. The place I lived in previous to my current apartment was a super cute, albeit a bit drafty, old row house conversion. I and my 2 roommates lived on the 2nd floor, with very loud, stompy neighbors above and loud, bass-loving neighbors below. I'm not sure when it started, but my roommates and I had decided that there was an entity named Merle, and Merle was the reason we all had unexplainable bruises in weird places. I worked early mornings and would need to be up by 5 a.m. to get ready for the day. Most often I would try to shower to wake myself up. At least once a week I would get out of the shower and find the bathroom door locked. For context, we always left the door unlocked in case someone needed to pee, or we were all trying to get ready. My family rarely closed the bathroom door because we'd typically use the upstairs bathroom, so no one was around anyway. After months of the bathroom door locking itself, I asked my roommates if it happened to them, but they had no idea what I meant. Then came the final morning. I experienced weird things in that apartment. I woke up prior to my 5 a.m. alarm feeling weird, but probably just sleepy. I felt drawn to look at my desk, seeing the 3 tall cans I had accumulated over the past few evenings. Suddenly, the cans exploded from my desk, flying in different directions as if a ball had dropped on them from above. I bolted up and ran to the bathroom, making sure not to lock it. This was my time to test if Merle was the one locking the door. I opened the door and closed it a few times, each time it was unlocked. I hopped in the shower, peering around the curtain to check the lock. It was still in the unlocked position. I turn off the water and step out, and there it was. Locked position. I ignored it, brushed my teeth, braided my hair, and pretended to lock it. Since then, I have experienced very little in the way of unexplained events. Event 4. When my sister and I were younger, 13 and 10, we were upstairs playing in our rooms after school when we heard our mom call out, "Girls." We both yelled back, "Yeah?" And after a moment popped our heads out of our bedrooms, confirming with each other that our parents weren't meant to be home yet, and we had both heard Mom. We stuck together and waited until our parents arrived 10 minutes later, launching ourselves at our mom and telling them what had happened. Death lurks around the corner, a genuine encounter with an apparition of the unknown. Disclaimer, I'm honestly not that into the paranormal. I don't really believe a vast majority of the paranormal media, case reports, etc. that humans create, relay, and distribute, even though I have seen a weird thing or two in my life or felt an eerie presence from time to time. I do believe there are places with different concentrations and qualities of energy. There are certainly things in this world that defy our capacity to experience or understand. I have a doctorate in a semi-hard science, and I've always considered myself a grounded and practical individual. All that being said, I have seen death, or at least that's what I think I saw. I use the word seen to start this tale, but it was more of a visceral experience. I saw, heard, and felt its presence right in front of me. It's something I've always wanted to share, but I've been afraid. I am still afraid, but I feel like I must share it, and so I will expand a bit and share it here in the spirit of providing a clear and detailed account of my personal paranormal experience. This all happened around 10 or 12 years ago, but I still think about it every single day. My wife and I were sleeping in bed next to each other, lying on our backs. It was around 3 a.m. or so when all of a sudden we both woke up at the exact same time, startled. We were breathing very heavily, gasping almost, like we couldn't breathe, heads turned toward one another and staring directly into each other's eyes. We were terrified. We grabbed each other by the hand tightly and looked up at the ceiling at the exact same time, in complete unison with one another. Floating above the bed was a black figure, with black eyes and mouth, watching us as we slept. The room was filled with energy, which reminded me of sound. We could see, feel, and even hear its presence. Its energy was extremely powerful. It held our gaze for a moment, as if to say checkmate, and then vanished within 2 or 3 seconds. Its look was devoid of expression, and I can't really guess its intentions or reason for being there, but it did not give off a friendly vibe, to say the least. The most unforgettable part of the whole experience was its texture. It consisted of tiny droplets, like a mist, scattered like beads at the edges but well defined and cohesive toward the center. Each bead or droplet, as it lost cohesiveness from the body toward the edges, was black and gleaming from whatever light was in the room, shiny, almost. It's as if some dark energy concentrated water vapor from the atmosphere and manifested into its form. When it vanished, it was like it evaporated or changed states from a cohesive mass of particles to finer and finer mist until gone. I've ever seen any other natural material like it, in either appearance or behavior. I've never seen any CGI, artwork, or human-composed media of any sort that even closely resembles what I saw that night. I will never forget it. It's one thing that has always stuck with me hearing other paranormal reports, and the one thing I look for to determine authenticity. No one mentions how unnatural and unlike anything seen normally the material presence is. Sure, you saw an apparition, a ghost, death, or whatever, but that's not the mind-blowing part of it. What is mind-blowing is how it manipulated physical properties of matter, in this case I believe atmospheric water vapor, to manifest its form. I've honestly never heard or seen a single report that resembles what we saw, despite looking. Both of us were fully awake and accurately described the same event to each other. I've told a few close friends/family, but no one really believes it happened. I probably wouldn't believe it either if someone told me. I mentioned previously in this case report that I still think about it every single day. I wonder what it wanted, what it wants, and what it may still be waiting for. I hope you enjoyed my paranormal experience. This actually happened to me. Please feel free to share your thoughts or point me in the direction of further information. Thanks for listening. Presences that watched me sleep when I was a kid. When I was 11 to 12 years old, I lived with my sister and my mom in a basement apartment at the time. We were poor, I was bullied, and life wasn't fun. I sought my comfort in fantasy worlds like stories and cartoons. Like creepypastas. I noticed something that started happening at night. I'd feel uncomfortable and scared for seemingly no reason. Sometimes it felt like there were people in my room. They never walked in or anything, I'd just start feeling their presence. I always felt exactly where they were standing in my room. There were 3 of them, and I could even feel that they were grown men. You know how sometimes you just know? There's zero explanation, other than you just know. One stood against the wall next to the door, the other stood close to the foot of my bed, and the last one stood next to my closet door. The 3 figures stood against 3 separate walls, while my bed was positioned against the 4th wall, which also served as the door wall since it was located in the corner. They just stood there and watched me. I feel like they knew I was awake, but they didn't really care. For that reason I never slept with my back to the wall facing them, because I was scared that if I saw them, they'd kill me. They didn't care that I was awake as long as I didn't see them. Sometimes I'd hear them too, shuffling their feet, sniffling, and clearing their throats. My thoughts were exactly yours. I was crazy, there was nobody in my room. But I'm scared anyway because I'm a kid, and I started sleeping with a nightlight. That helped me fall asleep straight away before I had the chance to feel them. They were never there if the light was on. But sometimes at night, while I was asleep and my mom would check on me, she'd turn it off, and I'd wake up in the morning to it being off. But I was 12 and tired of being scared and needing a nightlight to sleep. I started to audio record on my phone when I went to bed. I don't know if I wanted to prove it was real or just in my head. I ducking caught them. Shuffling boots, heavy boots. Sniffling, clearing throats, and even the occasional ducking cough. Can you imagine the kind of terror that a child would feel when she woke up to proof there were people in her room while she slept? This went on for a while. Not every night, but occasionally I'd hear them. I showed the recordings to my friends, who confirmed to me that yes, they heard it too. At first I was relieved because, oh God, I'm not crazy. And then that sickening realization that, oh God, I'm not crazy. But there was no explanation for any of it. We were in the basement, so both of our exits had 2 doors, meaning they would have had to get through 2 locked doors. Okay, say they did manage to do that silently. If their boots are loud enough for my phone to record the sound of them moving, how did it not record them walking into the room? How did none of the 3 people living in that house hear them? And why? Why my room? Why break in and sneak into a house to watch a preteen sleep and literally do nothing else? So I'm a little kid who had early access to the internet during the 2010s. My explanation? Slenderman targeted me and sent 3 of his workers to stalk me. Obviously Slenderman isn't real, but at the time I'm a paranoid emo 12-year-old. That 12-year-old decided not to tell anyone she trusted because she was scared that if she did, Slenderman would hurt them. Besides, I was also convinced they were just scouting me, and I wasn't in any real danger as long as I didn't piss them off. Again, I can't stress this enough, 12-year-old logic. Now you're probably thinking, oh, maybe it was just me making noises in my sleep. At what point was I walking around on the cement tile floor in boots at 2 in the morning? And the coughing was clearly a grown man as well. I was a little girl when this happened. I'll always remember this specific part of the story. As I mentioned before, my mom would turn the night light off after I fell asleep. One night I woke up while she did, and we even talked a bit. I know this wasn't a dream because in the morning I asked, and she confirmed we did indeed talk while she turned off the nightlight. I'm still recording these nights, and the recordings always started with the sound of me putting my phone on the shelf next to my bed after pressing record and ended with the sound of me waking up before I ended the recording. This time was no different, and I didn't even hear them that night. But the thing that freaked me out the most was that the recording was only 4 hours long. I had been asleep at least 9. I heard it start, and I heard it end in the morning when my mom woke me up, so it's not like it stopped recording or something. The thing about my mom turning off the nightlight and us talking? Gone. Nowhere in the 4 hours of recording time was it caught. Just to clarify, my phone recorded the sounds of me putting it down and getting it ready for bed. It recorded the sound of my mom waking me up in the morning right before I turned it off. It didn't record around 5 hours between those 2 moments. A chunk of the recording was missing in the middle. This only happened that once, but it stuck with me because of the fear that something happened at night they didn't want me hearing and somehow ducked with my recording. Eventually, I stopped hearing the noises, which made me braver. I no longer needed a nightlight and stopped recording myself while sleeping. Fast forward a year, and we live in another basement apartment because the owner sold the house. Now it's just me and my mom. My sister moved out. We couldn't afford one the same size as the first one anymore, so this time my room was too small for 3 people to fit in it. I had only my twin bed and a single dresser. Yes, it was that tiny, I'm not exaggerating. But it did have a closet to store literally all my other belongings in. I'm falling asleep one night, facing the wall, when I get that familiar feeling of someone in my room watching me. I felt terror and hopelessness before eventually getting too tired to stay awake. This time I couldn't exactly feel how many there were. I think it may have been just one, though. So again, I started recording while I slept, and I could still hear myself putting my phone on the shelf and waking up in the morning. I only ever heard anything on the recordings about 3 to 4 times before it stopped again. I haven't felt or heard anything since. I don't know what it was. A child's overactive imagination? Maybe if it weren't for the audio proof I had, which was confirmed by my friends. Intruders? Not unless they tiptoed barefoot from the front door to the inside of my room, in 2 different locations, without stealing or hurting anything. Ghosts? Aliens? I don't ducking know. I don't think I'll ever know. I don't even know if I'd like to. The experience was something that could only be described as paranormal, supernatural, or by any other term you prefer. Trust me when I say I've tried. I've tried to debunk it, to explain it in some rational way. I didn't want this to have a paranormal explanation. I wanted something that science could illustrate. To this day, I still have no explanation, but I would like to find one. I'd ducking love for this to be debunked. The house I grew up in was built in 1860. It was the old farmhouse for that area and came complete with a photo in the attic of former occupants. The photo was taken in the 30s and had color painted into it. It showed the house and the surrounding land before it was built up. You could even spot many small trees that were now taller than all the surrounding two-story houses. I am certain the two girls in the photo were still there. They always had something. Keys. Wallet. Glasses. They always had something. You could look everywhere, and it won't be found. If you ask out loud for the missing item and look everywhere again, it will be found in the most obvious place, proving you didn't just overlook it. Like the only thing sitting in the middle of the dinner table obviously didn't just overlook it during the first search. The girls had a sense of humor. As I mentioned, I grew up there. My folks bought the house in 1976. After my dad got too old to climb the stairs, I swapped houses with my folks. I lived in a one-story, which would be much more convenient for them. I rented the spare bedroom out to friends. One night I came home from bar hopping with my buddies, and my renter was asleep, sitting upright in a chair in my bedroom, holding a rosary. Every TV and light was on in the house. This was very strange. I woke him up, and he asked me if the old lady was still downstairs. Apparently he went downstairs to get something to drink, and an old lady was standing there petting the cat on the back of the sofa. The cat was actively being petted as cats do. I asked him to describe the old lady. He perfectly described my grandmother, who spent winters with us when she was still alive. The next day, I went down to my folks' house and got a picture of my grandmother. I brought it back home. My roommate confirmed it was the woman he saw. I told my mom this story, and she said, "It figures. It's just like her to go visit the animals and ignore all the people." I have so many more stories, but that one is my favorite. Heard knocking. Niece then said she saw a head through the door crack. I've never seen her that scared. This happened just a few nights ago, and I still haven't fully processed it. Figured I'd share it here in case anyone has any ideas, because I'm trying my best to rationalize things. I, 18 male, was babysitting my niece, 6 female, and 2 nephews, 9 meters and 11 meters, at home. My parents, my sister, and her husband were all out at a family friend's birthday party. They were really close to our family, so it wasn't just some birthday party. We were all there at first, but my niece started getting overwhelmed by the loud noise and got antsy, so my sister drove the 4 of us back home. The 4 of us included my nephews, who wanted to go home as well, and since I'm the cool Gen Z uncle, we often play games like MLBB and Genshin together. My sister then went back to the party after dropping us off. As a side note, the family friend's house was just like a few minutes away from ours. Okay, so it was just me and the kids at the house now. We went upstairs to my nephew's room to just chill and play games. Also for context, the second floor has a bathroom, the computer room, my sister and brother-in-law's bedroom, where my niece usually sleeps, and my nephew's room. Outside their room is kind of like a small transitional space that connects the rooms and the staircase. It was around 8 p.m. by then, and the hallway was dark since the lights there were off. The only light was from the stairs. So if you stepped into the hallway, it was mostly dark unless you went near the stairs where the light reached. So, we were sitting on the bed playing mobile games, and the door to the room was slightly open. The door was slightly ajar, not fully open. After a few minutes, I told one of my nephews to turn the lights off in the room since we were going to play MLBB, and I preferred to play with the lights off when playing MOBA games. Things were normal at this point, we were just laughing and playing. But then, we heard knocking. Not on the door, on the wall. It was the wall just outside the room. I'd describe it as purposeful. It wasn't a knock that came from something falling or the pipes being freaky. We all froze for a second, but then the boys immediately went, "Hala, me multo. Oh no, there's a ghost," while giggling, but I was also scared as hell. I know I'm technically the adult, but I'm a huge coward. I tried to rationalize it. I said it was probably the water pipes in the bathroom, which is right next to their room. But then we heard it again. This time, it was clearer. This time around, it was definitely knocking. The boys were becoming increasingly frightened, yet they still treated the situation as a joke, giggling because we were all close to each other and a little scared. My niece, though, was completely silent and clearly scared, so I just hugged her and reassured her. I kept trying to say it was nothing, that it was just the plumbing or something. But in my head I was also trying to keep myself calm. Important detail, there was no one else home, and I would have known if anyone had come in. Our front door is an autolock thingy with a passcode, and it beeps when it's opened or closed, or even when someone tries to put in the code. You literally can't miss it, and I didn't hear anything. No beep, no door sound, nothing. Plus, my sister drove us home herself, and we watched her drive off again from the living room window. Mind you, the door was still cracked open, just enough that you could see a bit of the hallway. Then my niece pointed to the door and just distressingly said, "Me ulo. There's a head," and she just lost it. She started sobbing, full on terrified. Not dramatic, not fake, like actual, genuine fear. It was like a kind of crying you hear and just know something is really wrong. She wasn't trying to be funny. She was pointing at the crack in the door like she saw something when she said it. At that point I was hella terrified too. I just pulled her into me, covered us all in the blanket, and started calling my sister. I wasn't calm at all, but I was trying to seem strong for the kids so they wouldn't be any more scared. My nephews were also panicked at this point. I was basically begging my sister, saying, "Yumyui na ko, please. May Nikita si Kikin, ano, parang ulo raw, please lang, come home, please." Kikin, my niece, saw something, like, a head, "Please just come home now." She didn't even question it. She could hear how panicked I was and how hard her daughter was crying. She said okay and drove home immediately with my brother-in-law and parents. I could hear when the door finally opened downstairs and footsteps coming up, which was probably the biggest wave of relief I've ever felt in my life. After that, I tried to explain to her, my brother-in-law, and my parents what happened, but I was still shaken, and honestly, I wasn't making much sense. They were kind of freaked out too, and my dad and brother-in-law started to scope the house out, thinking maybe someone broke in. They didn't see anyone. So then, they said we might need to call Father Ron, a Filipino priest we know here in Japan, the guy who blessed my sister's house when they first bought it, to bless the house again. They think it was something evil. I don't really believe in ghosts, spirits, or anything else. Even now, I keep trying to come up with explanations. Maybe the knocking was in the pipes. Maybe my niece imagined something. But if you were there, like, if you genuinely heard the way she said it with the fear in her voice and saw her face. Yeah. I just want to know what the hell happened. If it wasn't a ghost, someone or something else was in the hallway with us. And I'm not sure which option is scarier. My insane paranormal experience. Basically, my experience began when I was a child, shortly after we relocated to a new house. I started having dreams about a spirit or something like a mist/blurry person that was chasing me down the stairs from the top floor. When I reached the bottom floor of the house, I was safe, and the spirit couldn't follow me. In the dreams I would also be grabbed from under the bed and sometimes even dragged down towards the bed. I would also be terrified to go into the house alone, even though nothing had happened so far, so every day I would just stay outside and stare nonstop at the top floor windows. Now fast forward maybe a year or a few later. When my older sister and I moved to the top floor of the house while my little sister moved downstairs, strange things started happening. I always felt as though someone was watching me. I had to keep the door completely shut because I felt like someone was staring at me through the crack if it was even slightly open. The attic door opened on its own despite the outside bolt lock. The worst thing was when I was home from school and was in bed on my stomach watching videos on my iPad. I swear someone pushed me on my back really fast so that my body jiggled. I got so scared that I ran outside for hours before someone got home. My mom and sister both heard my PC chair move across the floor when I wasn't home. My towel moved to my chair after I took a shower. Years later, my sister and I discussed the incident. We had the same feelings in the same spots on the top floor. She later told me that she also couldn't have the door slightly open because it felt like someone was watching her. I moved into an apartment in 2019, and my family also moved a bit later. They didn't notice any more paranormal events occurring after my sister and I moved out and the top floor became empty. I have never felt watched or scared or experienced anything weird in my apartment, and the same is true for my family members in their homes. This will always be on my mind and give me chills. I can't wrap my head around how I knew in my dreams as a kid before anything started happening. My one and only extremely odd experience. I don't think I'll ever know what the hell I saw. I have only told a few people my story. It isn't anything crazy or insane. I'm just not sure what happened. I just want to explain first that I am someone that likes to be scared. I enjoy going to abandoned buildings and homes and the feeling of walking into pitch black rooms. Not being able to see anything in front of you is just a good adrenaline feeling for me. I'm just trying to explain that I don't fear the dark and like pushing my mental boundaries. Anyway, this happened a year or so back. I was renting a suite that was on a very large property. All flat farming fields with nothing growing on them across from my front door that was on the side of this massive house. There was a barn. The barn had floodlights on top that would go off if anything went in front of them, and they would light up the space between my door and the barn. Anyway, I was out there smoking a joint, and all of a sudden I would see something moving towards me from the field towards the middle part of the barn and my place. I couldn't see anything, just the movement of it, until it came into the moonlight, and I'm unsure how to exactly explain it, but this is my best try. It was like a ball of black with almost tentacles or wavy arms coming off it. At this point, I still can't really see it, it's almost like it was darker than the actual darkness, but that made it somewhat more visible against the barn behind it. I recall lowering myself onto one knee, adopting a hunter's stance, in an attempt to improve my vision. I was kind of in shock at what I was seeing. All of a sudden, a very small but super bright light shone in my face from a spot a bit farther back from the field. It wasn't blinding at all, it was more like a small maglite flashlight. As soon as it hit me, I just tossed my joint and hopped in my door, locking it behind me. I went to my room that faced that direction, grabbed my gun, and looked out my window. All in all, it was a super weird experience because those balls of black masses were messed up by themselves. But then it was like a human shined a light in my face. It was a super odd experience. My peculiar experiences over the years. I have been listening to this channel for years now, but this is my first ever post. Although I read/research a lot, I generally don't share much online, but I want to share my experiences with you guys. I have been fascinated with true stories of people's unexplained experiences for as long as I can remember, even though it freaked me out when I was a child. I just want to briefly add, I did not hallucinate/hear things, nor did I have any mental disorder other than OCD as a child/teenager. Any possible explanations are welcome, though. I had some experiences over the years, and here they are. I didn't write about all of my experiences because some have possible explanations or are simply too bizarre, but these particular ones stood out because another person or animal heard or saw them in addition to me. 1. The house. The house my family lived in from when I was ages 2 to 6 was odd in two ways. There was never any ghostly activity or anything like that, but anyone who lived in that house got sick quite often. We would all get sick all the time, and my mom told me that the lady who lived in the house before us was apparently sick when we first looked around over there before buying it, and she had said that she was sick of being sick. The second odd thing was that the wildlife seemed crazy. An eagle once came in the yard and swooped at my uncle and dad. Hawks were constantly coming into the yard right by the house and killing birds. Crows actively hunted and ended songbirds as if they were hawks or falcons, and a squirrel devoted literally every moment of its life to chasing the birds who landed in the yard. I know squirrels can be territorial, but this was insane. It was terrorizing the birds every moment it wasn't sleeping or eating. One thing I do not know is if the animals acted like this around any of the neighbors' places. In all the places I have lived since then, including the much more rural areas, the animals have not behaved so aggressively. Hawks and eagles are shy, crows mostly scavenge rather than hunt, and squirrels actually have better things to do than chase birds. Even as a small child, I remember being amazed at how rarely I got sick the instant we moved to a different new place. 2. The voice. This and the following experiences all occurred at or at least near a rural area in northern Canada. This happened probably about 8 or 9 years ago, when I was still living with my parents. I was upstairs in the kitchen one morning. It was between 8 and 8:30 a.m., and everyone else was still asleep. I was just getting breakfast and petting my cat, who was thrilled to have someone awake to give her attention. You know how boys' voices sound when they hit puberty and are in the middle of transitioning from a child's to a man's voice? Well, that's what this voice sounded like, an adolescent boy's. He shouted, "Hey!" And it sounded like it was coming from the top of the ceiling a bit to my left. I experienced a significant internal startle response due to surprise, yet for some reason, I did not feel overly frightened. However, my cat was utterly terrified. She ran away as fast as she could and hid in the bathroom. I looked around but didn't see anything, so I went into the bathroom and sat with my cat, trying to calm her down. That cat really doesn't like entities. It took a few minutes of petting her before she started purring and settling down again. I never heard that voice before or since. 3. The shadow person. This incident happened a couple of years after my cat and I heard the voice coming from the ceiling. This also occurred at my parents' house, except outside rather than inside. At the time I did not know about shadow people. I first read about them only 2 or 3 years ago. This time, It was my dogs who witnessed this particular occurrence. My older siblings and I were on our way out of our property to go to see a pond just outside of it. It's a rural place, so there are lots of trees. We had stopped at the corner of the driveway next to a large pole shelter, and my siblings were talking to my dad. I had the dogs on leashes, and I was just standing to the right of the pole shelter, facing the trees, when I saw the shadow, standing roughly 20 to 30 feet away from the dogs and me. It was a featureless shape, but it was looking right at us. It looked like the silhouette of a man wearing a hoodie. It wasn't pitch black like I have often heard other shadow people described as. It was almost like any other see-through shadow, but it was noticeably darker than the shadows cast by the trees. This might sound funny, but I felt it meant harm, yet it couldn't touch me, so I felt safe. I looked at the dogs to see if they saw it too, and they were rigid, staring at the shadow. Their body language was tense, but they did not growl or bark. There was nothing else around, they were looking at the shadow. We stared at it, and it stared at us for another several seconds, then it turned around and walked off into the trees and was gone. The dogs relaxed again and just went back to wagging their tails and sniffing around. As with the voice, I have not seen a shadow person since, but I think of it sometimes when I am by that area of the woods. 4 UFO. Maybe curiosity killed the cat, but being a person who is fascinated by unexplained events and sightings, I really wanted to see a UFO. Last winter, I finally fulfilled my wish with my most recent unexplained sighting. I was driving back from visiting my parents on the long gravel road preceding the highway. I wasn't in the greatest mood. For some reason I had been feeling rushed and annoyed the whole evening since before I visited the house. At the intersection across the highway, I saw a round yellow light in the sky by someone's house a few feet below the treetops. It was quite dark, but the light illuminated just enough for me to see that it was attached to a circular/saucer-shaped object a little less than half the size of my car. It didn't move like man-made flying objects do, it was smooth and effortless, like gravity didn't matter. It was utterly still at first, just suspended in the air when I first saw it, and then it moved back and forth in front of me once, and then in a nanosecond it shot away to the left and was gone. Immediately, my hurried/annoyed feeling was gone, and I felt satisfied. Maybe my mood had nothing to do with the UFO, and I am drawing an erroneous conclusion, but it was odd how quickly my mood changed after seeing it. I thought it was still possible that maybe it was a drone of some kind, but I have looked at several videos of drones, and none of them are so smooth and fast flying. Then again, I don't know if the government/military has any secret drones or anything. 5. The Coyote Terrorizer. This one may not be supernatural, but it was just odd. So some years back, there was this big pile of rotting grain in a field next to my parents' property, and it attracted a lot of coyotes and deer. So for a good few years, we had a lot of coyote activity due to the grain and the multitudes of deer. It was rare a whole week would go by without one or all of our family hearing coyotes howl and bark at night or even during the day. It got to the point I could generally tell what types of howls/barks meant. Both my mom and I started hearing this strange sound at night. It was the exact same pitch as a coyote howl, high and loud, but unlike a normal howl, it was just one note. It was sometimes shorter or longer, but it never wavered higher or lower. At first, when it sounded like we heard coyotes howling, the coyotes would go into their frenzy of barking and howling that they do when hunting or fighting some other predator off, but when they fell silent, the thing would have the last word. It must have kicked their asses, because fairly soon, if coyotes were barking and howling, whether alone or in groups, they would immediately fall silent if this creature sounded its howl/call, much like they do when a wolf howls. Sometimes my mom and I would hear it really close. Sometimes it sounded in the woods behind the house, then to the side, then more distant, like it was running through the woods. That was the only winter we ever heard the thing. It's northern Canada, and for predators we have coyotes, foxes, wolves, lynx, the occasional cougar, black bears, fishers, and possibly wolverines. I don't have the slightest clue what could have made this sound. I did some research and could not find anything. If anyone has any insight into the nature of this sound or its potential origin, please share it with me. 6. The laughter. I can think of one potential explanation for this sound, the distortion of sound over a distance, but I will share it anyway. This is a sound I have heard 3 or 4 times, quite randomly during the day over the course of a few years. It was and still is the most surreal sound I have ever heard, so strange that immediately after hearing it, my memory could not replay it the way I heard it. When it happened, it was always across the river in the woods to the west. The best way I can describe it is that it sounded like wild, emotionless laughter, like there was no sadness or happiness or anything, just an insane laughing sound. It would start abruptly and end abruptly, only one time it happened twice in succession. The closest thing I could think of was distant coyotes, but even their crazy whooping never sounded like laughter. I don't know what I heard, but it was not a pleasant sound. The funny thing about most of my paranormal experiences, such as the voice and the shadow person, was how unafraid I felt/feel about them. It seems like so many people I have read about feel utterly terrified, or at least fairly scared. I'm not sure why I'm not. I mean, my skin absolutely crawled when I heard a lynx in the woods make a sound that was exactly like one of my cats, but with a lower, deeper tone. Yet when I see a shadow staring at me, I just think, that was odd. I'm not sure if my lack of fear is due to the surreal nature of experiences like that or for some other reason. Thanks for listening. Please share your thoughts and any similar stories. One night, I was driving to see my lover at the time. I was in a really weird place emotionally and battling a lot of things internally, not sure how relevant that is on the whole, but it was what it was. I was blaring music, and it was raining while I was driving down a country road, and I realized I was about to miss my turn, so I took it way too fast and sharp and hydroplaned into the drainage ditch, missing a big stop sign by a couple feet. My car is sitting in 3 feet of water on the driver's side, so I crawl out my passenger side. There's a light at the house on the hill where my car is in the ditch, so I figure I better go and tell the homeowner that I'm in his ditch and AAA, American Automobile Association, is coming to tow me out. He was kind and walked out with me, and while we were standing in his yard, he asked me, "Are you alone? It looks like someone's in your car." And I'm weirded out because I'm a girl alone on a country highway, and I tell him, "No, but people are on their way, blah blah blah." He shrugs it off and goes inside. I'm standing up on the side of the road while I wait because there's water in my car now. A person drives up, opens their window, and asks if I'm alright, and then, from a completely different angle, they inquire if someone is in my car. I explained again that people were on their way, but no, it was just me. They go on their way. Weird, but okay. I go in and check behind me to see if there are shadows or something dancing in such a way that it is making it look like a man and see nothing. And I wouldn't even think much about it anymore, but another person drives up and asks me the same thing, and when I told him no, he was like, "Are you sure?" I said back to him, "Why does everyone keep saying that? No, AAA is on the way. I'm alone, and I'm fine." I was starting to get annoyed, and in all the stress, I wasn't registering how bizarre it was that 3 separate people, at 3 different vantage points, were seeing a man in my car while I saw nothing. I prefer to believe it was either my guardian angel or my grandfather, but I find it difficult to explain. My experiences with the paranormal. The earliest experience I had was when I was about 7 or 8. It was already dark outside, and I was lying in my bed reading a book. You know how you always read about how the room temperature changes or you get a weird vibe when you are about to see a ghost? Yeah, did not happen for me. I was reading the book, and for some reason, I decided to turn and look at my right side. I guess I must have seen something out of the corner of my eye, because right on cue this blonde girl in blue overalls just walks down my room and disappears. My first reaction was to haul to the kitchen, where my mom was. There was also some activity occurring in my parents' room. One of my sisters would come visit, and my niece would sleep with my parents. She would wake up in the middle of the night and start bawling. Whenever they asked her what was wrong, she would simply point at the closet. Of course they couldn't see anything, but she always started freaking out and had to leave some sort of light on for her. It was also in this room where another of my nieces suffered a seizure or was possessed. I remember I woke up to the sounds of someone screaming their head off. The lights in my room and in the hall were on. The screams were indistinguishable. I didn't understand any of it. So I walked to my parents' room, and there is my niece, twitching and acting like she has gone insane, blabbering what, to me, was just incoherence. I remember my brother slapping her, trying to get her to snap out of it. Finally they decided to call the ambulance, and they gave my niece a sedative. After that incident, nothing like that happened. Fast forward a couple of years, and I was already in high school. My friends and I used to go to my house to play Halo or King of Fighters. These actually didn't happen to me, but they did to my friends. I remember I went to the kitchen to get some soda while my friends Sergio and Art were playing. When I returned, they had already paused the game. I asked him what the hell was up. Apparently they saw some girl's face outside my window just staring at them. I asked them what she looked like, and their description fit what I had seen. Another time my friend Arturo was playing cough while I was in the kitchen or in the bathroom. He was sitting on my bed, and while he was playing, the apparition of the girl appeared right next to him. Of course my friends were shaken, so was I. But this one has always stuck with me. It's Christmas '06, and for some reason I and my nephews and brother-in-law are talking about creepy shit. I tell the story of the first time I saw the girl, and my nephew's jaw drops. Apparently, he saw her too. Back when I was a kid, I used to share the room with my nephews. We had 2 sets of bunk beds to accommodate all of us. He was sleeping on the bottom bed and woke up for some reason. My bed was right above his to the right, so he could see me lying there sleeping. He looked up to where I was and saw the girl in blue overalls sitting right next to me. Being a kid, he didn't think much of it and went back to sleep. His description was exactly like mine. I know none of these stories are terrifying, but what left me awestruck was when he said she was reading a book for me. A disturbing experience after visiting a graveyard and the fear that followed. A friend of mine and I decided to explore a tourist spot in our local area. While we were there, I thought of visiting my mother's grave, which is located in a Catholic cemetery. I have visited her grave many times before, often alone, and I had never felt afraid or uncomfortable during those visits. However, on that particular day, I felt that something was not right. I had a strange feeling that the day itself was not good. Even though I had this feeling, I still decided to go to the cemetery. I prayed at my mother's grave and did not face any problem there. While returning, my friend and I decided to visit another graveyard located on top of a hill nearby. Usually, that place is very quiet and almost empty, and I had never seen anyone there before. Out of curiosity, I decided to go there and look around. As soon as I entered that graveyard, I felt a strong sense of discomfort. My subconscious mind kept telling me that something was wrong. When I saw 2 particular graves inside the cemetery, I suddenly felt chills throughout my body. The feeling was so intense that I immediately turned my bike around and left the place without going any further. After that day, I began to feel unusually heavy, both mentally and physically. Not long after, I was in a major car accident. Since then, I have also been involved in other minor accidents, which made me feel even more unsettled. Because of these experiences, I consulted a Hindu pujari whom I trust. She told me that some kind of negative energy was following me. I did not fully believe her, so I later went to a Muslim imam to seek his opinion. He also told me something similar, which increased my fear and confusion. Since then, I have been having continuous bad dreams. In many of these dreams, I see myself dying. Recently, I had a dream in which something entered my house and my cats became possessed. In the same dream, my family members were praying, but they also became possessed, and eventually all of us died. On the same night, I had another dream in which my late mother took me to a Buddhist monk. In that dream, I also saw someone being ended in a road accident. After experiencing these dreams, my fear and anxiety increased further, and I have been struggling to understand what is happening to me. Also, I had visited my mom's cemetery last year. Since then I have been facing this situation. Haunted in the province. So this is a true story that happened to me when I was 13 years old. It was my first and most memorable paranormal experience. My parents claim that I had one when I was a lot younger, but I don't remember. I've had experiences since then, but I usually pinpoint this experience as the turning point in my life. I've only told this story to my husband and my family, and I have never really made it public. I come from a Filipino-American family. My parents immigrated here back in the late 80s when my sister was 4. I was born in the States in the early 90s and grew up in a pretty average community here in the USA, making tons of friends from different cultural backgrounds. I was lucky to have the opportunity to grow up in a pretty diverse, multicultural area. My parents, coming from the rural, provincial life in the Philippines, brought a lot of folk stories with them to this country. Stories of the aswang, Filipino vampire, kapre, Bigfoot, tianak, demon baby, duwende, goblin men, and manananggal, creepy demon. Google it. Even as a kid, I didn't believe half the stories they told me. My sister and all my friends at school mostly didn't believe in a lot of hooey, which is why I found out Santa wasn't real when I was 6, along with the tooth fairy and all things magical soon after. Thanks, sis lol. We also watched a lot of scary movies during sleepovers. It was the 90s, and my parents and my friends' parents didn't really care as long as they told us the disclaimer that it is all camera tricks, it is not real, or it's just ketchup. Anyway, I'm providing all this background information because, even as a young child, I didn't believe in ghosts and other paranormal or out of the ordinary phenomena. Despite the stories my parents told, they would tell them to us as if they were fairy tales. I didn't believe anything until my trip to visit my mother's province in the Philippines. It wasn't the first time I visited, but it was the first memorable time for me, as I was only 3 when I first went. We spent a week in Manila and then took a bus up north to the province where my mom's family is from, Ilocos. She grew up in a small, rural town where generations of my family lived their lives and eventually passed on so that the next generation could live their lives too. With that being said, my sister and I were told that it was a place full of spirits. Some were ghosts of our ancestors who would like to greet us, and some were nature spirits, duendes, who would like to interact with these new faces. My sister and I, teens by this age, were used to my mom and dad telling us these things and brushed them off as weird, as fairy tales, and as spooky. When we arrived at my mom's village, we were greeted by family members of a bunch of people we never knew that we were related to. The entire village, including great-aunts, great-great-uncles, distant cousins, and others, welcomed us, but we also got to see my wonderful grandparents, RIP to both, I miss them dearly, who greeted us in person for the second time in their lives. Another cousin, who was 15 years old and visiting from the USA, was also present. She arrived with my aunt and uncle a few days prior. We stayed with my grandparents in the house during our entire 2 weeks in the province. The weird things started day one. The first thing was, we were told, that we all had to be blessed. A ritual was done to my sister and me that night. My cousin had it done a few days prior. A prayer circle was conducted in front of a statue of Santo Niño, baby Jesus, accompanied by incense, scented candles, and the fragrance of roses near medallions of the Virgin Mary. My sister and I sat in the center, and a great aunt of ours led the prayer with a bunch of the elder women of the village, my grandma, and my mom and dad. My parents told us it was to bless us so that bad things don't happen when we are there. I don't know exactly what those bad things were. However, we were also told it didn't prevent us from being visited, and it didn't protect us from upsetting anything. I guess they did this when we were little kids too, so that we didn't play with the invisible things that roamed around the house and the village. Apparently the spirits like to trick little kids and take them away. Sometimes to eat them, sometimes to keep them. The following day was normal. I played games with my cousins, explored the village, and hung out with the kids my age who wanted to know all about my life in America while I wanted to know all about their lives here. We were allowed to play almost anywhere, except on private property, in the cemetery, and anywhere that looked gated off. Our elders also cautioned us against visiting the burnt house near my grandmother's chicken coop. My mom's eldest brother owned the house, but it burned down a year ago. It was dangerous because it was in ruins and said to be haunted, so it had to be cleansed before my uncle and his family could rebuild there. In particular, the duende were said to inhabit the place now. If we were to pass the place, we were said to yell Bari, Bari, Po while pulling our earlobes as a sign of respect to let them know we were passing. Needless to say, I didn't care to do it. My sister, cousin, and I decided to explore the place out of boredom. I waited outside the outhouse for my sister to finish so we could walk back to the house together with the one flashlight we had. While waiting, I heard laughter. First it was one laugh, a sort of giggle, which sounded like it came from one person. Then a second laugh came, this time from a different side, behind a rock near the pathway that led to the chicken coop and the burned house. I shone the light from the flashlight in the directions of both laughters, and nothing. I tried to brush it off as village kids pranking me. I called out for them to stop, and no answer, just the rustle of bushes. Freaked, I told my sister to hurry so we could go back into the house. On the walk back, I said nothing. My sister was moody, she was having stomach issues and was blaming it on something she ate, so I didn't try to tell her. I tried to rationalize that night to myself. But I couldn't think of an explanation aside from the chickens, kids from the village, my imagination, or the wind. I ignored it and went back to bed. I woke up the following morning bruised. The bruises were welts, all over my body. They didn't itch like a bug bite, they didn't even hurt. I was just bruised everywhere. I went downstairs to where my grandmother, my aunts, and my mom were sitting. My grandma made me a plate of food and noticed the bruises on my arms. She said something in Ilocano to my moms and aunts. They asked if I went to the burned ruins yesterday. I said I did. They told me not to go there again and asked who went with me. I said, my sister and cousin. Both girls, who were having stomach issues, were still in bed in the room the three of us shared. My grandma grabbed something from her room and gave it to the girls to drink in a glass of rice water. She rubbed the same stuff on my arm, and it smelled nutty like coconut oil and burnt leaves and was warm to the touch. She rubbed it on me while muttering a prayer. My bruises disappeared an hour later. My sister and cousin felt better around the same time too. My grandma said that we had upset the duende and that they were punishing us for trespassing on their home. If we didn't respect their space properly, they would prank us again. We made an offering of food to them afterwards at the burned house. But, just as the elders said, we avoided that area the rest of the trip. We thought this was our last paranormal experience during our time in the province, but it wasn't. Nothing weird happened the next couple of nights. Everything was normal. We resumed spending time with the other kids and teens in the village. We even went to the beach and visited a few towns in the area. Soon, my sister, cousin, and I began to say that what happened to us were just coincidences. Bug bites likely caused the bruises, and my sister and cousin may have consumed spoiled food. We rationalized and moved on. Then, all of a sudden, it started to happen again. This was the night when I became a true believer in the paranormal. After a night of board games and laughter with our new group of friends, my sister, cousin, and I walked upstairs to our room to tuck in for the night. My sister and I shared a bed, and my cousin was right across from us. My sister and cousin quickly fell asleep. I stayed awake from all the excitement that day and the plan to go tamarind picking tomorrow at a local farm. My family's ancestral home is an old house on old land. It belonged to my family for generations, and many family members lived and died in the home. It was made of pure hardwood, both outside and inside. Indoors, it has wooden floors and wooden stairs. It was a naturally creaky old house and had lots of odd noises because of the wood. However, over time, you become accustomed to the nighttime sounds, which can even be soothing at times. That night, the creaks kept me up. I was lying in bed when I heard distinct footsteps, clear rhythmic movements of feet on stairs, going up towards the bedroom. They were slow and steady and clearly the sound of feet on the old wooden boards. The doorknob turned, and I heard the door open halfway. I peeked from my blanket, expecting to see my mom, grandma, or an aunt. I immediately covered my eyes with the blanket. No one was there. The moonlight shone from the hallway window, creating pure emptiness. I was too frightened to move or say anything. The fear was so paralyzing, so numbing, that I didn't even try to wake up my sister and cousin. I stayed there frozen, under the thin sheets, eyes wide open in fear. The door closed. The footsteps resumed and walked towards my cousin's bed, closest to the door, and stopped where she lay. It stayed there, its presence was felt by me, even though it wasn't near me. Then, all of a sudden, it started to move again. It walked towards mine and my sister's bed this time. My eyes, wide open under thin sheets, could see the light of the moon through the window by my cousin's bed. If a person were standing there, I would have been able to see them blocking the light and the shape of their body. I couldn't see anything through the sheets. But it stood right next to me. I could feel it, and I was paralyzed. I was still under my covers, refusing to take a peek and pull it completely down. I felt it stare directly at me. It stood there for a couple minutes, but it felt like eternity. I think it knew I was awake. Then, it decided to walk to the dresser directly in front of the bed my sister and I slept on. I heard the lid of an old, artistic ceramic pot on the dresser slowly rotate, seemingly adjusting itself. The footsteps then walked past me, past my cousin, towards the door, and stopped again for the last time. And then, all of a sudden, the sensation of another being in the room disappeared. It was gone. I didn't know how I knew, I just knew it wasn't there anymore. I was able to move again, but I stayed under the covers for the rest of the night, wide awake and terrified. The next day, after breakfast, I sat in the living room with my sister and cousin watching Filipino game shows. We were mostly quiet during our meal and didn't say much to each other. My sister, out of nowhere, asks us, "Was one of you walking around the room last night?" My cousin said, "Oh my God, did you hear the footsteps too?" My sister said yes. I told them my side of the story, and we all heard the same thing. My cousin, who was braver than my sister and I, took down her covers and saw nothing walking in the room but could clearly hear it. We immediately told my grandma, aunt, and mom the story. The first thing my grandma asked us is if any of us felt sick. We said no. She said that if we felt like we had a headache, we should tell her immediately. We all felt well until after lunch. My sister and cousin were fine. But around 2 o'clock that afternoon, before leaving for tamarind picking, I started to get a headache. A terrible one. My sister told my grandma for me that I wasn't feeling well. My grandma went upstairs, not to her room this time, but to the room I shared with my sister and cousin. She came back downstairs immediately afterwards, with a flowery dress folded in front of her. She put it on my forehead and held me close to her. I heard my grandmother begin to mutter, not a prayer this time, but like she was talking to someone. As if she were having a conversation with another person. After a few minutes, she gave me plain water to drink, and I felt better. My mom told me later on when we were back in the USA that the dress belonged to my grandmother's sister. The room we were in was hers, and the vase was hers too. Her spirit was visiting us in the bed my sister and I slept in. When we got there, I asked my mom why we were still haunted despite all the blessings. She said it was to protect us from the worst things that were happening. I didn't believe in ghosts and nature spirits like duendes until that trip. Since then, I've been more open to paranormal experiences and the hidden world. I have had other experiences since then, here in the USA. But this one, for me, is the first memorable experience I have ever had with the other world. Most intense encounter yet. Just to preface, I'm pagan. I have an old rosary. I found it in a bush about 6 years ago. I wasn't looking around for any particular reason, I just felt an urge to randomly look into it. Found an old, very rusted, and broken rosary. I've had it since and have never lost or broken it. I use it as a pendulum, as I feel it has very strong energy. Other people feel it too, and it makes them deeply uncomfortable. We were trying out a spirit box app. This one is legit, there are no repeated sounds, and the answers are clear and concise. It's quiet until there's a response, then the volume amplifies. We decided to try it with the rosary, and it was silent, no response whatsoever. Since it seems particularly attached to me, I said I'd do it in a room by myself. The second they left the room, it started talking non-stop. Not all of it was coherent, but it said emotional. So I asked if it was talking about me. It said clearly, no, not you. I called my friends back in, and it said, them. Besides me not feeling upset emotionally, my body kind of freaked. My hands felt as cold as ice, and tears streamed down my face. Tried the same thing again, and it said teaching, and I asked what it was teaching me. It said a seer, which I suppose makes sense since I've been using it for witchcraft purposes. This literally just happened, but I wanted to share about it because, yeah, it was something. After taking a break, we tried this again later. It didn't say much to me this time, but my friend tried being alone with the pendulum. It wouldn't talk to her until she mentioned me. To which it responded with my name like underscore? Saying my name with a questioning tone. She asked what its name was, and it said, my name is, before being interrupted by a female voice laughing. My friend understandably freaked out and called us back in. It went silent again for a few minutes until I said, you were talking to my friend just fine, to which it laughed again and then said, shut up. We let our third friend have a turn being alone this time, and she got nothing but the female voice telling her to shut up multiple times. So it seems like the male spirit attached to my pendulum, or just one in the house, was willing to communicate before being shoved out of the way by a malicious female entity. Should we cleanse our friend's home? I don't believe my rosary is particularly aggressive, though I'm still on the fence about that. However, the female voice that took over much later was absolutely aggressive. I got lost looking for a covered bridge across the river in KY. My buddy was on an old 2-stroke Suzuki GT 250 that had issues, so we had to pull over. While trying to fix the bike and get riding again, this ATV came rolling by pretty slow. The lady had her face covered and a baby in her hand. This was pre-COVID, probably over 20 years ago now. There was an old blue dilapidated mobile home about 100 yards behind us that she went to. After a short time, she drove past us again down the road. This time, she returned with another baby who appeared to be about 1 year old, in contrast to the previous child who was only a few months old. The feeling I experienced when we made eye contact for the second time was unsettling. I conveyed to my friend that we urgently needed to leave. A sense of unease pervaded me. Maybe 2 more minutes passed, which felt like an hour, but we finally got it started and headed down the hill. Maybe a quarter mile down the road, in the little valley, there was a barn and a fenced-in area full of kids either naked or in diapers, about 15, at least, a few of the older ones in overalls. I found the location on maps not long ago when my friend and I were recalling that day. I'm half tempted to drive back and see what is even there now. Probably a bunch of 20-year-olds in diapers now. It might not be a sighting of UFOs or Bigfoot, but the atmosphere was definitely unsettling. A few years ago, I experienced some really creepy situations while camping in West Virginia. People are sometimes scarier than anything paranormal. Fairy? Spirit? Strange connection to owls? I really don't know. So I think I may have had a repeated visit from a fairy/spirit. Though I suppose I could be wrong and just have a good connection to owls. Either way, I wanted to ask you what you all think. Ever since I was a little kid, I've hated most birds. Personally, I just can't stand them. Except for owls, I've always adored them. Well, when I was 9 years old, my great-grandmother, who had raised me for a chunk of my life up until that point, passed away. We were very close. About a week before she passed, I started to hear the hooting of an owl, which was weird because we hardly ever had owls around our house despite being next to several acres of woods. Though it was a week to the day before she passed from a blood clot in her heart. Every night that entire week, an owl perched on the bathroom windowsill, which is located right next to my room, in this old house built when my grandparents were kids, featuring very thin walls. So I heard that owl sit there on the windowsill and hoot from the time it got dark until right before the sun came up. At 9 years old it didn't really cross my mind that what had happened wasn't normal. When I was 11, A close family friend who was like a grandfather to me passed away, and exactly 1 week before his death, an owl took up residence on my windowsill and hooted from dusk until just before dawn for the entire week. I really didn't think much about it, though, because the area where I lived at the time occasionally heard the hoot of an owl, even though it didn't happen very often. I didn't think about the same occurrence from when my great-grandmother passed. I just assumed an owl got curious and decided to perch outside my window. Then again, when I was 13, my great-grandfather, aka Papa J, whom I was close to, passed away. I still didn't make the connection when the owl appeared a week before his death, perched on the roof above my room, and began its strange all-night hooting session exactly 1 week before he passed away. When I was 15, yet another of my great-grandfathers, aka Papa L, passed away, and a week later, I realized I had heard an owl throughout that week. At this point, I was a cold, moody mess because, after my great-grandmother passed away, I became much closer to Papa L, which made his death affect me much more deeply than the others. Well, Papa L had been really weak and sick for a few months, so I was afraid I was about to lose my papa for some time. When this owl showed up at my window, I got pissed and grabbed a book off my little bookcase. I opened my window, hurling the book at the blasted bird and telling it to get lost. Of course the owl fluttered off, but that night when I settled down to sleep, the owl showed right back up at my window and started its annoying hooting. The same thing happened every night that week, and then he passed. The next visit was when I was 17. No one in my family was sick or even looked remotely close to death, and even if they were, I still had not made the connection. Like before, an owl took up residence at my windowsill every night for a week. Then it stopped. I didn't think much of the owl's absence until 3 days later when a family member called to inform me that my daddy's parents, with whom I was close, had been in a head-on collision with a drunk truck driver, resulting in their deaths. All this happened 3 days ago. There were several deaths in the family, but I didn't hear any owls for people I was not close to. Well, when I was 21, I was a married mother to a beautiful little boy. My husband, my 1-year-old son, and I were living with my mother and her husband. About 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, I began to hear an owl. I didn't think much of it, just like before, till I got the call a week before Thanksgiving from my uncle, telling me my dad had passed away. This is when it finally hit me that every time someone I loved or was close to passed, I heard an owl exactly a week before their death. Of course I already had a deep respect for the beautiful creatures, and for some reason realizing this made me feel a little privileged. It felt like I got a warning before I was about to lose someone special to me. It wasn't until I was 25 that this last incident occurred, right before Christmas last year. Honestly, I didn't expect this to happen with a family pet. My 8-month-old Gotti/Razor Pitbull Demonology, aka Demon, got loose from his chain and was hit and killed by a car. Although I understood the significance of the owl's appearance a week before Demon's death, I mistakenly believed it was a sign related to my very ill aunt, whom I thought was about to pass away. So the day came, and I called to check on my aunt to find she had made a full recovery, right before my mother informed me that Demon had been hit that morning. I don't know if my experience is due to my bond with owls or if there are fairies or spirits that act this way, but I wanted to know which one it was and what I could have done at 9 to win its favor. Let me also say paranormal occurrences have always surrounded my family, from my maternal grandmother having second sight and being an advanced medium, driving her to do drugs and attempt to take her life more than once. She was ended by a drug dealer before I was born. My mother was pregnant with my older brother but not far enough along to know the gender. The day before my grandmother passed away, she looked at my mother and told her, "Take care of my red-headed grandson." Imagine the surprise my mother felt upon the birth of my curly red-headed brother. That aside, everyone in the family has abilities much weaker than my grandmother's. My same red-headed brother sees and hears spirits. My mother is a medium with a weaker form of second sight but chooses to ignore her gifts. I sense spirits and can interact with them if they choose to reveal themselves to me. I am waiting to see if either of my young children will show signs of these gifts, although I hope that they do not inherit them. My mother insists that my grandmother's spirit passed through her with all of her pregnancies, which is what she thinks gave me and my brother our gifts and big hearts. Honestly, I'm skeptical, but all I know is the odd things that have happened to me. So what do you think? Any idea you may have will help. Thanks. In 6th grade, my class went from Phoenix to stay at a ranch with a main building and a couple cabins full of bunk beds up in Williams. The buildings were in this big grassy clearing surrounded by a pine forest. My friends and I were playing around, and we wandered away from the class as they were doing outdoor crafts outside the building and were leaning on a wooden fence. I looked towards the trees, which were a few hundred feet away across the clearing, and I saw a big black wolf or very wolfy dog come out of the forest, lope along this fence that was made of wood posts and wires, and then go back into the forest. I looked at my friends, and they had seen it, too. We all turned and ran back to the group. One of my friends pointed out that the animal had been impossibly big, like standing really high in comparison to the wire fence, and that's how I remember it as well. It's possible it was a really short fence and perspective was off at that distance, but fences are built to a standard size, especially on a ranch, to keep animals in or out. Word got around with all the other kids in the class about what we saw. That night, the teachers made us go on a flashlight hike, and none of us were happy about that. I feel like there was a full moon because I remember it was cold, so we were wearing jackets, and the dried grass as we crossed the meadow was lit up with a bluish light, and we each had a flashlight. We were all clustered together, hanging onto each other as we walked, and just as we got to the back of the meadow near the forest, someone stopped, and there was a commotion while the teachers tried to get us moving. I moved up to see what they were looking at, and we had all stumbled onto the remains of a dead sheep. I recall seeing a tangled mass of matted wool on the ground, not a body or blood, indicating it was likely old. Nevertheless, everyone suddenly panicked, becoming visibly distressed and screaming. The teachers, overwhelmed, decided to abandon the original plan and escort us back to the main cabin, where they provided hot chocolate to help us regain composure. I mean, in my 12-year-old mind's opinion, either werewolf or skinwalker. Demonic entity attachment. I need to write this down and share because this is a totally different experience than just ghosts, angels, demons, and all that. I feel like you'll very much be intrigued and confused if you can listen to this entire story. This is a long story about an entity I have had attached to me for roughly 2.5 to 3 years now. And honestly, I'm so heightened by my experiences that I was never really terrified or wanting to cleanse the energy away due to the fact that I have very different and abstract spiritual beliefs only because of my personal experiences. I seriously believe that whatever this entity is was never human or a part of our realm. I will go more in depth later in the story, but this creature almost mocks the Christian ideologies of angels and demons. This entity is neither negative nor positive, and I believe it does not have a gender, although I feel a more masculine presence over a feminine one. So let's begin. The first experience I ever had with this creature clicked in my head and has made me shift my idea on how the entity became attached to me. At first I believed it was because I used a Ouija board, and a few days after I noticed the presence a lot more, but no. I have later remembered I did a guided third eye meditation, which is no longer on YouTube, and I'm glad it's not because if this happened to someone who wasn't as capable with energies, I would be very worried. The meditation I did about 4.5 years ago was very strange. I remember lying down in my bed and listening to the voice on the video. It asked you to start breathing in a very strange way. You had to almost have a shaking breathing style and listen to audios I have never heard on any other guided or non-guided meditation, and I've participated in endless amounts of them. During the meditation I felt and envisioned a large black hand with long nails on the left side of my chest. It felt as if I was sitting up in my bed, and I could feel the hand push me gently back down to the bed. I didn't want to break the meditative state, and even though my heart began to race, I continued to keep my eyes closed, and I followed till the end of the meditation when I could hear the voice giving cues to wake up again. After sitting up, all I could see was a strange purple aura around everything I looked at. This comes into play later. After that meditation I never really noticed the energy/hand again until, fast forward a few years, I used the Ouija board. A few days after using the board, I started to feel a very angry masculine presence in the far corner of my garage, the same garage I used the board in. I paid no mind to it really at first due to the fact that ever since I was a child, I had been having experiences and feeling energies, so at that point I was accustomed to it. The energy started to become more comfortable with my presence, and I began to no longer feel that negative energy. I can feel a very heavy energy in my stomach and chest, but it is no longer dark and negative. After a few months of feeling the presence every day, it began, for lack of better language, trying to duck with me more in a childish yet more powerful way than I've ever felt any other energy do. This energy, I strongly believe, is the most powerful I have ever personally encountered and possibly will ever encounter. The entity would always be behind me when I was walking to the garage door to leave. Many times I would go to open the door, and it would close itself. I could feel the entity behind me, and I started to talk aloud to it from then on. I don't get verbal responses that I can hear or responses sometimes at all. It's more that the entity will do something in response to my words or will shift the energy I'm feeling so as to give a response. The entity definitely likes to use doors the best when it wants my attention, but it has actually touched me, like during the meditation and another few times. I was with my friend at probably 2 a.m. in our small town in the grocery store parking lot on our bikes. We didn't want to drive since it was summer and we were taking in the fresh air. I closed my eyes while standing in the empty parking lot. I was hovering over my bike, and my friend was beside me. All of a sudden I felt those same black hands with sharp nails gently on my lower back. I immediately opened my eyes and looked to my friend, who could immediately see something had happened. I asked if she had touched me, which she said no since she was beside me the whole time. She would start to sometimes feel the entity's energy around me. One time I was driving, probably a couple weeks after the parking lot incident, and she saw the hand come beside my face while I was driving. That same summer we went on a trip together with 2 other people. At 3 a.m., we were going to the small pond near our Airbnb when one of us yelled "Hail Satan" into the woods. I told my friend after that the entity was planting the idea in my head that we shouldn't go in there. I was feeling super heavy, and as I said that, she had a look in her eyes that I won't forget. She mentioned she could see the dark entity wrapping its arms around my shoulders as if to hold me down to not go in. When we went in the pond area, anyways, a light from a utility shed kept flashing on and off a total of 3 separate times. My friend and I knew we all had to pack up our stuff and leave the bench we were sitting on. We left the pond, and the next day the other 2 people on the trip, who aren't very spiritually inclined or open to it, left for the day, and my friend and I went back to the pond. We both had an overwhelming need to, for whatever reason. We noticed the bench we were sitting on the night before was a memorial bench, and the 2 others had disrespected that space, and that is why the entity was trying to get me to leave the pond that first night. Fast forward to after the summer trip, to around October 2019. I started dating my so, and my friend from before was at my so's house with me and her boyfriend at the time. We were all sitting at the kitchen table, and the door behind us opened by itself. My friend looked to me and said, "Hey." So I replied, "That's not very nice, sir, close the door." Needless to say, everyone almost died of shock when the door immediately closed. This is when I started to really know that this entity is very, very real. It will do things in front of the people I'm around and not just in front of me. That was what really stuck in my head. Other small experiences included the shower curtain blowing open when I was showering, the screen door to my house holding open once I swung it open and there was no wind, and a door near my entryway always opening when I haven't paid much attention to the entity's presence and it wants to remind me. When I was watching The Nun, he mimicked the hands over my face in the coffin scene to mock the Christian demons and movie, and I could go on. I think you get the idea. This entity I notice has a purple aura, which is what made me realize that it was attached to me, most likely because of the meditation. Anyways, this entity is still always around me. Just yesterday I got goosebumps and chills over my entire body when I was in a down mood, and I could feel the entity directly behind me, not trying to drain my energy, but I was feeling very alone, and it was almost like it was trying to comfort me. I have decided that I'm not going to try and cleanse this energy away, and I'll let it stay for as long as it feels like since I'm not being drained, it's not hurting anyone, and I see no need to detach the entity if it doesn't want to go and it isn't doing anything. It's been attached to me fully for up to 3 years now, and it's a normal part of my daily life. If you made it to the end of my scrambled story, I'm glad I could keep your interest. I'd love to know what you think of this. Any comments or questions would be appreciated. I was about 4 years old. My mom was raising me as a single parent, so money was pretty tight. So we had to move into a new apartment. The complex looked beautiful on the outside, but when we entered the building, it was bleak. It was a 2-bedroom apartment, so I got my room. It smelled very odd, though, like stale cupcakes. In the closet there was a water heater and a crawl space. I hated how it felt. It was so heavy. The first night in that room, the crawl space hatch came crashing down, scaring the ever-living shit out of me. I was about 6 when I started having dreams about a girl who stood in the living room and started doing the weird dance, moving up and down but almost like low FPS. Every night from then on I had those dreams. She was copying my face in all of them. I didn't sleep much, so my mom got me this moonlight, and she hung it up so I could see it at night. It would turn on and off all night, and the switch wasn't easy to move. It was sturdy. My mom didn't believe me at first. She tried to get me to sleep in my room. She ended up believing me. A couple years ago she thought I was old enough to know about her experiences, because for a long time after we moved out I slept with the lights on. I could finally sleep with the lights off at about age 20. My mom loves weed, and she was lighting up and reading the Screwtape Letters by C.S. Lewis. She reached a pretty creepy part of the book when she heard shuffling in the living room, back and forth, and decided she wasn't going to read the book. My mom tried everything to get me to sleep in my room. She had to lie beside me every night and rub my forehead to get me to sleep. That night she wanted to try and read that book again, and she started falling asleep when she heard a buzzing noise. It felt as if a bee was buzzing right in her ear, and then her head was suddenly pushed into the wall. She was determined to finish the book because she loves C.S. Lewis. Another night she fell asleep after reading the book, and she had this layered dream. She was in the basement of her childhood home, that we ended up moving into after this, and there was this old record player there, and in her dream she had to play it. Something invisible grabbed onto her foot and was tossing her around in the air, like what the Hulk did to Loki. And she woke up in her bed, and above her was this woman-like creature that was pissed, and it screamed at her, and my mom woke up. She threw her book out the window into the bushes below us. It's probably still there. I started therapy, not just because of this, but for other reasons. Much of the therapy sessions was spent discussing this issue. I felt trapped. It hated our animals. I was 7 by that point, and I never entered my room. The door was always closed. I heard our cat meowing in my room, which should have been impossible. My mom never even entered my room. I went in reluctantly, and she was drooling under my bed. The poor thing was terrified. My mom was just about done with the apartment anyways. There were some crazy people living in the complex anyways, messing with us and all that. So we moved out, and that was one of the final nights I saw her. She slapped me awake, and I was annoyed because I was exhausted. I flipped over on my belly with my blanket over my head. I felt as if something was watching me, so I lifted my blanket and saw the girl with white eyes staring directly at me. So close that we were eye to eye. I don't know how I didn't have a heart attack. Our old house. A few years ago, my family moved into a house that was over 100 years old. It sat alone on top of a hill just outside of town, surrounded by dense bushland. No neighbors. No road noise. Just trees, wind, and silence. The place felt off before we had even finished moving in. We later found out we were the first people to live there in almost 8 years. At the beginning, the strange things were easy to dismiss. Small noises at night. Quiet taps, like fingernails on wood. Soft footsteps somewhere in the house. The occasional bang. Nothing loud enough to panic over, just enough to make you stop and listen. We attributed the sounds to the house settling, animals outside, or our own imagination. The driveway was gravel, which was common for the area and for a few nearby properties. Late at night, we would sometimes hear what sounded exactly like someone walking through the gravel toward the house. Not a car. Not animals running. The slow, steady crunch of footsteps. It happened often enough that my pop started getting genuinely uneasy, thinking someone might actually be approaching the house. Every time we checked, no one was there. Then little things inside the house started adding up. We would find drawers open when we were sure we had closed them. Cupboards not how we remembered leaving them. Small items not sitting where we last put them. None of it was dramatic, and it could easily have been us forgetting, but it happened often enough that we all quietly noticed it without really talking about it. Not long after, we started hearing voices. Sometimes it sounded like muffled talking from another room. Other times it was clear whispers right near our ears. There were moments where more than one of us heard it at the same time, and other times only one person would hear it. We would see shadows at the edge of our vision. There were figures moving where they shouldn't have been. I kept convincing myself it was tricks of light or my mind playing games. We would also occasionally hear growling. We had 4 mini fox terriers, and at first we assumed it must have been them. But their growl is quite high-pitched, and what we were hearing sounded much deeper. It never quite matched what we were used to hearing from the dogs. Then I caught something on camera. I was filming a video in my room one afternoon, just talking about my collection of things. When I rewatched the video later, you could see a dark, human-shaped figure walk past the window behind me and disappear. It was raining at the time, and no one had any reason to be outside. I tried to rationalize it as a family member, but it never really made sense. Around that same period, I started getting scratched. We had cats, but these scratches were too far apart for their claws, and they appeared when the cats weren't inside. The layout of the house made everything feel worse. There was a hallway connecting the kitchen to the garage that you could see clearly from the lounge room where we would sit late at night. A friend of mine, who was a complete skeptic, stayed over a few nights. While watching TV, both of us, at the exact same time, would see and hear what looked like a figure walking through that hallway toward the garage. Not a quick shadow. Something that looked like it was actually walking. This happened more than once over the years, almost like it was repeating. The strangest part of the house was where I slept. My room was built underneath the house in a side section you could not access from inside. You had to go outside and walk down a small path to enter underneath. I slept down there alone. At night, I would hear footsteps above me, tapping in the walls, and whispers in the dark. I thought it was my family upstairs, but the sounds didn't match the house layout. What stands out to me now is that both my room and the rooms directly above me, where the rest of my family slept, would sometimes feel strangely uneasy. The air would feel heavy and uncomfortable, almost like it was harder to breathe in those areas for no clear reason. At the time, I never connected it to anything. Later, we realized those rooms were directly next to and above the exact spot underneath the house where we found something disturbing. My mom hated that house from the beginning. When she gave birth to me, she technically died for a short time and had to be resuscitated. Ever since then, she says she can sense when places feel wrong. She never liked being there alone. The first night she stayed in the house by herself to look after the animals while we were away, she experienced severe sleep paralysis. She said she woke up unable to move and saw a tall, skinny, dark humanoid figure standing in the hallway watching her. She could not scream or move and said it felt like someone was aware of her. After that, she refused to stay there alone unless she absolutely had to. She told me she believed whatever was in that house was not human and did not have good intentions. On the day we were moving out, we went underneath the house near the water tank pumps to check everything. There was a small access door to the space beneath the floor. That is where we found a pentagram drawn on the ground with old, heavily used candles placed around it. The candles were red and looked like they had been burned before and left there for a very long time. I do not know what red candles mean or if that is significant, but it stood out to us when we saw it. That is when an old memory came back. When we first inspected the property before moving in, I remembered the real estate agent mentioning that people had been caught loitering around the house while it was vacant. At the time, it meant nothing to us. Finding that underneath the house suddenly made that memory feel much more important. The property itself had other strange things. About 250 meters out into the bush, my friend and I found an area between large boulders where there were baby dolls and extremely old, unreadable newspapers scattered around. We called my pop, and eventually the police were contacted because we were genuinely worried something bad had happened there. Nothing ever came of it. We were told it was likely left by a previous owner. Even my grandparents, who are hardcore skeptics, could not explain what was happening in that house. They admitted they could not rationalize something but would never say it was paranormal. My younger brother changed the most. He went from calm to constantly angry and on edge. He would say he felt like something was touching him, hitting him, scratching him. Even years after moving out, he still says he feels like something is with him. While living there, we lost 6 pets. Before and after that house, we never had animals pass away like that. It only happened there. We have now lived in a brand new house for years. We were the first owners. Nothing strange has happened since. No noises. No shadows. No pets passing away. Just a normal, peaceful life. I am not saying this was definitely paranormal. Some of it could have been family members, animals, or our minds trying to make sense of things. But there were parts of this that none of us, including the skeptics in my family, could genuinely explain. This all happened almost 9 years ago. Cycling Australia. In 2015 I went on a long-distance cycling trip in Australia. A lot of things happened during my trip, too much to remember, but there was that one night, which I will probably not forget. I do not exactly remember whether it was in Western Australia after the Moonda Biddy Trail or much later after the Nullarbor in South Australia, but maybe somebody will recognize the place when they read this. I remember cycling on a dirt road next to a very long pipeline, which was running next to a highway. Basically, the pipeline was between me and the highway most of the time. Occasionally, I would leave the road further inland and cycle past what seemed to be small settlements or villages with huge silos, which seemed to have some sort of industrial importance in the past. I did not see any people around, however. In the evening, I decided to find a good quiet camping spot and, therefore, went inland again, i.e., away from the pipeline and the potential highway noise. I do not really remember how far off-road I went, but I have found a somewhat weird place. To me it basically looked like a piece of forest that grew in the ruins of some houses. What I saw were some sort of remains of stone walls, so you can just tell there must have been some houses in the past. At some point nature took over, and the whole area was covered with trees and bushes. I am used to traveling alone most of the time, and I have spent many nights out in nature in my tent already. I can say that I got used to the lots of weird noises one usually hears at night and that I was not really concerned about anything happening to me at any time. After I had pitched my tent, I made a safe fireplace with my shovel, removed underbrush/leaves, dug a hole, and placed stones around. I cooked some pasta in my army pot, and after I finished dinner, I killed the fire and crawled in my tent. It was around 7 p.m. when I went to sleep, I reckon. Unlike in Europe, it gets dark quite early in Oz, like after 6 p.m. so I usually went to sleep around 7 p.m. and got up between 4 and 5 a.m. You want to start cycling rather early before the big heat spikes at noon. To me everything was business as usual, except it wasn't from that point on. The first thing I noticed is that everything was dead quiet. I did not pay extra attention to that before. It was only when I was lying in my tent that I came to realize that in fact I did not hear or see a single bird for the past 6 hours. When you spend a lot of time outside cities, where you automatically shut off city noise, and embrace nature, you become more sensitive to everything around you, clouds, smells, animals, etc. I was focusing really hard to hear something at least. I could not hear the highway in the distance. In fact, I could not hear anything at all. I could basically hear my heart beating in my chest. I was wondering what kind of place this was, and at some point I was wondering whether it was a good idea to stay between ruins in a small piece of forest at all. I wanted to fall asleep and get over with the night. I had to think about how paranoid I was on my first night in the forest and how many different noises one can hear when it's dark outside. Now, it was completely the opposite. I was nervous because I could not hear anything. What could possibly go wrong? I recalled the words of a friend, "You shouldn't worry, because you will not meet anybody." Psychopaths don't walk around dark forests at night, because they are afraid of psychopaths walking around dark forests at night. Then I heard the steps outside. They were very loud, and I swear to God I thought it must have been a human being at first. It could not have been a kangaroo or any other animal I know of. I was holding my breath in the hope that the source of the steps would not be alarmed by my presence in any way. The intervals between the steps are surprisingly large. The creature must have been moving very slowly. I tried to remain as silent as possible. It was pitch dark outside, and I had no clue how to respond to the situation. Something just walked past my tent. I thought I was dreaming, but I wasn't. The steps were slightly audible in the distance. As quietly as I could, I sat up but was still too paranoid to open the tent. I did not know what exactly I was supposed to do anyways. I was positive the creature did not register my presence, and I was relieved for a moment. I was focusing on the steps but could not hear anything for the next 5 minutes. Just as I was about to calm down. Rustle, rustle. I sat up immediately and grabbed my shovel. The steps were really intense now, and the creature seemed to be walking in circles around the tent now because the sound seemed to come from multiple directions. What should I do? Grab the torch, jump out of the tent, and stand my ground? I decided to remain defensive, just sitting in the middle of my tent holding the shovel with both hands upright next to my head. At some point fear turned into something like rage, and I was like, "Come and get me, mother ducker." Nothing happened, however. The steps continued. I was sitting there for what felt like 2 to 3 hours, and eventually I got tired and fell asleep. The next morning, I could not detect any trails, nothing around. I packed my belongings and quickly returned to the pipeline. Moral of the story: don't camp in ghost towns or house ruins in forests. I think I'm going insane. Lately I've been having issues regarding sleep. It's extremely difficult to explain my sleep issues because I have never experienced anything like this before, until recently. To explain the best I can, lately weird shit has been happening every time I get ready to sleep. I've been hearing and seeing shit that vanishes when I look away and look back. It doesn't matter if the lights are on or off when this happens, and I've been hearing a man heavy breathing either right beside my bed or in my ear. I don't remember what objects were blatantly either flying over my head or something just straight up moving unless I look away and turn on the light. I feel a wave of dread and fear every time this happens. I can't sleep on my side without hearing loud, fast breathing in my ear, and when I jerk back to see what it was, nothing is there. I've had lights turn on in rooms when I'm home alone. I've had my boyfriend sleep over, and none of the events occurred, but as soon as we parted ways the next day, it came back. To give context, I'm not a night owl, I'm not sleep deprived, and I don't take substances. I don't have any fans or devices that'd make the sounds that I hear. My house is dead silent at night, so the breathing I hear is unexplainable on my part. I just had something really creepy happen to me. Like right now. I was upstairs just sitting bored because my parents are out tonight. And my brother comes home with food, and my dog doesn't bark because she recognizes the sound of the key as someone who actually lives here. She normally barks like crazy if someone is posting something or knocking that we don't know, so she's basically my alarm system. I saw him enter as I was coming down the stairs to get a drink. I locked the door after him because he always forgets. And I'm 100% sure I did. And then about 10 minutes later, after sharing food with my brother, I see I missed a call with my cousin. I call him for exactly, wait, let me check. 20 minutes. Halfway through the phone call, I hear my dog gate open, but no barking from the dog. Which is strange, but I thought my brother was leaving to play football or something. I hear the gate close after it opens. No barking still. Then the door closes. I run down 5 minutes after the phone call to check. I see him in his bedroom, so he must have just grabbed a water by the front or something. The door's unlocked, though. But I just saw my brother in his room on the way down. And I definitely locked that door. He said he heard someone come in too and thought I was going out. I've checked every crevice of the house so far. I'm above the front door, so I keep looking out the window to see if anyone's out there. However, the creepiest part is that my dog hasn't barked at all. She's basically an alarm for strangers entering the house. I'll bring my friends over or a plumber, and she'll go mad. But no barking? And I definitely locked that door. She's bitten me before because someone else was at the door? I had a weird dream last year that reminds me of this situation too, about the general area of the house I'm in. I don't believe in ghosts, but this is just really strange. Who would the dog know that has a key? She barks when I come in, for God's sake. I'm freaked out. Anyway, I forgot to include the dream. I was basically in my room in this. However, everything was gray, there was no furniture, and I heard a woman crying nearby. I'm actually getting goosebumps typing this. And I look out the window, but it doesn't feel like I'm actually doing it. It feels like I'm watching a point of view scene in a movie where someone is portraying me in my room. And the parking lot down the road at the nearby hotel is empty too. Everything is like gone. No signs on buildings. The tree outside was missing, which was strange. And there's this woman standing in gray. And she wasn't pale and black-haired like in the movies with her face covered. She was brunette and standing in gray but not crying, although I can hear it. Her hair was pulled back enough for me to see her face. But I don't actually remember her face. At all, and then suddenly I kind of run out of my house, and there is no furniture and no gate, and the door's open, and I run out and just jump into this woman and hug her. In my dreams, for some reason, I tackle ghosts. I've done this in my dreams since I used to live in London. And then the dream ends. I wake up. And in real life I hear a baby crying. I get up and shower and live my life for an hour, and when I take the bins out, there's this little blonde girl, not in the space of the women but in the road kind of. I just stare at her. And she stares back with her hands behind her back. And she's in this like green school uniform. And she just walks off down the road to what I think were her parents. I speed walk to the bins, constantly looking behind me, seeing her walk away. I throw the bags in and speed walk back into the house. This was all in real life, that was last year. And basically, my only nightmare that actually scared me or ever got to me influenced real life? Or something? But yeah. Help? I guess. I'm not entirely sure what I witnessed in my home, but I'm deeply disturbed. A bit of detail and background info before I get to it. I had moved into and have been living in my current home since March 2017. It's a newly manufactured home that's been put on a lot that's never had another building on it. The home was purchased by my mother, and I lived with her and my sister here. I've had many strange and disturbing experiences that I may attribute to the paranormal, some of which I shared with my sister. To clarify, no one in my family has a history of schizophrenia or any mental illness that may include hallucinations. Most of our shared experiences have happened in this home. Currently, I have been living mostly alone in this house for the past 9 months, as my sister has partially moved out to live with her boyfriend, and my mother has also been staying with her boyfriend for most of the time. Regarding the weird and unsettling experiences in this home, only my sister and I have heard or seen anything since we started living here. I was the first to experience anything in the house, just weeks after we moved in. The first instance was when I was alone in the house for a little while during the day, while everyone else was in town shopping. I don't live in a rural area, just a tiny town with no real stores. I was in the middle of showering when, from the other side of the shower curtain, I heard the deep voice of what I would describe as an older male who smoked utter, "Hey!" Nearly shitting the pants I wasn't wearing. I yank open the shower curtain and see nothing, hear nothing. I immediately shut the water off, got out, got dressed in another room, and waited until my family got back. There are several more experiences. A couple of days ago, I experienced what I believe to be the most unsettling situation yet. Just thinking about it brings goosebumps and fear to the forefront. So, from where my PC is situated in my room, I can be sitting at it and see down the rest of my hallway to my mother's room. My room is on one side of the straight hallway, while my mom's is at the end. Anyways, my door is open, and so is hers. My sister was hanging around for a while after she had gotten off work and, unknown to me at the time, had left for the night with her boyfriend about 20 minutes prior to the event I'm about to explain. It's just about 7 p.m. It's still light out, but it's a kind of dreary day, and it's not quite sunset for another hour. I'm at my PC, playing Turok 2 and quite focused on it. Then, while I'm playing, I see movement out of the corner of my eye, so much movement that I notice it while playing. I look over at the object that caught my attention, and I see a dark, shadowy, thick, mist-like mass that resembled the upper portion of a person, but it only had partial arms. I could discern no features of it besides this. It was no shadow, it had depth and was not sticking or bending to the wall. I only looked at it for probably a second before it dissipated. I found it very odd at the moment, but I was still mainly focused on my game. I thought it was my sister's shadow as she entered my mom's room and bathroom. I let a few minutes pass before the thought nags at my mind again about how weird it was. Then a total of about 30 minutes passes before I get up, noticing she hasn't come out yet. I get up and look for her bag. She leaves here for the day and couldn't find it, meaning she had already left. I text her asking what time she had left, and she tells me it was about 6:40 when she had left. Immediately anxiety, fear, and goosebumps wash over me as I realize that the thing I saw belonged to no one and was completely independent. And at this point I assume it dissipated like that because it noticed I had seen it. Which makes me even more uncomfortable. Now I feel really uncomfortable in my home and have been sleeping terribly. Thank God for my dog, she sleeps with me now. The next day while my mother was here, I had explained to her what I had seen/experienced, and she even tried to help me debunk it. Nothing we tried could even come close to replicating the thing I saw. Any idea what it may have been? Should I be concerned? As well, I've noticed a pattern over the past few years here. It seems the vast majority of the weird/strange occurrences happen between March and June every year. I have no idea why, they just do. It's not CO2 buildup, I prefer fresh air and have windows open all the time. I'm just quite spooked and confused. Feel free to ask questions. It's hard to decide which story to start with, since I've had all sorts of supernatural experiences my whole life. That said, I suppose I can share a few. 1. In my old house, when I was little, the kitchen opened onto the backyard, which had a small shed that served as a general storage area. There was so much junk stored there that a junk collector would have dollar signs instead of irises if he saw it. Anyway, years later they decided to expand the kitchen to include the empty space in the backyard between it and the shed, and they converted the shed into my bedroom. I vividly remember the first few nights I slept in my new room after everyone else had gone to sleep. I could hear strange noises in the kitchen, like someone was moving chairs, grabbing forks, knives, etc., and most importantly, a woman's voice speaking, although it was a language I didn't recognize at all, not Spanish, not English, not Russian, not any language I could identify even if I tried. The first night it was subtle, but as the nights went by, it increased in intensity until it reached the point where I had to lock my bedroom door because whatever it was kept trying to open it. This went on for at least 5 or 6 nights in a row, then it stopped abruptly and never happened again. 2. Once I was at my computer, which is in the living room of the house. I was alone since my parents had gone out and my little brother was at school. I was entertaining myself by playing video games when, suddenly, a particularly strange feeling of I'm not alone, there's someone in this same room came over me, and from the black border of the monitor, acting as a black mirror reflecting what's behind me, I could see a shadow moving from my right to my left a few meters behind me, while at the same time I vividly felt the wind as when someone moves quickly close by. First I looked to my right, there was nothing there. But then I looked to my left, where the hallway to my parents' room and the bathroom began. And at the beginning of the hallway, staring at me, was a transparent shadow standing right there, and by the front door of the house, which is 2 meters high and is literally next to the beginning of the hallway, I estimate that the shadow was almost the same size. The shadow wasn't very detailed, but judging by how it looked, I'd swear it had a veil on, like a nun's veil or a wedding dress. The moment I saw it, it vanished quickly. My reaction? I started yelling, "I saw you! I saw you! Ha ha ha, I saw you!" But I quickly regretted it because as I said that, I heard a loud bang from the table near me, like someone had slammed their fist on it. Needless to say, I freaked out. I turned off my computer and left until my parents got back. 3. This story isn't specific to my house but to the entire neighborhood where I live. One night, in the early hours of the morning, with the sky still black, I was in the bathroom that faces the street. I was feeling quite relaxed, just another night using my phone on the throne of men. But then, the dogs in the whole neighborhood started barking. It wasn't an unusual occurrence, but the way they were doing it honestly caught my attention. It wasn't a bark of "Hey, there's someone unknown here." It was more like, "Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm seeing, and I'm scared." Then all of them, and when I say all, I mean 100% of all the dogs that had been barking moments before, started whining, like when they're terrified, filled with fear. Now that was weird, definitely weird. While the dogs continued to whimper in fear, a howl echoed through the air. It resembled a wolf's howl but was off-key, as if the creature howling was attempting to mimic a wolf or a dog but couldn't quite get it right. Context: the howl was coming from a rather eerie forest near the neighborhood, That's when I decided to turn off the bathroom lights and be completely silent. There I was, in total darkness, in the bathroom, listening to all the neighborhood dogs being terrified while something outside was howling incorrectly. What do I mean by the howl sounding off? Well, if you've seen the movie Annihilation, in the scene where the bear speaks with the voice of his previous victim. A very unsettling mix of animal and human sounds, that's what that howl sounded like, a disturbing blend of animal and human sounds. After what felt like an eternity, the howl stopped and the dogs fell silent. The next day, I ran into my neighbor across the street and asked him if he'd heard the howl the night before. He said yes and that his father had gone outside with a gun, thinking there was a wolf. Want a funny fact? In the entire province, specifically in the whole area of the city where I lived, for miles around, there aren't any wolves, and that definitely wasn't a dog. 4. This story happened at my best friend's house. The four of us had gotten together as usual, bought drinks, put on some music, and talked about some girls we liked, the typical stuff, just another night out with friends. At some point that night, it started to rain, and we were in the dining room, which is also the kitchen and has a sliding glass door that leads to the backyard, which was barely 2 meters wide by 4 meters long. We could barely fit in there. We were laughing, chatting about things, everything normal, until we heard a thud coming from the direction of the backyard. At first, we thought it was something that had fallen until we looked at the glass of the door. There was, clearly and unmistakably, a small handprint on the glass. It was the size of a child's hand. The four of us stood there in silence, completely stunned. It hadn't been there 5 minutes before, and none of us could have done it because we were constantly looking at each other and no one had gone near it. The yard was so small that there wasn't enough room for someone to be hiding. It was simply impossible and statistically improbable that a person could have done it. We spent the rest of the night locked in my friend's room, only coming out for drinks or to use the bathroom. 5. Context: I'm from Argentina, and in my country there's a legend called El Pomberito, which, in short, is about a humanoid creature, a dwarf, that lives in nature and acts as a kind of guardian. It's said that if you leave him offerings, like wine, he'll protect your land, but you must always leave him offerings or he'll start bothering you, attacking you, ruining your fields, and basically cursing you until you make the offering again. The legend says that if you whistle in the woods, he'll answer with another whistle, and if you hear the whistle close by, he's far away, and if you hear it far away, he's close. This story happened in my neighborhood when I was about 14 years old. I was with the other kids from the neighborhood one night, around 11 p.m. Like the silly kids we were, we couldn't think of a better idea than to go to the woods near the neighborhood, the one where the strange howl in my other story was heard, and test that legend by whistling into the woods. We crossed a small river that separated the woods from the neighborhood. I remember it was a full moon, and we were all on the neighborhood side of the river. One of us started whistling into the woods, and at first nothing happened. He continued like that for the first 3 whistles, and nothing happened. But on the 4th whistle, we heard one coming from the woods. The whistle, clearly audible within the woods, bore no resemblance to my friend's. We all fell silent, and the whistling repeated itself, but this time from a different part of the woods. We could clearly hear branches creaking, as if someone were walking on the other side of the river, where the forest began. We left, returning to the corner of the neighborhood where we always hung out, stunned by what had just happened. But, being the kids we were, that wasn't enough for us. We went back, and this time we made an incredibly stupid decision. We crossed into the woods. We decided to follow the left edge, which led to the larger river and then flowed into the port area further away. It was basically a grassy path, with the woods to our right, the larger river to our left, and beyond that river, more forest. We decided not to whistle, since we were honestly terrified. We continued along the path for about 5 minutes at a slow pace, paying attention to our surroundings, when suddenly we heard a whistle nearby. At first, we all looked at the most reckless friend in the group, thinking it was him, but then we heard the whistling again, from the other side of the large river, in the woods across it. That's when the strangest phenomenon began. It wasn't just one whistling sound coming from one area anymore. Now there were whistles, one after the other, coming from different areas, across the river, in the woods, behind us, everywhere, as if that thing were teleporting. We decided to get the hell out of there, running as fast as we could. As we fled, I remember one of the guys looking up at the treetops, and his only reaction was to scream and run even faster. While we were running, we asked him what the hell he saw, and he said he'd seen something in the treetops, jumping from treetop to treetop. We decided not to stop to see if there was actually anything in the trees, since the whistling sounds coming from all around were proof enough. When we finally crossed to our side of the neighborhood, I decided to look back because one of our group, the slowest, was bringing up the rear, and I remember seeing, in the darkness, behind him, a small humanoid shadow standing, watching us. Obviously, I yelled at him to hurry, and then we all made it safely back to our corner of the neighborhood. We never spoke of it again after that night, and we never went back to those damn woods. 6. Although it's not the most terrifying experience I've ever had, this story is undeniably the most bizarre. It all started when I was on vacation in a coastal city with my family. I was about 17 years old, if I remember correctly, since I was still in high school. I remember that while we were walking downtown, someone, I don't remember exactly if it was a man, woman, elderly person, etc., who passed by me said, very clearly, "The Reaper." In Spanish, La Parca. I didn't think much about it, although it did seem strange to me that someone would say that word out of the blue, without any context. I didn't think much of it at the time, but then a short while later, maybe a day or two, I don't remember exactly, I got a message from one of my best friends at the time, telling me that his hairdresser had been ended in her home in front of her son. Obviously, the news was shocking. The town is small, and I knew her, but one detail was bothering me. A random person on the street said the Reaper as they walked past me, and a day or two later, someone connected to someone very close to me was murdered? It bothered me, but after a few days, I dismissed it as a coincidence. Then, when we returned from vacation to that same city where that tragedy had recently occurred, one night I was walking home after meeting up with some friends. On the corner of the street, a few meters behind me, two girls appeared laughing. It was strange because it was as if they had appeared out of nowhere, since I hadn't heard any talking or laughter until a few moments before. I turned around, curious, and I remember that they were blonde and about my age, so I continued on my way. But then, something happened that has left me thinking to this day. Those same girls, who were crossing the street and whom I had just seen stepping onto the crosswalk, said in unison, "The Reaper." That's when I turned around, my eyes wide, because it definitely wasn't a coincidence anymore, and where they should have been in the middle of the street, there was nothing. Those two girls vanished into thin air. There was no laughter, no sound of conversation, nowhere they could have hidden after playing a prank, no sound of hurried footsteps, nothing. One moment they were there, the next they were gone. I remember spending the rest of the week thinking about it, searching for possible connections, answers, anything. And one day, after leaving school, I passed an elderly woman and her grandson, walking peacefully. The grandson couldn't have been more than 5 years old. As I walked past them, I remember hearing the little boy's voice, clear as day, say, "The Reaper." That was too much. I turned around, and it was as if the child had never mentioned the personification of death at any point, and in fact, they were talking about something completely different. Besides, the grandmother didn't even react. I went back home, told my friends, started putting the dots together, began to come up with crazy theories, and started an intensive online search for answers or any kind of help. I found nothing. But then, tragedy struck again. Shortly after the boy who was with his grandmother mentioned the personification of death, someone close to my other best friend died. I don't remember exactly who it was, but I remember that they were close to him. I also remember that while I was with my best friend, I had this strange feeling, almost like it was my duty, to go to that person's funeral and help them transcend. It was extremely strange, and I clearly didn't attend the funeral because I didn't know him at all. But that was the last time that strange event happened to me, and to this day I don't have a clear theory or answer. And that's it. Thank you for listening, have a wonderful weekend.